Unscripted: The Great Rat Race Escape. Written by M.J. DeMarco. Narrated by Scott Thomas and M.J. DeMarco.
Preface. I'm an idiot, a masochistic idiot, and I'm proof that anyone can escape the rat race. If this idiot can do it, you can too. No, seriously, this isn't false humility. You see, this book, in part, is my first attempt at storytelling. But unlike a normal person, I didn't write a romance, or a mystery novel, or something with known archetypes and well-worn story arcs. Nope. You see, this idiot chose to write the hardest story ever. A book that has no genre. A book half fictional story, half non-fiction business book. A book about entrepreneurship, building wealth, and escaping the rat race. A book that has no known example to observe or model. The first rule of authorship is show, don't tell. Problem is that business books are mostly telling. Do this and don't do that. This makes them hard to understand and finish. Hard to demonstrate a big picture and change the reader's life. Hard to convince the reader on what is possible. So I challenged myself to deliver a story that not only tells, but demonstrates the show. And a challenge it was. I mean, seriously, how exciting could a story about starting a business be? He had an idea and registered an LLC. She placed some Facebook ads. No, this is not my new writing style. No, I'm not writing like James Altucher because I lost the bet. Anyhow, when I began this journey, it was the middle of 2017. I expected this project would take me 3 months to write. It went nearly 4 years. Because I'm an idiot. This book could have been titled The Idiot's Guide to Escaping the Rat Race. But since I don't like lawsuits from the good folks at Penguin Random House, I went with something different. Unscripted: The Great Rat Race Escape. Inside, you'll witness the rat race poison a marriage and chew up dreams. Inside, you'll find a story about an ordinary couple seeking an extraordinary escape. Inside, you'll get a front row seat to how the 99% becomes the 1%. Embedded within the story are 120 strategies and principles to show you the way, so you too can have a great rat race escape and live happily ever after. If this idiot can, you can.
This audiobook contains references to tables, charts, and graphs. Please refer to the attached PDF file to follow along.
Introduction. Every day someone tries to start a business, and every day someone fails at business. Some people go on to make a decent living with their business, others own a grind that pays the bills for the month, only to repeat until some godforsaken retirement age, or worse, death. But few people start a business as a way to escape the rat race. Not only will Unscripted: The Great Rat Race Escape show you how, but it will also demonstrate how one married couple with a baby on the way makes it happen. This book is actually 2 books blended in one. That's right, a 2-for-1 deal. The first is a fictional narrative, a story of awakening for one family, the Trotmans, who discover that the life they're living isn't the life they've been sold. As they struggle to navigate the rat race and its pervasive dogma, their journey is chronicled as they leverage fast-lane entrepreneurship for their escape, from idea to launch to execution and scale. As you can imagine, writing a story with business as the central theme has the potential to be incredibly dull. As such, I've created characters dealing with their own personal demons as they navigate a struggling marriage rife with boredom, bills, and unfulfilling work. Some readers might be uncomfortable with the marital conflicts the husband and wife team face, as well as the touchy subjects they address. Caution: some reader discretion is advised. As the Trotman story unfolds, rat race busting strategies and principles related to their struggle are integrated throughout. Some of these pertain to life itself, not just business, because a successful venture alone doesn't automatically translate to happiness. Each concept is prefaced with an icon that represents its informational category. Strategy: an action or process that can help deliver results, either near-term or long-term, to your business or your life. Principle: a governing rule to implement or a new way of looking at something, often questioning or disproving a well-established belief, which in itself is often propagandized by the rat race paradigm. Each strategy and principle is geared toward helping you and the characters escape the rat race unscripted, lasting financial freedom independent of politics, economics or stock market returns. If the tumultuous year of 2020 was good for anything, it's that it exposed the rat race's systemic conspirators, a powerful group of entities from tech tyrants to corporate media professionals to politicians, all deeply invested in grooming an obedient populace subject to submission, suppression, and servitude. In other words, the rat race is the world's economic cult, and every cult thrives as long as enough fools obey its dogmatic preachers. The good news is, you don't have to obey. You don't have to turn on the TV and listen to the latest rat race lies, from save $100 a month for 50 years to retire rich, to get a college degree and a good job, to how entrepreneurship is risky, but outsourcing your paycheck to a non-essential corporation isn't. If you're dissatisfied in your life, either with your job or your business, and seek a meaningful new path that rewards your mortal life with deep purpose, soulful happiness, and real financial freedom, read on. If any of the following apply, this book was written for you. You hate your job and don't see any path forward. You seek to do meaningful, purpose-driven work over meaningless, debt-driven work. You would like to control your own destiny with your own business. You realize that, quote, saving $100 a week for 50 years is an untenable idea wrought with peril. You don't want to work most of your life only to retire in life's twilight when your energy and health are on the downside. You'd love to follow your passions without needing them confirmed by demand, money, or cultural approval. You desire a more affluent lifestyle, not subject to soul-crushing frugality, disciplined saving, and years of stock market optimism. The idea of living in a shed and micromanaging every dollar in and out of your household seems ridiculous. You'd rather invest your time in an effort that could yield financial independence in 5 or 10 years, not 40 or 50. You've always been a hustling entrepreneur, but never made the leap into 6, 7, or 8 figures. You're an entrepreneur who is yet to crack the code to a viable idea or a venture worthy of exploding sales. That said, if you're already an entrepreneur with a growing business and millions in sales, this book, while helpful in some respects, probably isn't going to move your needle. The last thing I want to do is sell someone a Ferrari when they were expecting a Lamborghini. Particularly if entrepreneurship has not yet changed your life. This book is for you. If it already has, then probably not. Over 25 years ago, entrepreneurship changed my life, and it made me financially independent to the point I never needed to work ever again. I'm not talking about the latest early retirement orthodoxy, dependent on lifestyle mediocrity and stock market returns, as most financial bloggers now promote. I'm talking about the kind of retirement that is rich in luxury. Dream houses and cars are nice, but also rich in time and resources. For me, going unscripted meant I could pursue my writing passions, free of financial validation and editorial control. Looking back, I wouldn't change a damn thing. I want to be clear. Starting a business is the hardest thing you will ever do. Growing it will be the second. If you're going to challenge yourself with these tasks, you want your reward to be transcendent. Your venture needs to offer a prize that has the power to help you escape the tyranny of the rat race, either through a millionaire-making income or a life-changing liquidation event. This book is the story on how you can do just that, complete with 120 strategies and principles to make it happen. Don't let the rat race and its demagogues proclaim your life as non-essential. Don't let the rat race entice you to save your life away for the promise of an elderly retirement. Don't let the rat race lull you into a tedious existence, medicated by television, video games, and trivial sporting events. Go unscripted and build a business that not only changes your life, but perhaps also the lives that come after you.
11 minutes. Monday, November 10th, 2008, 5:34 a.m. Jeff Trotman jolted awake, shooting up from bed, panicked. Sweat soaked his nightshirt despite the cold outside. Did I oversleep? His old alarm clock on his nightstand was retired, replaced with a new iPhone 3G. Was the alarm set correctly? He squinted around the room, but the Monday morning darkness remained. Rain plinked on a tormenting chorus against the window, an opera of lost dreams and smothered souls. He flung his legs to the floor and fumbled for the phone in the dark. Finding the device, he pressed it on. The time cracked the darkness. 5:34 a.m. 11 minutes remaining before it was set to scream. He rubbed his face and glanced at the empty sheets. His pregnant wife was not in bed beside him. An ER nurse at Chicago's Northwestern Hospital, she'd left hours earlier for the graveyard shift. While her pregnancy advertised that they were a happy couple who often frolicked in the sheets, they weren't. The last time they made love was the likely conception date of their unborn daughter, a distant 6 months ago. His marriage, his career, his happiness, nothing was going as he expected. He lumbered out of bed and toddled to his bedroom window. It was cracked and frosted over, its chaotic fractures stippled like a map of Rome drafted by a drunk cartographer. The shattered glass was a reminder of another thing he had to fix and pay for. The acid in his throat intensified. He plunked his forehead onto the glass and gazed vacantly at the empty street, still illuminated by lampposts. The frozen window impaled its chill on his skin. His forehead begged for mercy, but he didn't care. It only exposed what he'd long denied. He was alive, but he wasn't living. A lone van slowly chugged by, newspapers fed to their driveways. The nearby freeway growled with rush-hour traffic. The cold slowly numbed his forehead, robbing him of the only sensation that felt real. Bella, their black Labrador puppy, snored on her backside near the window, all 4 of her legs raised skyward. He watched her rhythmic breathing, and jealousy singed his brain. Sleeping without a care in the world. His wife, Samantha, or Sam as everyone called her, had insisted on adopting the dog from a no-kill shelter just weeks ago. If the local law had allowed it, she'd have 20 dogs in their home. There wasn't a living creature that Sam didn't love or try to save, and that included terrifying insects. A melon-sized tarantula could roam the house and she wouldn't kill it. She'd bottle it up and try to find it a home. Yes, she was that neurotic. She claimed it was compassion. As for Bella, he suspected his wife wanted the puppy because their 3-year-old marriage was lifeless. Their work schedules afforded little time together. They no longer kissed or hugged. Meals were eaten alone. Jeff's jokes, always worth a laugh from his wife, suddenly weren't funny. The passionate banter that had sparked their courtship depreciated into small talk, the weather, household chores, and petty pleasantries. He loved Bella, but suspected the dog was an emotional plea, a distracting bribe from his wife to fill the void plaguing their relationship. The cortisol that abruptly awoke him was now gone, replaced by fatigue and wooziness. Anxiety and regret draped over him like a wet blanket. He loathed what he'd become, an obedient, bill-paying rat in a meaningless job and a crumbling marriage. Weekend entertainment and mindless shopping could no longer conceal the reality. His life was work, sleep, pay bills, and repeat. His life had been trivialized to a commodity, a cog that got its grease each paycheck and every weekend. He exhaled against the window. His breath condensed on the cracked glass, shape-shifting into tombstone. He lifted his head and shook it in disgust. Even the universe taunted at his soul. When Jeff was young, he promised himself that he would fight for his dreams, and he had many to choose from. His father taught him woodworking, and by his late teens, Jeff could fashion a Mona Lisa from a tree stump. He saw himself building furniture or carving sculptures for the rich and famous. He also played the saxophone and dreamed of being in a jazz band. If none of that panned out, Jeff saw himself as an author, writing fantasy fiction novels or realistic science fiction, not the Disney crap that passed for Star Wars nowadays. No matter which, he envisioned an exciting future of meaningful work, the kind that could lead to a life of luxury and leisure. Instead, Jeff abandoned his creative proclivities and earned a college degree in accounting. He was good with numbers, but didn't exactly enjoy them. Still, his father would argue, accounting is where the money's at, and Jeff agreed. He loved exotic vacations, fast cars, and designer clothes. Starving artists lived in sheds and drove Priuses. Right out of college, he snagged a job as a transaction auditor for a large drug company. You know, the one with all the lawsuits? Sorry, I guess it doesn't narrow it down. Unfortunately, his career didn't get him the Ferrari or the Fiji vacation. After 4 years of number crunching for insurance companies and government bureaucrats, combined with pay raises that made inflation giggle, framing houses suddenly appealed more. The thought of the looming day was suffocating. The stiff suit he had to wear, the frigid drive to the train station, the snow-soaked shoes while waiting on the platform, the hour-long train commute with the other miserables. and the disquieted elevator ride to the 67th floor, where 8 grueling hours of trivial number crunching would unfold. Jeff and his wife tolerated their jobs, and both were reasonably paid, but both were reasonably unhappy and reasonably broke. Still, they put on quite a show. Between the 3-bedroom house in the suburbs and the late-model cars, him a BMW 3 Series, his wife a Lincoln Navigator, by all appearances, they lived the American dream. But behind the white picket fence, it was an American nightmare. In college, Jeff's wife had wanted to be a veterinarian, but her dream, like Jeff's, would die early. When she couldn't afford medical school, she chose nursing. After graduation, she was hired by a nursing consortium that might as well have been a corporate cartel. Nursing proved quickly to be a mistake. Doctors roamed the halls like pharaohs and expected to be fanned with date palms and robed in gold. Worse, patient care was profit care. Patients were numbers on a clipboard, hurried along as if a gurney was an assembly line. Jeff lumbered back to the edge of the bed and sat. The sleet continued its heckle through the window. The soft linen sheets joined in the humiliation and tempted him like a cookie would a child. Why don't you nap for a few moments? You saw your phone. You have 11 more minutes to sleep peacefully. Why waste them before going to work? Join me, Jeff. Join me, and in that 11 minutes we can rule the galaxy as father and son. He slumped farther to the edge of the bed and rubbed his head, calculating how he would manage the extra 11 minutes. Would he sleep through his alarm? Had he even set it right? If not, could he be trusted to wake up after 11 minutes? How much time did he really have after all these mental gymnastics? Once he realized he was having a debate with himself, the rain, and Darth Vader masquerading as a bed, he hung his head and damned himself with another question. Is this what my pathetic life has become? A negotiation for 11 minutes? 11 freaking minutes, he mumbled as he trudged to the bathroom. After brushing his teeth, he confronted his self-hatred in the mirror. Even his reflection radiated hopelessness. Dark circles underlined his brown eyes and gave him the appearance that he'd lost a fight. His posture slumped, his 6'3" stature deflated without confidence. Friends teased him because of his Jesus-like silky brown hair, but he didn't see a prophet or a savior. He saw a mugshot of Charles Manson, dead stare included. He was only 27 but looked 40. Worse, he felt 70. He cranked the shower on and sunk to the rim of the bathtub waiting for the hot water, the day's only joy. He glowered at the tub's mildewy drain. It needed to be cleaned. Another to-do on his list. The water swirled into a void, mirroring the first 27 years of his life. He'd followed culture's unwritten rules precisely as designed, only to get sucked into an abyss. He'd gone to college, gotten the good grades, the prestigious degree, the respectable job, the middle-class trinkets, the storybook marriage, and the cute house, notwithstanding the 29.4 years of payments remaining. To his peers and his family, he feigned success, but his soul begged his brain for a truthful confession. His life was cursed like a weekly television rerun, broadcasting the same boring episode over and over. It was death by mediocrity. A quote nagged in his head, something he once heard but didn't understand. Most men die by 25, but aren't buried until 75. The toys meant to bribe his misery or to peacock affluence. A new set of golf clubs, an electronic doodad, a day at Wrigley Field watching millionaires hit a ball, had all lost their effect. Like a drug needing bigger doses for the same high, his purchases doped him for days, but their side effects lasted for years. His only gasp for air was a short vacation subject to his wife's crazy schedule, or an occasional staycation, a weekend furlough of freedom which sped time only to slow Monday morning. As for retirement, the Trotmans' idea of planning were trips to the Riverboat Casino and Powerball. Retirement was not on their radar. Survival was. And how to do it while looking prosperous and well-heeled. But between him and his wife, they had no heel. They were broke. Unless you jointly counted the $3,000 in their 401ks. With 11 charge cards between them, the credit flowed like the cheap imported goods from China and Mexico. From the Norditrack exerciser that sat rusting in the basement to the Louis Vuitton purse he'd bought his wife for Christmas. His spending seemed to spend an eternity with his friends at MasterCard and Visa. They had 2 car payments, a mortgage, and Mercedes taste on a Mazda budget. Altogether, they had no net worth, no financial plan, and no clue. With a baby on the way and more responsibility, like diapers and doting moms who forget their husbands, Jeff felt the charade he showboated was about to become impossible. He loved the idea of becoming a father, but he hated the game. He hated that the chains that enslaved him to a dying marriage and a suffocating career were about to get tighter. Unless he miraculously won a CEO job with a CEO salary, the hedonistic theatrics and the credit cards that funded the ruse would need to continue. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The alarm on Jeff's phone screeched, jarring him from his trance. The 11 minutes were over, and so was his will to live. Like a good little rat, he put on his best suit and drove to the train station, except he wasn't sure if he'd get on the train or step in front of it.
The conventional wisdom principle. Conventional wisdom rarely gets you an unconventional life. It was 2005. A plumber was at my home to fix a faucet. While he lay on his back and jostled with the pipes, he couldn't stop talking about how much money he was making from real estate. For me, this random moment of insignificance held great significance. I knew in that instant that the great housing boom was at its end. And sure enough, a few months later, the housing market crashed. Trillions of dollars were lost and millions of bankruptcies followed. Today, I see a similar scenario unfolding as the stock market exuberantly hits record highs while negative interest rates scour the planet. In mathematics, quote, the wisdom of the crowd, unquote, has immense value in finding accurate judgments, specifically in mathematically based problems. Unfortunately, while the crowd might accurately guess the number of gumballs in a jar, they won't accurately guess how you can escape the rat race. Conventional wisdom is spewed from the crowd, and the crowd represents the mean, otherwise known as mediocrity. If the crowd knew any better, they wouldn't be 2 paychecks from broke and wasting half of their life in front of a television. The conventional wisdom principle is about the stone-cold truth. If you follow conventional wisdom from conventional people living conventional lives, you will get exactly that, a conventional life. And conventional lives are not underwritten by dreams, but by servitude, the rat race. Your penance in this obligatory game is an unfulfilling job. Your cheese? A scant paycheck, a mediocre weekend, and a retirement fantasy that pays 40 years later. You know, after the knee replacement, after the receding hairline and the wrinkles, and after most of your life has been wasted in a job you hate. Look at the people in your life, family, friends, coworkers, your comrades stuck in traffic. Is anyone living a full life flourishing with meaningful work? Anyone happy on Monday morning? Was anyone walking into the Porsche dealer pointing to the red one and paying cash? Know anyone free of financial stress, someone who doesn't need to finance the furniture for 60 months and the house for 30 years? If you're honest, the answer is likely a resounding no. And that's because our culture thrives on mediocrity and obedience. It is the world's business model. Whether you know it or not, your existence has been programmed from diapers to death. Behind this truth, a pervasive operating system grinds, a cultural conditioning scheme called the script. And conventional wisdom is its code language. Such wisdom like go to college and earn a degree regardless of cost, economics, or employment forecasts. Get a job with good benefits. Work hard Monday through Friday, play harder Saturday and Sunday. Cheer for your favorite football team. Watch the hottest Netflix drama and get outraged at the latest news agenda fed to you. Pay your taxes, finance a car, mortgage a house, have a few kids, and eat according to the USDA food pyramid. Drink your milk. Let a billionaire software mogul stick you with a vaccine and stamp you with a digital ID. Wear your mask. Live frugally and invest all your saved pennies at Wall Street firms, preferably in a low-cost indexed fund, where one day you'll retire rich. Of course, assuming the stock market never crashes and you survive long enough to enjoy it. Welcome, my friend, to the operating system of the rat race. Because this gospel bankrolls the economy, it is deified in every echelon of culture. Lower and higher education, news and financial media, entertainment and sports, and government. Worse, you're likely surrounded by scripted humans, devout believers in the world's economic religion. From famous financial celebrities and educators to family and peers, there is no escape. But be warned, if you're okay forsaking your youthful dreams for an elderly retirement dependent on thankless jobs, stock market performance, and bankrupted government pension programs, conventional wisdom buys that lottery ticket. Except this lottery ticket is sponsored by the rat race. The script is the rat race's puppet master, a cultural existence engineered for herding purposes. And herds, sheep, cattle, pigs, chickens, bees, are organized for economic objectives, slaughter and servitude. Your life is worth more than trinkets, taxes, and television ratings. Don't let the gospel of the rat race, the world's economic religion, the script, hijack it. If you want to live like the 1%, you can't think like the 99%. Key concepts. The wisdom of the crowd advocates for the rat race, not for your freedom. Question conventional wisdom, or have it lead you into a conventional life. The script administrates the rat race and is cultural's default operating system, bankrolled by powerful institutions and corporations. The new pen strategy. Write new words or suffer the same story. In the winter of 1995, I contemplated suicide. It was nearing midnight and I was driving a limousine for a small company in Chicago. Only I wasn't driving, I was stuck on the shoulder of the road in a blizzard. Only the rhythmic hum of the windshield wipers played to my disquieting silence. As I waited for the snowplows, I deliberated on my miserable life. I had 2 business degrees and had graduated at the top of my class. But here I was, stuck, working a menial job, a job I could have snagged straight from a high school detention hall. College didn't educate me, it indebted me, and gave me the expectation that I deserved more. But the only more in my life was more debt, more embarrassment, and more failure. By my mid-20s, I expected to be moderately successful, in a good relationship, and on my way to financial freedom. But none of that existed. I was broke. Worse, my longtime girlfriend dumped me for a successful radio executive. And yeah, she was perfectly justified in doing so, as I floundered from one dumb idea to the next. While my college peers were deep into a seemingly successful middle-class life, I was deep into mom's basement. If you died today and your life was narrated in a story, how would it read? Would it be a 1-star story filled with generically posthumous platitudes like, "Oh, Joe was such a nice guy," or would it be a compelling tale that someone couldn't put down? Since you're reading this book, I can guess that you aren't happy with how your story is being written. As I sat on the side of the road, I realized my story was going nowhere. It was then I contemplated suicide, how I would do it, and the note I'd write explaining it. After a few ominous visions on how I'd murder myself, a 380 to the mouth or a plastic tube affixed to my car's exhaust, it hit me. Even suicide and its method of execution was a choice. I had free will and the power of choice, an endowment that up to that point I denied. Everything in my life, including how I thought and felt about it, was a choice. If I wanted a different life with a different story, I needed to make different choices. But more importantly, what beliefs were causing me to make those choices? What beliefs were laying the groundwork for the failed choices that were causing my broken life? Wherever you are, suffering a dead-end job, tolerating a loveless marriage, studying law in college, or living a dream, your existence is moored on one truth. The results you suffer or enjoy unfolded from your beliefs and the choices they conceive. The internal environment, your thoughts, cause the outside environment and acts like a flight plan for your life. Belief goes to choice, choice goes to consequence, the consequences go to your life. This sequential relationship amounts to hundreds of choices daily, and they all evolve from your beliefs. For instance, what food to shove in your mouth, what media to feed your eyes, who to be friends with, what books to read or not read, how to tackle problems, how to handle rejection, how to feel about money, what you do with your free time. Altogether, your beliefs and the choices they compel write the book of you, your story. In your book, the various pens writing your story are your beliefs. Each word penned to the paper would be a thought, each sentence a choice, each paragraph an action, each chapter a habit. Your life story is the total of your actions or inactions, which in turn are caused by those pens transcribing your beliefs. If you're armed with a pen that believes drinking 3 Dr. Peppers a day is okay, what kind of story gets to the paper? A tale of health or a tale of diabetes? While each of us are born into varied circumstances, we retain the rights to the pens writing our story. A rich kid might choose to squander his privilege in heroin, while the poor kid decides to be the one dealing it. If you don't like your life station or where it leads, you need to change the pens writing your story. And the only way to change those pens and the choices they write is to change your beliefs. Namely, you need to expose your poison pens, scripted beliefs that are condemning your life to mediocrity, misery, or worse, death. For example, a family friend is battling morbid obesity, high blood pressure, and diabetes. He refuses to change his diet despite a heart attack, multiple stent surgeries, and dozens of prescription medications. His, quote, diet is a combination of fast food and gas station fare, donuts, fried chicken, and wieners that have been roller grilled for 6 days. The last time his mouth saw a vegetable was when the Berlin Wall fell. So if 2 heart attacks and multiple hospital visits aren't enough of a crisis to compel a dietary change, what crisis is? Stroke? Death? When asked this question, he revealed his flawed belief. My poor genetics caused my health problems, not my food choices. In other words, he believes a Nigerian prince needs his bank account number to help him flee a military coup. Unfortunately, his flawed belief will have a big cost, and I'm not talking about money. The worst poison pen is the one that will kill you. Fact. The harsh truth doesn't care about your beliefs. If you believe you can fly, you'll jump off a cliff and die. The truth is independent of belief. The same applies to freedom from the rat race. If a broke blogger says, do what you love is the secret to success, and you believe him, you might fail 20 businesses. If you believe relying on a faceless corporation isn't risky to your freedom, but relying on your business is, you'll settle for the job. When beliefs misfire action, reality has a way of smacking you in the face. As such, misfired beliefs have fiery consequences that write dire stories. In self-help circles, they call them limiting beliefs, but clinically speaking, they're delusions. Give me 30 seconds or 30 words when it comes to my form, and I can immediately predict someone who will be a lifetime rat racer. No, I'm not clairvoyant, but after interacting with tens of thousands of people over the last decade, I can spot a headspace that precedes failure. The internal environment, your thought words, cause the outside environment, the story. If you're packing poison pens from the rat race, you won't write the blockbuster. For example, as a teenager, my poison pen was that only a specific group of people could get rich quickly and hence get rich young. People capable of this feat were celebrities, athletes, and musicians. If I didn't aspire to act, dribble, or sing, well, I was out of luck. Wall Street's 50-year plan of saving patients would be my fate. That is, I'd end up the perfect rat. Lucky for me, I exposed this poison pen in my teens. Everything changed when I encountered a young man who owned a ridiculously expensive sports car, the Lamborghini Countach. Made famous by the classic Burt Reynolds movie Cannonball Run, the Countach was my dream car because it was the closest thing to a Star Wars land speeder. After spotting the car at an ice cream parlor, I stalked the owner in the parking lot. When a young man approached the car, I boldly asked him what he did for a living. Expecting to hear something related to my false belief, actor, athlete, etc., he revealed he was an inventor. What, an inventor? I was stunned, and the poison pen was exposed, and then replaced. At that moment, I knew I could, quote, get rich young because get rich quick existed outside the box of celebrity. New belief installed. I had a new pen, and as such, new choices which to write a new story. And it did, at least until I got stuck on the side of the road and contemplated suicide. 2 more poison pens lurked behind my struggles, however, corrupting my story. Yes, I knew entrepreneurship could produce financial freedom fast. Except I wasn't pursuing business ventures with my own grit and creativity. Instead, I skipped from one inferior business scheme to another. Things like network marketing, low-rent franchise opportunities, and real estate investment strategies plucked from late-night infomercials. I falsely believed that there was a turnkey, plug-and-play system that could lead to success. Turns out the only people getting rich from these systems were the entrepreneurs peddling them. I had a gun but was loading blanks, which is why I wasted years failing. Second, I suffered from seasonal depression. If the sun wasn't shining and I wasn't working, you could bet I was sleeping or doing nothing productive. A belief deep inside my head was responsible for my lack of progress. I believed that I couldn't emigrate from Chicago because I was born and raised there. Arguments heckled my brain, things like, oh, you can't leave Chicago, your family is here. Or, you love the Chicago Bulls, how could you abandon them? as if a NBA franchise cared about my fandom. After canceling my suicide, I confronted these 2 poison pen beliefs and killed them. First, I vowed to never rely on a third party for my business success. No MLM, no affiliate bullshit, no franchise opportunities or late-night business schemes. Second, I severed the invisible handcuffs that kept me in Chicago. Within a few months, I moved to Arizona. And because I crushed these 2 beliefs, my life instantly changed. If the winds of mediocrity are directing your life, ask the hard questions. What scripted beliefs are writing your story? And who is reinforcing those beliefs? Your parents who insist you become a doctor because it carries a certain cultural status? Is it an educational system that advocates spending $120,000 for a medieval theology degree? Is it that hypocritical guru who made millions selling motivational seminars and yet tells you that millions can be made by patient investing? The point is, are the witches of conventional wisdom the script, poisoning your story with subplots amenable to rat race outcomes? Building a business is risky. Saving $100 a month will make you rich. You can be happy living in a shed down by the river with no plumbing or electricity. The rat race is filled with liars. Your first step is to stop lying to yourself. Key concepts. The internal environment, your thoughts, cause the outside environment and is like a flight plan for your life. The book of you is your life as it is today, an aggregate of your beliefs and the choices they created. Truth doesn't care about your beliefs. Every day you make thousands of choices, including what to think and feel. These choices are like the words, paragraphs, and chapters of your unfolding story. Poison pens are scripted beliefs that are responsible for the poor outcomes in your life.
The Bribe. Sunday, November 16th, 2008, 2:10 p.m. 6 days later. Jeff boarded the train 4 more times that week. Each day's commute further deadened his soul. He didn't read the newspaper or People Watch. He slept. On Friday's commute, he fell asleep and dreamt he was 18 again after high school graduation. It was the happiest summer of Jeff's life, before college, expectations, and responsibilities. That summer, he played tenor saxophone in a jazz trio at a local wine bar. The invite was for 1 weekend only, but after playing to sticky crowds with big wine appetites, the bar asked them to play all summer. Still, Jeff's parents were adamant that he attend college for business, or as Jeff's dad would say, where the money is. Despite having a talent for music and storytelling, Jeff agreed. Seth, Jeff's older brother, passed on college when his drug habit stole the opportunity. Jeff's parents insisted their kids go to college and do better than either of them. His father was a framing carpenter nearing retirement, not because it was time to quit, but because his aching back could no longer do the work. His mom worked as a retail manager at Dillard's, code for overworked and underpaid. With an income at the poverty line, Jeff's parents had easy access to federal grants and student loans. This shifted the costly burden of college to Jeff, and then to Casey, his younger sister, who would attend 2 years later. When the passenger next to him nudged him in his ribs, Jeff woke up docked at Union Station. After collecting himself back into reality, it was as if he had blinked and 10 years had disappeared, just like his hopes for a life worth living. At home on Sunday afternoon, Jeff sat stooled at the kitchen island and stared aimlessly at a television commercial. After watching the Bears get slaughtered 37-3 by the Green Bay Packers, he felt the tension start to grind its way up into his chest. His sporting distraction was over, and only reality remained. He hated Sunday night, as he felt like a Scottish Jacobite waiting to be hung by a redcoat. At least those Scotsmen had their agony end. For him, he felt a perpetual noose around his neck, hung every Monday, loosened Friday, retightened Sunday night, rinse, repeat. He looked around and felt ashamed. First world problems, he thought. By all measures, he and his wife were successful. They had a beautiful home, nice cars, a refrigerator filled with food, and good-paying jobs. He even had Bears tickets for their next home game. But deep down, he knew the truth. His soul whispered in moments of quiet reflection, during a hot shower or alone in his car. If the last 5 years foretold the next 50, he was going to die a bitter, regretful old man. After 3 different jobs since graduating college, it was clear his career might as well have been a job on an assembly line during the Industrial Revolution. Except he didn't assemble parts or pull levers. He moved numbers and audited inventory manifests. Heck, he didn't even believe in the drugs his company manufactured. He felt like an infantryman who would die on the front line waging a war he didn't believe in. There has to be more to life than filing reports and waiting for a weekend football game, he thought. And now he was about to become a parent. He worried for his unborn child who, if things didn't change, would have a walking corpse for a father. With his marriage taking on water, Jeff knew it was time to confront his wife about his feelings. His wife was heating a plate of beans and rice at the microwave. She was in her off-day pajamas, a shabby pink flannel ensemble with smiling lambs for polka dots. Jeff thought his wife's PJs were cute when he first saw them years ago, but now it was homely and unappealing as an unflushed toilet at O'Hare Airport. While normal wives liked dogs and dolphins, his wife had a thing for lambs. They were like her talisman, and she would adorn her world with them, from necklaces to shirts to hairpins. The 100 or so lambs screen-printed on her tattered PJs were so faded that they now resembled dirty snowballs. After some idle chat about hospital gossip, Jeff spoke about his morning battle with his alarm. 11 damn minutes! Jeff shouted over the buzz of the microwave as he sat on the kitchen stool. As Sam waited, Jeff continued. I sincerely would have sold my soul to stay in bed. Not sure how much more I can take doing what I do, or this job. The microwave dinged off. He continued. And riding that damn train every morning into the city. Did you know that on Friday I fell asleep and the guy next to me had to wake me up? He didn't let Sam answer and picked up a pile of envelopes stuffed in the kitchen's organizer. He filed through them and sneered. Mortgage, electric bill, water bill, car insurance, property taxes. It never fucking ends. We're like rats on a treadmill. Sam chuckled. You're having a midlife crisis at 27? I'm serious, Sam. We should talk. She put her plate of beans down and wiped her hands on a dish towel. Her crystal blue eyes narrowed as she leaned her tall and slender frame against the granite counter. Uh-oh, she remarked, crossing her arms. Not a good sign, Jeff thought. She quipped, Is this about Carolyn? Jeff's boss was a dead fish he likened to Nurse Ratched of accounting. It's about everything. My job, my boss, your job, our life, becoming parents. He paused and clenched his jaw. And our finances are a shit show. We owe so much money and it's never going away. We both hate our jobs and I never see you and... His voice trailed off. Sam sat next to him now, eyes peaked. And? She asked, fidgeting her fingers on her arms. He hesitated for a few seconds but couldn't contain the feeling. And our marriage sucks, he said bluntly. Jeff's candid assertiveness was double-edged. Sam admired that he took charge and spoke his mind, but it often got him into trouble. In 3rd grade, an unspoken social mores discussion went south when his civics teacher called on Jeff for an example. He blurted, "Like how you look like Miss Piggy?" He was suspended for 1 day. Sam would always tease him about having no filter. When Sam heard that sucks was her husband's opinion of their marriage, she winced. But she feared to admit that it did suck, and it haunted her thoughts when life wasn't offering a distraction. Jeff carried on. It's almost Thanksgiving, and we've had sex twice this year, and you haven't called me Rai Rai in 2 years. Rai Rai was the nickname Sam had given her husband in college because he reminded her of Ryan Reynolds, except with flowing locks of hair and 4 inches taller. Rai Rai was an endearment that Sam would quip throughout their dating history and early in their marriage. Whenever Sam voiced his nickname, it was code for friskiness, the kind of friskiness that usually ended up with clothes on the floor. Sam's eyes teared as she silently held Jeff's gaze. He knew mentioning Rai Rai would stir her heart because it represented a time when they were in love. Not that she needed much help in the tears department. She was the penultimate easy crier. Jeff once smashed a grasshopper who insisted on chirping during his Cubs game. When the guts splattered, Sam cried bloody murder for an hour. After she wiped her tears and gathered herself, she spoke plainly. We had sex after Scott's New Year's party. Scott was Jeff's coworker and sports buddy, a walking encyclopedia of all stuff baseball. If you'd asked Scott about the starting lineup for any random World Series champion, he'd tell you, right down to the year, game, and inning. Jeff continued his interrogation. And after that, you know where? Sam glanced at her pregnancy bump, but said nothing, wiping another emerging tear with her sleeve. Yes, exactly. The Ritz-Carlton, That little staycation we went on. It was the last time we had any fun, and I'm not just talking about getting naked." She sniffled and tried to compose herself, bitter that her husband seemed to be more interested in naked time than their marriage. She remarked sarcastically, "Tell you what, let's name the baby Ritz or Carlton. That way you won't forget such a rare sexual escapade." Jeff chewed on her words for a minute, then jested, "Well, it's a good thing we didn't stay at Motel 6. His humor always made Sam smile. They stared hard at each other as if engaged in a mental tug-of-war, but her seriousness drained away as Jeff tried to restrain a weak smile. When he sensed the calm in the storm, he placed his hands on her knees. He said, "Look, I understand we don't see each other a lot, so that's partly to blame. But we've got to do better. When the baby's born, things are going to get tougher. We have to work on our marriage. Do you want your daughter to have the kind of childhood you had?" Born in a small town outside of Twin Falls, Idaho, Sam's childhood was a mystery she rarely discussed, but Jeff knew it was bad. When he tried to crack that shell of Sam's past, which was often, she'd deny him of any details, other than that she claimed her parents were heartless religious nuts. When Sam refused to go to her father's funeral when they were in college, Jeff just assumed his wife's trauma was child neglect. The mystery deepened when Sam's newly widowed mother didn't show at their wedding. "Revenge because I blew off my dead father," is how Sam explained her absence. Sam's side of the wedding party featured no family, but 3 cousins and an aunt and uncle. About 24 of her sorority sisters filled the void and spared them the awkwardness. Their marriage, which was consummated 3 years ago in San Diego at the Coronado, was a blast as the party lasted well past midnight. Unfortunately, with no support from the bride's family, to this day, part of the $30,000 wedding tab still festers on their credit cards. Sam tried to remain stoic after her husband mentioned her childhood, but her nose twitched and her eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Not allowing her to answer, Jeff continued, "Neither of us would have gotten married if we knew this was how it was going to be." After another moment, Sam finally broke her silence and conceded, "I know things aren't good, but I don't want it to stress the pregnancy. I figured we could address it after the baby is born." "I don't see this conversation getting any easier after we become parents," Jeff said dimly. "We should address this now." Sam sighed. "It's hard to be happy when we rarely see each other, and when we do, we're both spent." She paused and rubbed her forehead. Continuing, she said, "After we graduated, we took road trips on your Harley, we played softball, we went to jazz clubs, and we had date night every Saturday." She paused, reflecting. Then, "You used to serenade me with sultry sax before every date, remember?" Jeff answered, "Yes." "And then the student loans came due, and then the mortgage, and then your overnight shift began." He huffed angrily and added, "And then we stopped eating out when you went on your vegan diet." Sam sighed and shook her head in disgust. She corrected, "Again, Jeff, for the nth time, it's not a diet, it's a lifestyle." She twisted in her chair and looked away from him, her voice dry. "You knew I was vegetarian when I met you, and before you married me. I don't want to hear it." Jeff snapped, "But now you're vegan, not vegetarian." He loved his pizza, the meat lovers special at Lou Malnati's specifically. When Sam graduated from vegetarian to vegan, their regular pizza visits ended. Ever since, Jeff had grudged her decision even though he was free to eat whatever he wanted. Sam ignored his factual retort. Tartly, she stated, "Well, food is a lot cheaper without us going to the steakhouse every week, isn't it?" She didn't let him answer. "We should start being mindful about money moving forward if we're going to be responsible parents." She glared, her wide-set eyes narrowing. "And I don't want to work in a hospital for the rest of my life." Jeff crossed his arms. "And what about college for the baby? How much do you think that's going to cost in 18 years? He huffed hard. "Our lives seem to be nothing more than an insufferable amount of work that'll never end." Sam feigned a half smile, but Jeff knew how to read her. Whenever she sucked in her cheeks as if she was smoking a cigar, it was a concession that Jeff was right. She said flatly, "This is our life, and we need to make the most of it. Be happy, in a few months we'll have a daughter and everything will change." "Actually, it won't," he snuffed. "It'll just be more of the same. More work, more bills, and more stress." She placed her palm on his wrist and nodded at her belly. "Someday after your daughter is born, we can take some chances." She paused and raised her head to think. "Tell you what, why don't we go to Vegas at the end of the month? One last hurrah before we clamp down. We can go for a weekend to relax and recharge." She winked and threw him a coy smile. "We can grab you a meaty pizza and I'll even let you place a few bets on the Bears game." "You'll let me?" Disbelief filled his voice. "Since when do I need permission to manage our money?" She crooked an eyebrow and looked at him pointedly. She motioned to her belly again. Jeff understood and tried to think about Las Vegas. He needed an exciting weekend. Gambling, fine dining, betting on NFL games. His brain instinctively lapped up the idea and issued a comforting smile to his face. His wife smiled back and stood up, walking away. "Great," she said. "I'll book it next week." Jeff remained in his seat quietly, but his stomach groaned in pain, not because he was hungry, nor because his wife had an authoritarian streak likened to Stalin, but because he knew he was pliant to the bribe. Little did he know, a new type of pain awaited in the new year.
The comfortable pain principle. Mediocre comfort is a silent disease that poisons dreams. In my early 20s, I bought a sports car I couldn't afford, a black Mitsubishi 3000 GT. At the time, I had a job that paid more than I had ever earned before. I was so proud of myself, not realizing I was being a dumbass. Instead of saving my paycheck or investing it in my business ideas, I spent it on a car which, incidentally, I parked on my mom's driveway. I wanted to fake outer success while my inner battle was one blizzard away from suicide. The gambit failed miserably. The car sacked me with debt and hindered my choices, but worse, it made me comfortable in my pain. The illusion of fake success marred my motivation to work for real success. Give a man a tolerable job that pays just enough to provide mediocre comfort, and I'll show you a man who won't change a damn thing. New words might appear in his head, but those words won't write a new story. Make no mistake, if you're moderately comfortable in your pain, you're feeding the beast that is mediocrity, and that beast slowly suffocates your dream. Your willingness to turn off the TV, switch jobs, take risks, or do whatever is necessary dissipates. When dreams can be faked in a 6-minute event, or in my case, however long it took to sign the auto loan, my desire to actually work for the real thing evaporated. Mediocre comfort, just enough to lull you into complacency, is designed to cement you into the same rut week after week, year after year. The regular paycheck and its buying bribes, the college basketball games, the 4 days in Las Vegas, and the bet on the Chicago Bears. All of it keeps you at the same desk, with the same pen, the same words, and the same plot. In the end, time passes, but the story remains the same. This scheme, orchestrated nearly a century ago, is how our slavery is sealed and our dream bribed away. In 1926, in an interview published by World's Work magazine, industrial titan Henry Ford admitted why he reduced his workers' labor load from 6 days and 48 hours to 5 days and 40 hours, all while keeping the pay the same. He said, "It is the influence of leisure on consumption which makes the 5-day work week so necessary. The people who consume the bulk of goods are the people who make them. That is a fact we must never forget. That is the secret of our prosperity." He continued on, "The people with a 5-day work week will consume more goods than people with a 6-day week. People who have more leisure will have more clothes. They must have a greater variety of food. They must have more transportation facilities. They naturally must have more service of various kinds. This increased consumption will require greater production than we now have. Instead of business being slowed up because people are off work, it will be speeded up. This will lead to more work, and this to more profits." A 6-day work week makes our slavery and its discomfort too obvious, so we're gifted an extra day of comfort and consumption to engorge our complacency. Truth is, the modern 5-day, 40-hour work week is a scheme that would make the devil smile. Shrouded in busyness, the presumptive work week keeps you moderately sheltered, diabetically fed, and addictively entertained, just enough to keep you obediently passive and ignorant to this system. And as long as we're comfortable in our busyness, our weekend bribe and its distraction continues while change becomes nothing more than a dead dream and an empty political slogan. Suddenly, Instagram likes from strangers are more important than the only like that matters, a like from you. Another fact. Most people will never escape mediocrity and its economic cult unless it triggers an FTE or a fuck this event. A fuck this event is a traumatic incident that usually takes you over the edge. It is the ultimate disruptor of comfort, a pejorative punch-the-wall episode, usually accompanied by such phrases as fuck this or I can't live like this anymore. My FTE slapped me upside the head when I silently endured a blizzard on the side of the road. Your FTE could come from an airport bench, your new plastic bed for the evening, as you're stranded by weather thousands of miles from home, a revelation that once again your child lacks a father and your wife lacks a husband. Other times your FTE is shared by many like a worldwide pandemic that causes you to lose your job, your savings, and your sanity. If mediocrity feeds on comfort through a feeding tube, the FTE rips it out. It sears your brain with a new reality. The pain of the status quo and comfort's diminishing medicinal effect finally exceeds the anticipated pain of its escape. Congratulations, the first step in escaping a soul-suffocating religion is to realize you're in one. Key concepts. A person who lives in moderate comfort will rarely find the motivation to fight the status quo. Comfort fuels mediocrity in a life mired in mundanity. The modern 5-day workweek is a scripted tool for obedience and complacency. A, quote, fuck this event, unquote, FTE, is a traumatic event where the pain of the status quo is perceived to be worse than the pain of escaping it. The someday principle. Regard someday as a liar who really means never. A few months ago, I attended a funeral for a family member who by most measures died too young. If you ever want some urgent life perspective, spend some time in a cemetery. As I walked around the cemetery examining the headstones of the dead, many of whom who also died young, I was struck with an incredible sense of regret. Not for myself, but for the lost souls who didn't live the life they dreamed. Dreams which most likely died in the world of someday. Someday I'll do this, someday I'll do that, someday after the pregnancy, someday when the debts are gone, someday. And yet, someday never came. Someday needs to be removed from your vocabulary. It is a distant sunrise in the theater of your mind, an excuse for inaction, a mental bribe to dismiss today for an unknown future that never arrives. The problem with someday is it's a liar. Like a mathematical fractal, someday is a reiterative, recursive function that continues infinitely. When one precondition is resolved, another appears. And as old preconditions are met, new ones arrive, and someday remains. I'm waiting for the new year. I'm waiting to finish school. I'm waiting for the wife to get a new job. I'm waiting for a better job. I'm waiting for a promotion. I'm waiting for the kids to be older. I'm waiting for the pandemic to be over. I'm waiting for a new president to be in office. I'm waiting for the economy to get better. I'm waiting until I fix the hot water heater. I'm waiting until after my vacation. I'm waiting to retire. The common thread is always the same. I'm waiting. Someday is a bribe to pacify your soul into believing a future possibility. And it's a big fat lie that's birthed in Latersville and dies in Neversville. Stop trusting someday, because your tomorrow knows it's a liar. The someday principle regards someday as never. The timing will never be perfect. Someday must be today. Now. 7 todays is a week and 365 make a year. Fail to transform someday into today and expect a new excuse. Well, I'm just too old to start. The next thing you know, there's a funeral, and you end up dead in a cemetery, your dreams buried with you. Key concepts. Someday is a lie, code for never. Someday is an excuse for inaction, a mental bribe to dismiss today for a tomorrow that never comes. Someday is like betting on a fractal to end. Someday must become today.
The Honey Pot. Sunday, September 26th, 2010, 5:31 p.m. 2 years later. Samantha would never book that trip to Las Vegas. Just days after Jeff spoke to his wife about their marriage and their lives, the stock market crashed. Then a few weeks later, the market crashed again. Neither had investments, but by the time the smoke cleared, Jeff had lost his job. With no emergency savings and Sam's paycheck their only income, they triaged their bills. First, they defaulted on their cars. When it was over, the 3 Series Beamer and the Navigator were replaced by a Civic and a Corolla. Worse, the Corolla was a stinking cigarette beater owned by Seth, Jeff's older brother, who loved Newport 100s more than life itself. Not that Seth didn't drive, but he was doing 10 months in Cook County Jail for armed robbery after trying to steal 10 cartons of said cigarettes from a 7-Eleven. Don't ask. Of course, while the markets were free-falling, the financial pundits pleaded, "Don't panic," and "Don't sell at the bottom." But for Jeff and his wife, they had no choice. Sam had a recession-proof job as a nurse, but she was also pregnant. After giving birth to their daughter, Madison, Sam used all her maternity leave as well as her vacation days. Because the recession lasted nearly 2 years, her job alone wasn't enough to keep the creditors away. To survive Jeff's unemployment and the recession's masterful haircut of housing prices, they dug into what little they saved in their 401ks. When the recovery slunk in, it was too late. They would lose their home to foreclosure. The 401ks, gone. All signs of affluence, gone. Forced to downsize, they rented a 2-bedroom townhome in Palatine, which Jeff considered sacrilege. Their landlord was Dave Bliss, Sam's old college boyfriend. Jeff insisted Dave still had eyes for his leggy wife, who, after a MAC makeup hour, could stunt for Cameron Diaz. And because Bella was built like a horse and ate like one, they struggled to find a rental that would allow large dogs. In Sam's words, Dave owed me a courtesy. When Jeff questioned the details of Dave's mysterious courtesy, a crossfire erupted. After a few minutes, Sam finally waved off Jeff's insecurities. Nonplussed, she said, "I'm sorry, Jeff, but I told him we had a foreclosure. I told him you lost your job. I told him no one will rent to us because of our Bella. I told him our sob story and he was sympathetic. And because we're still cordial on Facebook, he did me a favor." Jeff deadpanned, "Well, I hope that's the only thing he did." To make matters worse, their 2-story townhouse was, in Jeff's words, a shithole. A big downgrade from the house they'd just lost. The main living area was on the 2nd floor and only accessible by a long, narrow staircase abutted with a downstairs garage. The floors were a grimy mustard linoleum, and the kitchen cabinetry was a flaky matte white made of pressed board, the kind you'd find in a mid-century asylum. Worse, the townhouse overlooked Northwest Highway, one of the busier roads in Palatine. Quiet was scarce, swallowed by emergency sirens, growling traffic, and Harleys with dual pipes. Still, Sam didn't complain. Her childhood home in Twin Falls was a double-wide trailer on 60 acres that looked more like a junkyard than a farm. For her, a 1,400-square-foot townhome was still an upgrade. As long as she had a gas stove to feed her culinary hobbies, she was good. Now parents of a 2-year-old daughter, Jeff, 29, and his wife, 28, found themselves in a position worse than before. The recession quickly stifled the marital conversation they'd had before the birth of their daughter. Instead of trying to improve their marriage, they were now working to survive it. The recession ushered in a new normal of mundanity, but it also cracked their egg of ignorance. Their daughter's birth fried it. They had another human to care for, feed, nurture, and educate. When their daughter turned 18, college tuition would be in the 6-figure realm. Life couldn't remain business as usual. Something had to change. Once they settled into their shithole townhouse, they agreed to seek guidance. Jeff tuned into CNBC frequently and listened to a variety of financial experts. They all parroted the same talking points, despite reports of many investors losing their life savings and their jobs. The central theme seemed to be a combination of disciplined saving, frugal living, and patience. As Jeff sat and watched another financial sermon from his bed, his blood pressure rose and his head throbbed. The last straw was when a Wall Street money manager who just happened to manage $600 million in assets pleaded for everyone to invest more, followed by be patient. He flipped the TV off and slammed the remote control against the nightstand. He turned angrily to his wife, whose back was to him while she rifled through the dresser. These fuckers. It's easy to sell patience from a yacht when those buying it are the ones stuck on the Titanic. Sam glanced up and looked at him in the mirrored reflection. "We can talk about it after dinner," she said, shoving the drawer closed. After Jeff washed the dishes and Sam put Madison to sleep, they met at the kitchen table. Sam sighed and gazed at the ceiling, eyeballing a small spider web dangling from the corner. Or maybe it was dust. She wondered if there was a spider to catch and toss outside, as Jeff didn't share her benevolence for saving anything that crawled. With Jeff's new job starting tomorrow, it was time he stopped playing Mr. Mom. The status quo for the last 2 years was a treading water story. She supported the family and credit cards bridged the gap. Meanwhile, Jeff changed diapers and pushed resumes anywhere they could be pushed. They both knew the recession had exposed them, and they wanted a new plan with a new direction. It was time to make some decisions. After an uncomfortable silence, Sam opened. "Going forward," she said, flicking a pencil, "we've got to save every penny." She nodded to her husband's old iPhone. "No more upgrading things we don't really need. No more eating out. We won't buy a new car until we need to. HBO and your MLB season pass. Sorry, that'll have to go too." Neutered by a stretch of financial struggles and a wife who carried the load since shit hit the fan, he protested weakly. "Wait a sec, you were actually listening to those CNBC fools? Is that where this is coming from?" She replied, "Partly. I've been listening to a radio show every morning on the way to work. This guy named Dave. He says we need to have an emergency fund. And if we pay off all our debts and start saving at least $100 a month, he says we'll have millions by the time we're 65. Millions!" Jeff barked, his eyes pried wide. 65? I'm struggling to get to 30. Sam rambled on. "So after listening to a few shows, I read his website, and then I found other websites that said similar things." She paused and looked at Jeff pointedly. "Did you know if you stopped going to Starbucks and we saved that money, we'd have thousands of dollars in 40 years? And all that money you waste going to Cubs games, how much will that be worth years from now?" Jeff gestured to Bella, sleeping near their feet. Snippy, he exclaimed, "How wonderful, Samantha. Why don't we just dump Bella off at the pound? You know how much money we can save on dog food?" His face tensed as he bit his lips, giving his wife a hard stare. Whenever Jeff called her Samantha, she knew he wanted her attention. She dismissed him and continued. "Anyway, here's how it works. We're going to pay off all our debts and save everything we can. Then we invest it. Something called an indexed fund. Starting now, Jeff." She lifted a finger in the air. "Every dime must be accounted for." She paused and flicked him on the wrist with the same finger. "Accounting, Jeff, you're the numbers guy." She smiled pleadingly. "We can do this." Bella looked up from her nap, hoping Sam's exuberance signaled a forthcoming cookie. Jeff sized her up. "Says who? Do I have any say in this? Why are you suddenly going feminazi on me and dictating our finances? I like my pizza and my Cubs game." Then he yelled, "And my coffee!" He flashed her a look of contempt. "Oops." Sam took a deliberate slow-motion sip of her coffee. Time for Plan B. "Jeff," she stated measuredly, "we tried it your way for the first 5 years of our marriage. What did that get us? A pile of debt. I'm stuck doing graveyard at the hospital and you lose your damn job. I've supported us for the last 2 years, so now we're going to do it my way. We haven't even paid off our wedding yet." Jeff's voice now boomed. "You wanted that wedding!" He mimicked the memory of his wife's plea in sing-song. "Oh, Jeff, wouldn't it be great if we can get married at Coronado? And then it just blew up into some big party you could throw with your sorority sisters." He shook his head, disgusted. Sam nervously repositioned herself in the chair and lowered her voice, trying to appear reasonable. "Look, we're both culpable for our situation. I admit that. When you gave me my Louis Vuitton purse for my birthday, I loved you for it, and I didn't complain. When you surprised me with a big SUV, I didn't object. I was good with it because you knew I was tired of rolling around in junk cars my whole life." "Oh?" Jeff says, surprised. "The Grand Am or the Accord?" "Both." She paused. "If we're going to provide for our family," she gestured to the closed bedroom door, "which is now 3 people, we have to start being smart about the future, from our retirement to Madison's college. This is how everyone says it's done." Jeff clenched his jaw. "Everyone?" He scoffed hard and slammed his hand on the table. "What the fuck do they know? Everyone is in the same shitty situation."
The economic religion principle. The rat race is the world's economic religion, and culture is its church. In 2020, a viral video surfaced of a young man receiving his first paycheck. As he tore open the envelope, his wide-eyed smile and joyful gaiety were replaced by a frown. He expected the entirety of his earnings and was utterly disappointed when he discovered that taxes took a big chunk of it. In his angry words, "They finessed me." Like this youngster, you too were finessed to partake in this insanity, the world's economic religion, or what's commonly called the rat race. And the script is its gospel, and media and culture are its church. Behold the economic religion principle. The rat race is a life theology where your participation is conscripted and then expected. At birth, you inherited this religion from your parents. With your first breath, you were immediately stamped with a barcode, a social security number. From then on, it was presumed that you will willfully partake in the rat race paradigm as one of two players. Number 1, the shopping rat. Someone who is promised happiness, respect, and fulfillment as a function of conspicuous consumption, i.e. Neiman Marcus over Walmart, Mercedes over Honda. Or 2, the savings rat. Someone who believes that saving $100 a month from her job while penny pinching will make her rich, provided she patiently invests it in a Wall Street-sponsored index fund for many decades. The shopping rat enjoys his cheese every weekend. He scurries around the rat race seeking to improve his cheese and as fast as possible. Meanwhile, the Wall Street savings rat minimizes his cheese consumption. He doesn't spend his money on rat race bread and circuses. No, he invests his money in corporations who provide the bread and circuses. It's completely diabolical. No matter which role you play, you're groomed for one purpose: free-range economic slavery. Unbeknownst to most, we're wards of the state. Yes, property. Collateralized by our labor, debt, and consumption. We're owned by our respective country. While this fact sounds like a radical conspiracy theory, it isn't. Try leaving your fatherland without a visa or a passport. Try buying food or gas without paying the sales tax. Don't renew your driver's license, or worse, stop paying your property taxes, and see what you really own. You are biological chattel, securitized by a lifetime of taxation. Free? No, barcoded and enslaved. In return for our compliance, culture has made rotten cheese seem palatable. If you play the game as a shopping rat, your cheese is Friday night, Saturday, and a dreadful Sunday that fears Monday. If you're a savings rat, your rotten cheese is an elderly retirement promised decades later. Regardless of the role played, your indoctrination began young. Consecrated by our parents who are devout believers, we're told to follow rules and listen to authority. Advancement of the agreement is then reinforced by an inescapable, omnipotent church. From education to media, entertainment, and government, the dogma is the same. Success comes from a good education at a good college, followed by a good job and a good house in a good neighborhood, eclipsing with a good investment portfolio grown over a good 40 years. Despite all those, quote, goods, nowhere in this implied social contract is freedom and soulful happiness. Of course, none of this happens with your knowledge, much less your consent. The best way to keep slaves obedient is to make sure they don't know they're slaves. As with all religious dogma, deviation has consequences. Just ask any teenager who forgoes college and wants to learn how to install HVAC systems, fix cars, or unclog toilets. Ask any college graduate who doesn't interview for a job and instead starts a business. Altogether, this cultural superstructure is the most potent deception ever foisted on humanity, an economic cult known as the rat race. Here is the script behind the script, the gospel that powers the scheme. 1. S, or schooling. 2. C, consumerism. 3. R, responsibility. 4. I, ignorance. 5. P, promises. 6. T, taxation. S, schooling. It's no mistake you are schooled Monday through Friday for 18 years just so you can work Monday through Friday for the next 50. All levels of education, from elementary to university, normalizes you into the Monday through Friday work scheme. Formal schooling tells us that intelligence is correlated to rote memory and repetition, and that such behavior is rewardable. School tells us that truth comes from authority. School teaches us to be an obedient rat in the system, a good employee in the hive-minded, media-fed citizenry. With critical thinking abandoned, we've become smart enough to do the work, but not smart enough to question those who tell us how to work. For example, every so often I get stuck listening to financial talk radio. On one particular show, a caller complained that he and his wife owed nearly $1 million in college loans and credit card debt. And yet both of them had advanced degrees that cost them nearly $300,000. So over $250,000 spent in, quote, schooling, and they're about as advanced in managing money as a chimpanzee. Scored 2 more rats for the script. C, consumerism. As a child, we're taught to associate happiness with toys, dolls, Lego sets, Tonka trucks. As a teen, this association grows, as do the prices. Xboxes, electric guitars, bicycles. By the time we hit adulthood, this association continues, except now the toys require financing. Entertainment systems, cars, boats, houses. As they say, insanity is financing a house for 30 years so you can only enjoy it on the weekend because you're too busy paying for it. While your home might be lovely, its 3-decade mortgage isn't just a lien on the property, it's a lien on your labor, not to mention the lifetime lien from the state, commonly known as a property tax. R. Responsibility and survival. The more responsibility undertaken, mortgages, student loans, car payments, children, the stronger the script becomes. Existence, such as food, housing, healthcare, baby shoes, is damn expensive. Deviously, the script snags you young. With 6 figures in student loans and a crappy job that can't move the needle, what better way to imprison yourself? The yoke of responsibility is the script's MVP because it forces labor and consumption. In America, a college degree can now cost 6 figures or more. The cost of raising a child can eclipse $250,000. Weddings now can cost an upwards of $50,000. Worse, you can't get sick. Your health insurance is about as useful as a chain-link fence is at stopping mosquitoes. Oh, the joy of paying $700 for an ibuprofen pill just because the hospital dispensed it. Few escape this cruel joke and its avalanche of debt. It strips you of choice, putting a scripted pen in charge. The work, pay bills, die scheme is now operative. You're forced into labor, or you live in a trailer, or in today's culture, you live with your parents. I. Ignorance. Ever wonder why no school or university taught you how to win your freedom? How to get rich? How to build a legacy while tapping into happiness and soulful fulfillment? How to think outside the box created by our thought policers? Ever notice most information on wealth involves jobs, saving, and stock market patience? Why is the only version of financial freedom sanctioned by the script the save and invest narrative? Ignorance is a scripted goal. Authority pushes it, and then consensus seals the deal. In 1961, the Milgram experiment revealed a troubling truth. When given orders by an authority figure, the average person will follow them, without question, even when those orders are harmful, even fatal, to innocent participants. Obedience to authority starts with our parents and is enforced during schooling. As long as the authority is recognized as legal and legitimate, people will obey. And there is no shortage of scripted apostles preaching the gospel of the rat race. Yahoo Finance, MarketWatch, CNBC, Forbes, Reddit, and a multitude of rat race-approved books from best-selling authors. When the crowd says, quote, "This is how it's done," then it must be the truth. Omission of the truth by authority leads to consensus. P. Promises. The script survives on lofty and often distant promises. The promise that 6-figure degree you just earned will score you the job of your choosing. The promise of lofty stock market returns, a vibrant economy, low inflation, and a growing job market. The promise that if you buy this car or that tech gadget, you will be happy. And the dazzling promise that tops them all. Invest all your savings with Wall Street, funding companies that support the script, for 30, 40, or 50 years, and then one distant day, you'll retire rich and win your freedom. Meanwhile, that central bank just printed another $3 trillion in fiat money. Your alma mater just signed a new football coach for $20 million. And that hedge fund billionaire, he wrote another book on how indexed funds is the greatest invention since electricity. T. Taxation. The rat race's primary purpose, taxation and the confiscation of your labor, your risks, and your consumption. When you get your paycheck, you're taxed, payroll tax. When you buy food and life's necessities, you're taxed, sales tax. When you take an investment risk that pays off, you're taxed, capital gains tax, but get no benefit when they don't. When you buy a home, you're taxed indefinitely, the property tax. When the Federal Reserve prints more funny money, you're taxed, inflation. And finally, death. Up to half of whatever pittance remains after all these insane taxes is taxed again, inheritance tax. If confiscating 100% of your economic output makes slavery, at what point does it stop being slavery? 80%? 50%? 39.6%? No matter the number, we've become human collateral to keep the sovereign debt printers churning. Once the script snags you into its web and the walls of the rat race grow taller, mediocre comforts bribe you with its Pavlovian rewards. An addictive HBO series, a sporting event, a financed Audi that impresses the impressionable. Life slowly deteriorates from our childhood objective, happiness maximization, to nearly every adult's reality, misery minimization. Truth. Your lifetime role has been scripted for an uninspiring, tax-paying performance, compliments of a Machiavellian system engineered for debt and dependence, not dreams. Niccolo Machiavelli would be impressed. Once you understand the religion and its priestly operatives, you can plot an escape. Key concepts. Regard the rat race like an economic religion, a cult of unwitting participants. You participate in the rat race in one of two roles, a shopping rat or a savings rat. A shopping rat is a slave to consumption of goods and media. A savings rat is a slave to his savings and portfolio. When a shopping rat questions the rat race, culture promotes the other rat race role, a savings rat. The script, or rat race dogma, has 6 components: S, schooling; C, consumption; R, responsibility; I, ignorance; P, promises; and T, taxation. The honeypot principle. Living patiently poor to die foolishly rich is patently stupid. When driving into my neighborhood, there's a sign you wouldn't expect to see in a subdivision filled with 7-figure homes. It reads, "Warning, bait cars may be present." If you're not familiar with computer terminology, a honeypot is a security measure designed to reflect and counteract unauthorized access to computer systems. The police also deploy honeypots in the form of sting operations, or in my case, parking bait cars in areas where thieves may troll for opportunity. In effect, the honeypot principle is a scheme that tempts divergent behavior, but it is still part of the system. The rat race is equally clever and has its own honeypot. Its default orthodoxy is consumption, unconstrained materialism with the illusion that such consumption will make you hotter, healthier, and happier. Work, buy, pay taxes, repeat. But if you're smart enough to expose that scam and attempt divergent behavior, the script ushers you into its fail-safe honeypot, becoming a fanatical savings rat who will invest every dime into the stock market. Open any best-selling finance book, a financial website, or a money magazine. Honeypot dogma is everywhere. If you save 10% of your paycheck every month and invest it into the stock market, it will be worth millions in 50 years. You can retire rich. If you stop drinking Starbucks and invest your savings in an indexed fund, you'll have 6 figures by the time you're 65. Behind the honeypot scheme is another rat race conspirator, compound interest, or what I call the slow lane. The slow lane is the financial plan of optimizing mediocrity, a stale creed that if you live poorly today, depriving yourself of daily lattes, new cars, nice restaurants, and regular vacations, you can live richly later. Then such magical futures are backed by magical charts, which undoubtedly show your financial empire magically ascending into the stratosphere after 4 or 5 magical decades. Great in theory, but not so much in application. Fact is, the capital markets were never designed to make you rich. According to Investopedia, a capital market is, quote, a medium to channel savings and investment between suppliers of capital, such as retail and institutional investors, and users of capital, like businesses, government, and individuals. Notice the definition says nothing about getting rich as the financial zealots promise. Simply put, compound interest is a dormant mathematical calculation with little to no impact on small numbers. The only thing that weaponizes compound interest is a large number, and people stuck in the rat race have no access to large numbers. Consider the following chart, which shows the compound interest payday for various lump sum investments at a 5% yield. $500, $2.08 per month. $5,000, $20.83 per month. $50,000, $208.33. $500,000, $2,083.33. $5 million, $20,833.33. 5% interest on $5 million is a decent chunk of change. Problem is, most rat racers will never get there, and those who do will need 40 or 50 years. You're not going to escape the rat race turning nickels into dimes while waiting for a geriatric ward. For compound interest truly to invoke its power, you'll need millions, and you'll need it fast. To make matters worse, pushing the slow lane honeypot as a career is terribly lucrative. For example, I once came across a video from Forbes, a magazine featuring entrepreneurs and self-made business hotshots. The video, aptly titled, quote, "How to Get Rich," pushed the save for 50 years narrative. After watching the video, I could only chuckle at the unspoken hypocrisy that escapes critique. So I did a little research into the Forbes cover models. You know how many Forbes millionaires and billionaires actually followed this advice as recommended in the video? None. Subtract the entrepreneurs, the inheritors, the sports and entertainment titans, the corporate insiders, and those that serve the financial industry over investing in it, and you'll find exactly what I found. The stock market isn't making investors wealthy. It makes its sycophants wealthy. As expected, not one of the Forbes cover models got rich from the slow lane honeypot, but a massive basket of them got rich pushing the advice. Champagne hypocrites preach rat race constructs, jobs, stocks, frugality, patience, while they get rich with leveraged entrepreneurship, book sales, money management fees, seminars, financial products. For some reason, I don't think that money guru who lives in Fiji and has houses spread around the world is depriving himself of coffee, nice restaurants, and Swedish massages. In other words, stop drinking $5 coffee so we can buy our $5,000 champagne. Beware of champagne hypocrites, propagandists who get rich selling you a get-rich strategy that didn't make them rich. Sounds like a mouthful, I know, but if what your money guru sells and what your money guru does are two different things, you need a new guru. Unfortunately, the consumption and compound interest doctrines are symbiotic to the rat race regime, two sides of the same rigged coin. It's infallibly devious. Two doors, same slaughterhouse. No matter which side you play, you're being conned. Instead of consuming and shopping for happiness, you're saving and waiting for freedom. Adding to the irony, all your excess labor savings is invested into the stock market to help grow the companies facilitating the consumption paradigm. While compound interest is a powerful mathematical truth, I do have a finance degree. In the context of economic realities, it's the script's biggest lie. Not because the math doesn't work, it does, but because its application is never put into a realistic context. In effect, compound interest is the financial world's version of the Drake equation. It's dependent on variable savings rates, variable jobs, variable returns, variable market instruments, variable inflation, variable political and economic climates, and finally, variable life expectancy. True compound interest via market investments might build a portfolio over decades. But compound interest's evil twin, inflation, is also gnawing away at your real purchasing power. If you start saving at 25 in year 2021 and end with millions by your 65th birthday, year 2061, your millions won't be worth what it is today. $1 million today gets you a decent house. $1 million in 2061 might only snag a decent car. Second, compound interest assumes a lot of constants. Constant employment, constant health, constant saving, constant economic booms, and constant controlled inflation. With all those stars in unlikely alignment, you're better off rolling dice in Las Vegas. Reality has a way of killing dreams, and it kills compound interest calculations on that stupid index card. Empirically ask yourself this. If compound interest was so effective, where are all the 65-year-old multimillionaires? Why aren't at least half of the retired rich? Are your grandparents multimillionaires? According to a 2018 study by Northwestern Mutual, a third of baby boomers in retirement or approaching it have less than $25,000 saved, or worse, nothing. It begs the question, if 33% can barely scrape up and invest $25,000, how much do the other 66% have? According to 2019 data from the Federal Reserve Survey of Consumer Finances, A retiree in the 65 to 74 age range has a retirement account of a paltry $164,000. Where are all those millionaires? This data unmasks the scientist. Multimillionaire survivors of compound interest and its ridiculous demands on savings and frugality are probably less than 1%. And that 1% gets the front page of Yahoo Finance and MarketWatch. The truth is, Wall Street won't make you rich unless you work on Wall Street. Market operators are the scientists, and they're not in the business of funding your posh retirement. They're in the business of funding their posh Hampton estates, their yachts, and their Italian villas. Metaphorically, if the world's economic religion had a heaven, compound interest would be the sacrament. Its preacher, the financial industry and their media benefactors, collects the tithes. So when that radio host who is on 500 radio stations and lives in a mega $10 million mansion encourages you to scream on the phone because you haven't dined at a restaurant for 3 years, all in the name of being debt-free, ask yourself this: is this person financially free because that's precisely what he did? Or is he wealthy from selling books and preferred provider endorsements on a nationally syndicated radio TV show? In the same way a prison doesn't give their inmates instructions on how to escape, don't expect the rat race to advertise its escape. A financial guru likely lives a spectacular life, not because of their advice, but because they've sold it to enough fools who believe the lie. Don't consent to be imprisoned for the first 65 years of your life so you can enjoy the last 10. Hope, patience, and deprivation are not a financial plan. It's bondage. Key concepts. Compound interest, or the slow lane, is the idea that $1 saved today will be worth millions in the distant future. The spending and savings rat are symbiotic, two sides to the same rigged coin. Inflation, time, and many lofty assumptions neuters compound interest. Data supports that compound interest, when applied in real life with real-life circumstances, is grossly ineffective. The stock market isn't making investors wealthy, it makes its sycophants wealthy. Via mass marketing, champagne hypocrites get rich selling a get-rich strategy that didn't make them rich. In the same way a prison doesn't give its inmates directions for escape, the rat race doesn't either.
Death by 1,000 pennies. Saturday, September 26, 2015, 2 p.m. 5 years later. Jeff peered out the second-floor window, his back to the kitchen table, while his wife sat next to him. The sky was mostly overcast. One sunbeam tried to escape, but the gray cumulus quickly swallowed it. He glimpsed down to the backyard and watched his daughter Madison, now 7, playing fetch with Bella. He sipped his whiskey, his second of the day. It burned his throat, but he didn't care. Alcohol was his truth serum, and it pulled no punches today. As he watched Maddie, it struck him that he didn't recognize her. It seemed just months ago she was crawling. Now she was almost 5 feet tall and fast growing into his wife's mini-me. He was saddened that he had little memory of his daughter growing up. She was a spark for his spirit, the light that made his mundane day tolerable. But he didn't spend nearly enough time with her. His heart stung as he remembered that he and his wife had been promising Maddie a Disneyland trip for 3 years. After failing her again and again, Maddie just stopped asking. Jeff continued his forlorn gaze. Maddie's long blonde hair swirled in the wind as she won a tug-of-war with Bella. It reminded Jeff of riding on his Harley with Sam saddled behind him. Of course, that motorcycle had to be sold after the 2008 economic crash. And today, under Sam's oppressive savings and investment scheme, a motorbike was deemed a non-essential item. Worse, Sam had insisted that he sell his saxophone so they could pay off credit cards. He'd vetoed, but was overruled. His saxophone was his last refuge of sanity, and now it sat on sale in the window at Saul's Tire and Pawn. After a victorious tug with Bella, Madison threw the chew toy across the yard. Bella leisurely plodded after it. Even Bella had changed. She never used to lose a tug-of-war and could typically outpull a Ford F-150, and she could outrun a bullet. But something happened in the past 5 years, something Jeff couldn't quite explain. Bella went from spry to slog in a blink of an eye. It was like years of pages were added to his story, but the pages were blank, his memories sparse and vague. As the thought marinated in the whiskey, it occurred to him that sparse and vague embodied his life. Joy, love, thrill, passion, sparse. His marriage, his life's purpose, his relationship with his daughter, too vague. He turned from the window and faced his wife, who was swiping through her phone. They were still stuck in their shithole townhome. Jeff, now 34, and Samantha, 33, were 5 years into Sam's autocratic financial strategy, a strategy she'd insisted on and enforced while Jeff ambivalently obliged. He couldn't contain the resentment that suffused his face as he glared at his wife. Feeling Jeff's piercing eyes, Sam looked up from her phone. Drinking again? He mumbled something she couldn't hear. She managed a dismissive nod and returned to her phone. Jeff wondered why she continued the charade. He knew her better than she did. A lot had changed in 5 years, but nothing good. A faulty water heater stole Sam's regular hot meditative baths. A loud neighbor who played afternoon Call of Duty stole her peaceful sleep. And their hellacious work schedule stole what remained of their listless marriage. He knew she couldn't be happy, but she was hiding it. Or maybe it was denial. Jeff opened his journal flamboyantly, a journal he'd toted around for his entire life. Named Nev, after the actress Nev Campbell, whom he'd had a crush on in his teens. The notebook contained various confessions, doodles, calculations, and vision boards. A faded Chicago Cubs decal smudged the cover, its pages frayed and wrinkled. Sam glanced at him as he flicked his pen on one of the pages filled with numbers. He placidly reported, "Unless we hit the lottery or I start throwing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs for the Cubs, we're going to be working for the rest of our lives." Sam gave him a furtive look, ending her phone scroll. Jeff continued, clearing his throat. "I've done the numbers. Even if the stock market kept rising for another 10 years, we're still screwed." Typically dismissive of her husband's overly dramatic situational reports, Sam, for once, was listening. For the last 5 years, they'd done as all the pundits preached. They saved, they lived frugally, and they invested their excess savings in indexed funds. In exchange for their obedience, their life became increasingly mundane and dispirited. Their reward? An investment account that wasn't growing fast enough because they couldn't save fast enough. Jeff pointed to Nev, a chart scribed on the page. "This market has been on a tear in the last 5 years, and all we have to show for it is $33,000. For your plan to work, we'll need decades to make this happen, and that's assuming the market continues going higher for the next 20 years. Sam placed her phone aside and admonished him. "Well, that's $33,000 more than we had 5 years ago." She glared at him sternly. "We're making progress. They said it wouldn't happen overnight." Jeff rolled his eyes and then angled into his wife, whispering as if he were speaking near eavesdroppers. "Samantha, let me ask you a serious question, and I want you to be honest. How many great memories can you remember in the last 5 years?" He glanced out the window at Maddie. "Our trip to Disney with Maddie. How about our Harley road trips in October? You know, when we used to go up to Wisconsin and admire the changing leaves?" She glared at him with confusion, as if he'd just told her they lived on the moon. "Exactly." He slammed Nev shut. "Because there aren't any great memories. We haven't done any of that stuff, and we never will because every dime we earn, we save." His voice grew louder. "It's the same crap. Instead of work, sleep, spend, pay bills, repeat, it's work, sleep, save, pay bills, repeat. We've replaced the spend with the save. It's the same goddamn rat race." He furrowed his brow and took another sip of his whiskey. Sam shifted in her seat, angling away from him. After the silence lingered for an uncomfortable moment, she grabbed his whiskey. She chugged what remained and then exclaimed exasperatedly, "Maybe you're right." She swallowed hard and scratched her eye, her mind wrangling with the confession. When her lips said nothing, Jeff flashed her an "I'm waiting" expression. She relented. "To be honest with you, I don't know how to feel joy anymore. I don't send my daughter off to school in the morning, and when I do see her, I'm resting in bed trying to sleep off the night shift. I feel like Maddie is my only joy, and if it weren't for her, I'd probably be strung out on antidepressants. We don't even see each other anymore, so it's not your fault." Samantha's nursing career was a grind and had only worsened in recent years. Reality erased her childhood visions of being a thoughtful and loving caregiver who starred in a Nicholas Sparks novel. Healthcare was corporatized and hence profit optimized. Salaries, benefits, perks, and worse, patient care were all slashed. What wasn't slashed were expectations and patient load. She'd often complain, "If I didn't know better, you'd think I worked at McDonald's, but instead of pushing fries, we're pushing pills while pushing to get the next patient." After going second shift for 3 years, she'd returned to the graveyard shift because it paid an extra $3 per hour. When they discussed, or more like argued, about the move last year, Sam would contend, "We have to save more." Jeff objected because he knew what the late shift did to her and their relationship. Sam would rebut, "We need the extra money if we're going to pay off all our debts. I know you hate this townhouse and we'd like our own place." She continued the spin. "I heard on the news that the interest rates are at all-time lows, and I watch the stock market every day. It keeps going up. If we follow the rule of 72, our $30,000 will turn into $60,000 in just 6 years." But her face betrayed the confidence in her voice. Jeff laughed. "Yeah, and then what?" He nodded toward the garage and argued, "By then a new Corolla will cost $40,000, and a 3-bedroom house $1 million. And I'm tired of Twilight Crosses." Their nightly Twilight Cross was their rendezvous of the workdays. When Jeff got home from work, usually at 6 or 7 at night, Sam readied for work at 11 p.m. It was the few hours they had together. But by the time Jeff slugged home, he craved silence, not communication. Worse, the graveyard shift meant their weekend was mostly ruined. A Friday 11 p.m. start could have repercussions well into Saturday evening. The return to the graveyard shift drained what little optimism that remained in their marriage. It was death by 1,000 pennies. Of course, all saved. Back at the kitchen table, she continued the spin. "Jeff, we've just got to be patient." But in reality, she was trying to convince herself. Pointing to her phone, she remarked, her voice still shallow in conviction, "That's what Warren Buffett says, and he's a billionaire." Jeff stood up from the kitchen table, the chair making a screeching noise as it dragged against the yellowed floor. He ignored whatever was on her phone and walked away. Stopping abruptly, he glared back at his wife, sneering. "I don't think Warren Buffett is a billionaire because he saved $5 on coffee and diddled with a job he hated for 40 years. He slapped Nev on the counter and stomped into the bedroom, the door slamming behind him.
The scientist strategy. Don't play the rat, play the scientist. As I walked into my bedroom with my laundry, a small movement at the rear window caught my eye. A fly banged against the windowsill, trying to escape to the outside world. While I reunited my clean socks, I noticed the fly's persistence. Over and over, he smashed himself into the glass, hoping the effort would yield a different result. I paused and watched the fly repeatedly struggle to free himself. With each crash into the window, the insect expected a different outcome from its prior attempts. Clearly, the fly's issue wasn't motivation or a shabby work ethic. Regrettably, trying harder or, quote, hustle and grind won't give the fly his freedom, and he will die trying. Like the trapped fly, our predicament within the rat race superstructure is similar. In scientific experiments, a rat race is a maze defined by predetermined corridors. Within those corridors, an occasional reward appears. The rat noses a button and cheese pops out. The rat appears to make choices, but their choices are bound to a self-contained system. Once the rats resign themselves to the system, they're given the illusion of choice. Some choices are rewarded, but most of them are, quote, walled in or scripted by the maze itself. As comedian Lily Tomlin once said, the trouble with the rat race is that even if you win, you're still a rat. To wit, only rats win rat races. Winning the cheese at the end of the week, or in our case, a paycheck and a weekend, changes nothing. The victory is transient and inconsequential, because next week we're at it again. Worse, if you recognize the foolishness of the shopping rat and its happiness illusion, the script will usher you into an alternative grind, becoming a mediocrity-optimizing savings rat. Now, instead of working for a weekend that arrives in 5 days, you're working for a retirement that arrives in 5 decades. Winners, what few there are, get to retire old at 70 on 40% of their normal income, while hoping inflation hasn't whittled away their purchasing power. Of course, all this assumes you maintain a high-paying job while being frugal as a Scrooge, as disciplined as a monk, and as patient as a snail. The answer to this purposeful entrapment isn't a strategy for winning, much less playing. Instead of playing either rat role, consuming for happiness or patiently saving for retirement, refuse to be cast for either. Instead, take the position of the scientist. You probably work a lot harder than me, yet I get paid more. The problem isn't your work ethic. The problem is that you've accepted your role as the fly, a player in the rat race. Your effort is handicapped by an inefficient system, the rat maze or rat race economics. Sit Usain Bolt on a child's tricycle, and someone who hasn't raced 100 meters in his life suddenly could beat him. It's not that Bolt lost his speed, it's that he's been burdened by an inefficient system. Is this insanity any different than the fly? Trying harder doesn't change the system. The harsh truth is, this ineffective system is very effective at maintaining containment. Like a religion that promises heaven behind a comet after drinking the Kool-Aid, the only winning move is not to play. Excommunicate yourself from the church and renounce your role as a rat race participant. Stop banging your head against the window, hoping for a different outcome. Reject the rat race paradigm. Instead, resolve to learn the methods and the means of the laboratory. Become the scientist. Key concepts. The rat race is similar to an actual laboratory rat race, complete with predetermined corridors and cheese or rewards. Only rats win rat races where victory is a weekend or a distant retirement. Hard work in an inefficient system is rendered impotent, sometimes worthless. Forsake the two rat race roles and refuse casting for either. Instead, take the position of the scientist. The lost principle. A rat race investment pays a negative 60% return. Your friend offers you a $500 investment with the promise to pay you back a week later. Because he's your friend, you accept. After the week passes, he gives you $200 and says, "Thanks, buddy." Confused, you ask, "Wow, this is my $200 return?" Your friend laughs. "Sorry, no, that's what's left of your investment. It didn't work out, and the $300 we lost is gone for good. Would you like to invest again?" After slapping your friend across the face, you tell him to get lost. Behind this story, you know there is a scam. Your, quote, investment earned a negative 60%. And if your friend ever offered such an investment again, fists might fly. But when it comes to the rat race, we willingly accept this horrible investment. No, not with our money, but with our time. You see, anytime you trade Monday through Friday to earn Saturday and Sunday, you're earning a negative 60%. That's spending 5 to earn 2. And unlike money, which can be created over and over, time cannot. Once those 5 days are spent, they're gone forever. The lost principle states that a standard rat race investment is subject to a negative 60% return, just like your friend's bad investment. So why wouldn't you hold your time to the same standard? The script has fantastically convinced you that your time is a commodity worth trading, no more valuable than an old rusty wagon at a flea market. If you exchange 5 days of work for 2 days of weekend freedom, you're transacting at a negative 60% ROI, and it's an expressway to bankruptcy. No wonder no one has time. We're conditioned to repeatedly invest our precious time at negative rates of return. Each of us is gifted with 86,400 seconds a day. No one gets more, no one gets less. It is the great equalizer because no one can make more time. Imagine that you, me, Jeff and Sam Trotman, Taylor Swift, Jeff Bezos, Chairman Kim Jong-un, we all have something in common. We each get 24 hours a day. While most of the world spends those hours leveling up on the latest hot video game or medicating their drab existence in mindless television dramas, others invest those hours in a life with meaning, purpose, and freedom. Instead of tolerating a negative 60% return on your time because that's what your masters told you to tolerate, why not work to shift the balance to a positive return? Is it possible to reverse the deal? Work 2 days and get 5 days in return? How about working for the next 10 years so you can earn the next 40? Yes, it is possible. I've done it, and you can too. The first step is to prioritize time like you would the king on a chessboard. To win at this game, protect the king. Money is the queen, super important, powerful, and flexible, but time determines the victor. In typical rat race, quote, retire early circle jerks, time is marginalized like a commodity, no better than a sacrificial pawn. Protect your king as if it were life or death, because it is. Key concepts. An investment in the rat race earns a negative 60%. You sacrifice Monday through Friday for Saturday and Sunday. Unlike money, time cannot be reclaimed once lost. It is always lost principle. Time is the great equalizer. All humans possess the same quantity per day. Treat time as you would a king in a game of chess, and money as the queen.
The FTE. Friday, June 24th, 2016, 5:56 p.m. 8 months, 29 days later. What's wrong? It was Friday evening before Sam was to leave for the hospital. After walking upstairs from the garage, Jeff immediately noticed something was amiss. While she was dressed in her burgundy scrubs, her hair was wild and her elbows were planted on the table, her head wrapped in her hands. More concerning, Pinky the lamb, a tattered stuffed animal Samantha had had since childhood, rested in her lap. The stuffed animal's presence alarmed Jeff. Whenever Pinky came off the shelf, he knew his wife was grappling some intense emotions. Jeff glanced at the bedroom. "Is Maddie okay?" She looked up from the kitchen table, eyes glossy. She said flatly, "She's fine, in her room." Jeff spied a torn envelope and a letter in her hand. "What's that?" Jeff gestured, moving forward, anxiety now chiseling his face. She folded it quickly and placed it atop Pinky, avoiding eye contact. After a moment, she muttered, "It's my test results." Jeff gasped, and his mouth dropped, his face draining pale. A week earlier, he remembered Sam mentioning a mammogram appointment. Before he could speak, Sam waved him off. I'm okay. I just had a scare. Nothing to worry about." Jeff's face softened as relief washed over him. He loosed a phew. His wife forced a labored smile while she maintained a dead stare on the floor. He dropped his work bag next to the chair still standing over her. "Then why all the gloom? When I saw you pulled out Pinky, I got worried." Sam smiled weakly, but her gaze remained locked on the floor. She spoke softly. "Before I opened the envelope, I got Pinky out of the closet. You know she's my good luck charm, and she came through for me again." Jeff nodded, but his wife remained frozen. Voice louder, Jeff said, "Well, we should celebrate your clean bill of health. Let's go grab some margaritas at Pancho's." He stopped mid-sentence and dropped into the chair like a sack of potatoes, startling Sam out of her trance. He continued sardonically, "Oh, wait, that's right. We can't go to Pancho's because we have to save every dime. I'd like to sax you a happy song of health, but, seeing you sold the one joy I have left in this world, I can't." He jerked away in his chair as it creaked and wobbled. They'd needed a new dining set, but their spending celibacy put that expenditure into the never column. Sam's face painted horror as she leered at him, flabbergasted. She finally blustered, "Did you hear anything I said? I just said I had a cancer scare, and your first thought is about your sax? Can't you even fucking fake it and act like you care anymore? About me? About our marriage?" Tears welled up from Sam's eyes. Just like clockwork, he thought. Her crying always made Jeff uncomfortable, but it softened him and always put him into a reality check. Deep down, he knew his wife was the kindest soul on the planet, and it was something he loved her for. Recognizing his selfishness and how he knee-jerked the situation, he took a deep breath. "Of course I care. I care that you couldn't even tell me. I care that you went through it all alone." He grabbed her hand and pleaded for forgiveness. "I am so sorry for being an inconsiderate asshole. You want to tell me about the test?" Sam's head fell to her chest and she mumbled, "No." A healthy lab report shouldn't be tearing her apart. Puzzled, Jeff let the silence linger. Then, "Is there something else?" More silence. She gripped Pinky tighter and Jeff noticed it. The low growl of freeway traffic outside was consumed by a clicking hum from the ceiling fan. As she held back the tears, her eyes turned red. She wiggled herself in the chair and turned, facing her husband. She seized a large breath of air and finally spoke. "I can't do this anymore." Fear melted into Jeff's face and his heart sunk. He quickly dropped her hand as if it were a molten pipe. The big D word usually followed the phrase, "I can't do this anymore." Instantly, he thought of divorce lawyers, custody battles, and visitation rights for his daughter. Then his marriage flashed in front of his face. Not the daily monotonies, but the moments that deepened his love for Sam. In his 30 years of life, he'd known nobody more kind or trusting. His wife was a stunner physically, but she had a kind-hearted soul that would give Mother Teresa a run for her money. Jeff's eyes got glassy and he swallowed hard. Sam noticed and placed her palm on his knee, clarifying. "No, not us." She eyeballed the room, surveying the townhouse appraisingly. "I'm talking about what we've been doing for the last 5 years. We've been living like zombies, sacrificing the best years of our lives. For what? Some type of retirement fantasy 30 years from now? What the hell are we doing?" She turned away from Jeff and collapsed her head back into her hands. She muttered, "I've never been so unhappy in my life. Everything sucks the life out of me. We haven't been on vacation in years. Our jobs are killing us, our financial plan is like slavery, and our marriage is on a respirator." The tears finally broke. Sniffling, she muttered, "And I don't know how to fix our marriage if we never even see each other." She quickly sleeved off the tears now soaking her face. Collecting herself, she pulled out her phone and pointed to the stocks app. It was all red. She said, "You see what happened in the stock market today? I watched 2 years of savings disappear in a matter of hours." She shook her head, her face disgusted, as if she'd just stepped in dog poo. "We went from $36,000 to $27,000 in a matter of hours. You know how long it takes us to save $9,000? It reminded me of 2008 when we watched our 401ks disappear week after week." Jeff sat silent, his voice stolen with relief that her issue wasn't the big D, divorce, or worse, the big C, cancer. She continued and sucked in her cheeks, her trusty tell that she was about to admit Jeff was right about something. "Remember what you said last year? About how we replaced the spending with saving, and that it's all the same rat race?" Jeff nodded yes, maintaining his silence. After 2 years of graveyard shifts, Sam had finally appeared to buy what Jeff had tried selling 8 months ago. The nighttime hours at the hospital were consuming his wife. Subtle wrinkles angled into her cheeks, while crow's feet taunted her eyes. Her sleep was shallow and non-restorative. Always pulled into a ponytail, her blonde mane was thin and frayed, suffering constant duress under the fluorescent lights of Northwestern Hospital. Occasional gym visits turned into no visits. After a long night at the hospital pumping stomachs in the ER, the last thing she wanted to do was pump iron in the gym. Sam knew aging would arrive in some year, just not this one. All this for an extra $3 per hour, or an extra $352 a month, the going rate of selling your soul to the overnight shift for some future retirement fantasy. She continued, "And if I'm watching the stock market every day and worrying about every move, how is that going to give us financial independence?" She scoffed. "It's more like dependence. If it crashes again, we're screwed. Just like in 2008, nothing has changed except now our life revolves around everything we can't do until some future moment. We're wasting our life working at jobs we hate so we can finally live, what, after we retire? And who says we even get old?" She hesitated, then eyeballed her test results. "I feel like I'm 60, and this, right here, woke me up." She tottered in her seat, a nervous energy freeing itself. "Last year you said you blinked and Maddie grew up, like you missed it." She sighed, the disgust still painting her face. "And you were right. We did. Life is too short for this. I don't want to take a passive role in Maddie's life. I don't want to live my life waiting, hoping and saving for some unknown date and in an unknown future that we might not even see. I'm tired of doing work that means nothing." "You're a nurse. What you do is important," Jeff commented. She laughed. "You have no idea how bad healthcare's gotten. I can't make a difference because I'm not allowed to make a difference. My profession doesn't allow for heartfelt discussions or the kind of personal care that inspires my soul. It's on to the next patient now or get fired." Her eyes flared fear as if she were on a sinking boat. "Jeff, we have to do something. I can't live like this anymore." Jeff sat quietly and only nodded. It was then that the curtain fell and the unspoken truth crystallized. The system the Trotmans trusted wasn't designed to provide freedom and purpose. It was designed to enslave them, either as a slave to their lifestyle or a slave to their investment portfolio. Hard work wasn't going to make a difference. They already worked hard, and it had no impact and rewarded little joy. The system was a life sentence for meaningless work with a distant retirement parole that was more illusion than reality. Suddenly, they knew the challenge they faced. and as long as they continued playing by culture's rules, the game would remain unwinnable. It was time to do something different, or suffer the same existence, till death do us part.
The Unscripted Strategy. Rewrite the rat race script and make life your adventure. Kurt Searvogel is an ultra-distance competitor who set a goal to bike every day, an accumulated trek of over 75,000 miles. In 2016, he went further and broke the world record for miles biked in 1 year. As Kurt's story grabbed attention, readers begged to know, how does he afford it and find time? The rat race has a systemic way of destroying audacious goals. His answer was as I expected. He's an entrepreneur. Kurt's experience as an entrepreneur might seem unusual. I assure you, it's not. A new economic class has emerged in the world. I call it the unscripted 1%. It's a growing class of entrepreneurs who built businesses from nothing but sweat, an open mind, and a willingness to learn. But these businesses aren't typical enterprises like a corner coffee shop or an eBay store. They're businesses that allow their owners to take charge of their life in all meaningful capacities: life purpose, financial freedom, and the pursuit of passions, often unrelated to business, and more importantly, free time. Entrepreneurs dabbling within the unscripted 1% usually enter the economic 1%. If you're not familiar with the economic 1%, it represents wealthy individuals, usually $10 million USD in net worth or more. Conversely, the, quote, 99% represents the working class, professions like truck drivers, teachers, even your neighborhood dentist. While I'm part of the economic 1%, I am much happier to be part of the unscripted 1%. Why? Unscriptees prioritize time as their king in life's chess game. There are 3 types of unscripted entrepreneurs. Each graduate to the next, and you should aspire to move through all of them. They are the unplugged unscriptee, the fast lane unscriptee, the liberated unscriptee. Type 1, the unplugged unscriptee. Have you had your FTE? Congratulations. The moment you become aware of the rat race system and commit to its escape, you become an unplugged unscriptee. Everyone starts as Type 1, and it is the point of no return. In Hollywood parlance, it's when Andy Dufresne starts to dig his way out of Shawshank Prison. If you need another movie, it's Neo swallowing the red pill in The Matrix. You wake up, and there's no going back. Type 2, the fast lane unscriptee. A fast lane unscriptee is someone who has graduated from awareness to execution. At this point, you are someone who is succeeding at entrepreneurship using the fast lane's sense framework described later in this book. For instance, a 29-year-old entrepreneur on my forum owns a couple of duplexes and an e-commerce website. He recently purchased his second Lamborghini, which in his words, has been my dream since I was 16. While this young man might not be in the economic 1%, he's in the unscripted 1%. He authors his schedule and can do and buy what matters to him, all without sacrificing his youth or his future. The move from Type 1 to Type 2 could involve many failures and take years. It begins when your business starts to change your lifestyle. It begins when you can start exercising authority over your free time while having the means to pursue things that matter. While that's different for everyone, an unscripted business as engineered in this book can earn you this elusive power. Type 3, the liberated unscriptee. Once a fastlane unscriptee accumulates enough wealth to cover their living expenses for the rest of their life, their escape number, they become liberated unscriptees. Retired, free from the rat race with total financial independence. Work optional. Still, liberated unscriptees often start other businesses and passion projects. Then profit isn't a priority, but contribution, purpose, and charity. And just like a fast lane unscriptee, we work flexible hours, make money 24/7, and continue to write the rules of our life. There are no bosses, no vacation limits, more importantly, no debt burdens. Moreover, we can pursue ventures without the confirmation of money or cultural validation. In my case, I started a business forum and a publishing company that allowed me to pursue my passion for writing. This book and the ones before it are examples of that effort. I don't have to follow a script put forth by an editor or a publisher. In other examples, some of the most famous entrepreneurs in the world are liberated unscriptees. They zealously pursue philanthropy, venture capital financing, wild passions, and other outrageous ideas. For instance, Bill Gates suddenly is a vaccine expert, and Elon Musk is fiddling with rockets. Derek Sivers, a liberated unscriptee himself, wrote the following on his blog in 2012. Some might say I'm retired because I haven't earned hardly any money since 2008. And in some sense, it's true. I don't want any more money than I've already got. And I don't want more fame, recognition, or anything external. So in that sense, I'm done. Retired. No longer working for money. Now my ambitions are entirely intrinsic and intellectual. I work as hard as ever, but just for my own learning, creating, and giving. As you can imagine, liberated unscriptees like Derek and I are not dependent on macroeconomics. For instance, a market crash and a 10-year depression wouldn't change my life. Yes, I still leverage and invest in the capital markets, but I'm not held hostage by them. During the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, I had no panic. In fact, my income and net worth increased. Yes, increased. If you have to update your resume if the stock market crashes, or after a 4-year recession, you aren't financially independent, but financially dependent. Fact. If your financial freedom is dependent on something you can't control, you're not free. Don't confuse a liberated unscriptee with the world's newest retirement buzzword, FIRE. If you're not familiar with the, quote, financial independence retire early movement, here it is in a nutshell. Supposedly, you can retire early by leveraging extreme frugality, regimented saving, and regular stock market investments. Then after you quit your job, you can live off your stock market returns. In effect, it's a Wall Street savings rat who decides to swap their dependency from an employer to the stock market. One dependence is replaced for another, and still a rat. Right neighborhood, wrong house. Your idea of financial freedom should not be about optimizing mediocrity, stock market returns, withdrawal rates, and a whole host of other uncontrollable variables. Liberated unscriptees have no codependencies. The only threat to our existence is a global financial apocalypse, or an extinction event, at which point we're all in deep trouble. The new currency would be guns, ammo, and food. The beauty of unscription is that all 3 tiers can happen to anyone and at any age. You don't need to be a notable Silicon Valley entrepreneur or someone with money. You don't need a college degree or access to venture capitalists. You don't need a breakthrough idea. You only need the knowledge of what works and what doesn't. To win an unconventional 1% existence, you can't think like the conventional 99%. Remember, a new story needs new pens to write new words. Let's find them. Key concepts. The unscripted 1% is a new economic class that leverages fast-lane, sense-based entrepreneurship. There are 3 levels of unscription, each graduating to more freedom. Type 1, an unplugged unscriptee, is aware of the rat race like a red pill. Type 2, a fast-lane unscriptee owns a profitable business that affords schedules to be malleable, offering more freedom. Type 3, a liberated unscriptee is liberated from the rat race and never has to work again, usually through a large income or one of many exit events. FIRE swaps dependency from a job to the stock market. A liberated unscriptee is immune from most economic events. The discounted time principle. Trading good time for bad is a terrible life strategy. When I was at college earning a finance degree, one concept was repeatedly drilled home. Money today is better than money tomorrow. This concept, the discounted time value of money, is universally taught worldwide, no matter the university. The concept is simple. Given a choice, rational investors prefer X dollars now over X dollars later. $1 million today is light years better than $1 million 50 years from now. If you ever played the lottery, you'll recognize this phenomenon. The winner doesn't get the $10 million prize immediately, but over 30 years. If they want all the money now, they'll only receive about half. When time is involved, future money is discounted by an arbitrary interest rate. Back to our first example, $1 million received 50 years later and discounted at a mere 5% interest is worth only $87,000 in today's money. If there was any evidence proving that time is a horrific partner for wealth, look no further than that prior statement. Yet when it comes to time itself, a more valuable resource than money, it enjoys no such discounting. No school teaches the discounted time principle. Future, quote, elderly time is not as valuable as today's youthful time. No author would dare discount time like money, but I will. Think of it this way. If a genie granted you a lifetime of financial freedom, would you want it at 30 years old or at 70? Isn't freedom better when you're young and vibrant and not in life's twilight when health and energy might be precarious? The truth is, the rat race has branded time as a trivial commodity. Money's time value is beholden by every rational investor, but freedom isn't. One poison pen that needs swapping is the prioritization of life's resources. Time first, money second. You can always earn more money, but you can't make more time. It's time to stop trading our time just for money. Our time needs to earn both money and time. So whenever some rat race media outlet is preaching about financial freedom decades from now, be warned. You're getting propagandized and numbed into believing freedom at 25 is exactly the same as freedom at 75. If every school taught the discounted time value of time just like they did money, Wall Street's live poor, die rich honeypot wouldn't survive. Entire industries and economies would go bankrupt because the rats would finally figure out that their time is too valuable for trading. Yes, youth isn't wasted on youth. It's wasted on cultural norms that celebrate the exchange of youthful time for elderly time. Trading good time for bad time is a terrible life strategy. Demand different, work different, or live the same. Key concepts. The time value of money states that money today is always more valuable than money later. The time value of money is a universal concept taught at every university on the planet, while the time value of time isn't taught anywhere. Freedom young is always more valuable than freedom old. Whenever the rat race marginalizes time and treats it as a mathematical variable for financial freedom, you're being propagandized. The financial fanaticism principle. Financial asceticism is not financial freedom. In early 2021, I got sucked into reading a financial news article featuring the newest form of honeypot dogma, the retire early orthodoxy. In this particular story, it profiled a young, childless couple who claimed to be financially independent. To achieve this nebulous financial independence, they had to downsize their entire life. The husband, who self-admittedly enjoyed fast cars and daily restaurant visits, had to sell the vehicles and stop visiting his favorite eateries, to the point only one visit was allowed per month. Other downsizing included selling the house and moving into a 10-year-old trailer. As I read, it was clear that this young couple had micromanaged every dollar in and out of their daily existence. Everything had a budget: food, entertainment, gas. In fact, the financial asceticism was so extreme that the husband proudly confessed that he and his wife no longer exchanged gifts. Folks, this is not financial freedom. This is financial fanaticism. The definition of freedom is without restraint. If your daily existence is ruled by money, defined by money, budgeted by money, sorry, you're not financially free. And I don't care how you define it. Like an authoritarian dictator who owns his serfs, this couple is not free of money. They are owned by money. Do not confuse time freedom with financial freedom. An unemployed college graduate living at home with his parents has time freedom. So does a homeless beggar living on Skid Row in a tent. These people might own their time, but money owns their choices. One of my favorite stores is Costco. When I walk in, I have the financial resources to fill my cart with whatever I want. Sometimes I leave with just a few items. Sometimes I leave having spent thousands. The point is, budget is not in my vocabulary. Unscription is about both time freedom and financial freedom. You can dine at a different restaurant 5 days a week. You can buy that fast car. You can live in a luxury house and eliminate the word budget from your life. You can walk into a store and buy whatever you want. If you meet the following 5 guidelines, congratulations, you are financially independent. If not, you're likely lying to yourself and redefining words to become the next newest coach pushing honeypot dogma. Number 1, lifestyle freedom. You can live freely in your desired lifestyle without needing a regular income from a job or a business. Number 2, budget freedom. The word budget isn't in your vocabulary for daily existence. Trips to the store, filling up the gas tank, nights on the town. Number 3, experiential freedom. You don't need to downsize your lifestyle and sell things that you enjoy, the motorcycle, the saxophone, or the Corvette. Number 4, mobile freedom. You can travel for months and not have it impact your financial situation. Number 5, economic freedom. Your lifestyle wouldn't change in a stock market crash and an ensuing 3, 5, or 10-year economic recession. While our young, retired couple should be commended for their saving prowess and having won time freedom, don't fall for the spiel. Time freedom without financial freedom is like visiting Disneyland, but you can't ride the amusements. You can smell the goodies, but you can't eat them. When you have financial freedom, you know it. You feel it. You live it. And believe me, you will love it. Key concepts. Financial freedom means living how you want to live without restraint. Financial freedom means the word budget is not part of your vocabulary for daily living. Time freedom is not the same as financial freedom. Financial freedom has lifestyle, travel, economic, and experiential freedom. Disney World is no fun if you can't eat the goodies or ride the amusements.
Leave It to Beaver. Sunday, June 26, 2016, 2:16 p.m. 2 days later. Our 10-year wedding anniversary is next Sunday. Sam smiled in her dingy pajama outfit. Having just finished dinner and with no late shift that night, the family was at the kitchen table eating dessert, a mango sorbet. Jeff raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I know, I didn't forget. He eyed her up and down and then laughed. Maybe I can get you some new PJs. You know, something a bit sexier. He spooned a mouthful. Sam pursed her lips and delicately gestured to Maddie, who was buried in her sorbet. She didn't hear the quip. After finishing their sorbet, Jeff retrieved a box of colored expo markers and a whiteboard from the downstairs garage. It was their first spending extravagance in years. He placed it on the table and uncapped the red marker. Maddie's face lit up and she asked, "What are we drawing?" "Your mommy and I are going to do some planning," Jeff answered. Maddie looked suspiciously at her parents and asked, "Is it going to be fun?" "Probably not, Pumpkin," Jeff said. "But you're welcome to stay and help us with the drawings." "What kind of drawings?" Jeff pondered the question a second and then answered. "We're going to draw the future. Things like when you're a big girl and going to college. Mommy and Daddy want you to be happy." "Yuck." She frowned, shaking her head. "College? That doesn't sound fun." She quickly got up from her seat and spoke plainly. "I'm going to practice." Jeff yielded into a warm smile and kissed her on the forehead before she retreated into her room. "So," Jeff asked, returning back to Sam, "where do you want to be in 10 years? He wrote 10 years on the whiteboard. If you could snap your fingers like a genie and make it happen, what would your life look like? Since their wedding, life's comforts distracted the Trotmans. Any kind of planning, financial or otherwise, just wasn't necessary. But when a recession spawned a downward spiral, comfort shifted into discomfort. They went from a strategy of deceptive affluence to a strategy of sacrifice and suffocating mediocrity. Little did they know that their saving and investment scheme was just a different demise from the same death camp. After 6 years of neurotic saving, the results were the same. Actually worse. Instead of working their tails off to look rich young, they were working their tails off to die rich old. Nothing changed, not their meaningless work, not their middle-class pay or wealth, and certainly not their relationship. It was time to make a plan that would help them escape the system they had trusted for their entire lives. Sam thought for a bit, a smile overtaking her face. Before she could speak, Madison started playing her flute inside her bedroom. Jeff had tried to lure her to study saxophone, but Maddie insisted girls don't play sax. After her dad corrected her with several YouTube videos of Candy Dulfer, one of the best female saxophonists ever, Maddie still vetoed. Jingle bells melodied through the townhouse, which Jeff thought was odd considering it was June. Sam motioned for the marker, and Jeff handed it over. She scribbled on the whiteboard as One Horse Open Sleigh finished its rhyme. A bunch of boxes with 4 legs emerged on the whiteboard, followed by another box with a number 50 in it. She finished what looked like a church, except crossed it out with a big black X. Jeff said, "Your dream is a bunch of tables? $50 million in a world without religion?" Sam laughed and then pointed to each of the 4 boxes with the 4 legs. "That's a dog, there's a lamb, and that's a cow and a sheep. You want to own a zoo?" "No, an animal rescue." Jeff nodded, not surprised by his vegan wife's answer. Sam's veganism was more about animals than nutrition, and she'd embarked on that quest long ago when milk didn't need propaganda ads to stay viable. "And the canceled church?" He pointed to the crossed-out church. "Rebellion against your parents?" She smacked him on the shoulder. "That's not a church, that's a hospital, and that's not me working there ever again. Ever." Jeff raised an eyebrow. "You mean done with the hospital or done with nursing?" "Done with nursing," she said resolutely, rubbing her hands together as if she could taste it happening. Jeff nodded, not surprised. "And that?" He pointed to the box with the 50 in it. She demurred and blushed. Another tune belted out of Maddie's bedroom, the Imperial March from The Empire Strikes Back. They both looked at each other and snickered. "She's getting better," Jeff commented. The song was executed flawlessly, but the flute didn't do the dramatic song any justice and rang more like the theme from Sesame Street. "Well?" Jeff asked, nonplussed. "What's the big 5-0? Her cheeks still rosy, she laughed sheepishly. "You ever watch Leave It to Beaver on television?" He mushed his mouth at the curveball and then nodded. "Sure, the Cleavers. I saw a few episodes when I was a kid. Wasn't my favorite." She continued, biting her fingernail. "Then you know it was an old sitcom from the late 50s, about a married couple with 2 boys. The dad worked while the wife was a stay-at-home mom, did all the stereotypical stuff for the wife in that era, cooking, cleaning, taking care of the boys. When I was in the doghouse with my parents, I'd lock myself in my room and watch TV. Only a few channels came in clear. We didn't have cable, just a big antenna outside. I remember Heart to Heart would be on first, then T.J. Hooker, and then Beaver would come on after. Anyhow, I think I've seen every episode 5 times. Jeff raised an eyebrow. "Okay, and?" She sighed and then gazed at him, reticence filling her eyes. "I just wish life was that simple again." Jeff scratched his head. "I don't get it," he says, gesturing to the whiteboard. "What's this got to do with 50? "The 1950s, she reported. "I wish I could be a mom from the 1950s. I've always wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. You know, walk my children to the bus stop, watch television with them, cook them different meals, do their laundry." She chuckled. "And maybe even light my husband's cigar after his long day at work while he sits in his easy chair." Jeff erupted in laughter and slapped the table loudly. "My liberal wife wants to be a domestic housewife who will not only light my cigar but let me smoke it in the house?" He laughed again, slapping his knees. Flashing her an incredulous look, he spouted, "Are you serious?" "No joke," she assured, her face restraining apprehension. "You know my parents were tyrants. 6 seasons of Leave It to Beaver was like my pacifier to distract me from my own childhood." Jeff interjected, "I thought your filthy stuffed animal was your pacifier." Sam gave him a scornful look and corrected him. "Shut up, Pinky isn't filthy." She shook it off and continued. "Anyhow, I dreamed I had loving parents like the Cleavers, and I knew it was something I wanted when I had kids." Her tone went gentle. "I guess it made me idealistically traditional about motherhood and how I wanted to raise my own children." Jeff's smirk faded as his stomach started to groan. He forgot about Sam's apathetic parents and their emotional abuse. He readily forgot that his wife's best childhood memories probably came from the television. Jeff knew little, only that Sam grew up as an only child on a ranch in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. Her parents weren't the typical backwoods couple. They were worse. As Sam told the story, her father was a failed farmer turned truck driver who was rarely home. Based on the arguments she overheard, Sam suspected a lot more than truck driving was going on. Except at church, when beguiling a role, Sam couldn't remember a time when she saw her parents smile. Sam said her pops wanted a boy and got her. It was the best guess she had for her father's stable boy treatment of her, not to mention the name Sam. Samantha was a reserved word rarely spoken by her father. It was only yelled in the midst of an angry tirade. Verbal abuse was normal in the household, and Jeff never dared to ask if there was something more. Sam once revealed that her father backhanded her boyfriend in the face after he gave her a playful tap to the butt. After kicking him off the front porch, Sam's father called her a whore. Not only did Sam's mom permit it, but her silence defended it, as if she sought approval from her cold-hearted husband. After a lingering silence, Sam cleared her throat. "So where are you in 10 years?" Sam's husband grabbed the marker and drew a curly shape in front of what looked like an audience. Sam nodded, knowing it represented him playing saxophone to a crowd. He then drew a triangle atop a rectangle with a crossed-out dollar sign at its door. "That's our dream house, without a mortgage," he volunteered. "And that little box with the wrench is a huge workshop filled with tools. Rich man tools like lathes, planners, and drill presses." He drew 2 stick figures holding hands and a palm tree. "That's us on vacation for as long as we want." She snickered and pointed to the stick figure. "Looks like you lost some weight." "Funny," he said, continuing. "And these," he drew what looked like a stack of rectangles, "are my best-selling books. I'd love to write fantasy novels, give Mr. George Martin a run for his money." Curtly, Sam stated, "I don't think Mr. Martin would be aware that he was in a competition with you." Jeff shook her off, but his eyes sparkled as he gawked at the drawings. 10 minutes later, they had their 10-year vision. Surprisingly, it mostly centered around freedom. Freedom to watch their daughter's flute recitals, freedom to travel, freedom to direct their day, and the freedom to do work that mattered. They weren't seeking mansions and Mercedes. They weren't seeking to retire early to a golf course. They wanted expansive financial options, free of debt, the kind reserved for the 1% of society. If Jeff wanted to spend 3 years writing fantasies about unicorns and ogres, he could. If he wanted to buy a Tesla, he could. If Sam wanted to adopt 12 dogs, she could. Jeff stood up and held the whiteboard in front of him. They both marveled at their potential future, optimistic and invigorated by the new plan, but ultimately confused. After disappearing into the garage, Jeff returned with a hammer and hung the whiteboard on the wall. The loud noise brought a curious Madison out of her room, flute in tow. She studied the board, which intruded partially into the hallway. "What's that?" she asked. Jeff smiled at her mother, then back at his beautiful 7-year-old daughter. "That's the future mommy and daddy mapped out for our family." Sam chimed in. "I don't want to throw a wrench into our plans, but how on earth are we going to do all that?" Jeff shrugged. "I don't know." He picked up his daughter and seated her on his arms. Looking at Madison, he said, "But we have every reason to find out, and $33,000 to help us get started." Sam corrected. "No, $27,000.
The 1510 Strategy. Engineer a 1510 Planacy to direct decision-making. The last time I packed for a move, I found an old crate jammed on a shelf in the back of the garage. Inside was forgotten memories, stuff from college, old awards, past art projects, and an ancient relic of my youth, my journal. Intrigued, I sat down and read it in a torrential sweat. It was over 100 degrees that day. Inside was mostly frustration and anxiety, with few victories. And in between all the angst, I found something that lit a smile on my face. My 1510 Planacy. A big goal envisioned 10 years from now is a fantasy. That same goal, reverse engineered down to multiple time sequences, is a planacy, a detailed plan to actually do it. So many people wander through life clueless to where their programming is taking them. We act on expectation and tradition, not what's in the best interest of our happiness. If you don't take the lead in engineering your future, your story will be ghostwritten by the rat race, and you aren't going to like that future. As an unscriptee, your future can be whatever you want. We're not stuck wandering within the rat race walls, we're dangling the cheese. As for visualizing your optimal life and how to get there, the 1510 Planacy is your weapon, and it's something I've been using for decades. It works like this. Envision your dream goals in 10 years, but then break it down into its 5-year, 1-year, and 1-month components. First, buy a poster board, a hardback notebook, or a journal, something durable that can withstand time. Today I use a piece of paper which I seal in a plastic cover. No digital devices. Second, transport yourself 10 years into the future and visualize your dream life as a Type 3 liberated unscriptee. If everything went as well as it could, what would your life look like? What kind of work would you be doing, if at all? Where do you live and how? What do you drive or maybe fly? What kind of people are in your life and not in your life? How is your health? Write it all down. Draw, clip pictures, do whatever crafts the vision. And be specific and bold about what's essential in your life. 10 years is a lot of time for radical accomplishment. Now, underneath your unscripted 10-year vision, draw a line and write 5 years. In this space, repeat what you just did, except craft your goals as a Type 2 fast lane unscriptee. What personal and business goals do you need for you to be halfway to your 10-year vision? In both timeframes, keep your goals and visions challenging, exciting, yet achievable within the scope of your current circumstances. If you're broke with 0 skills and living with your parents, your 5-year picture shouldn't be a Malibu mansion on the Pacific coast. A better forecast might be 6 figures in investments and a growing business with significant profits. Next, repeat the process for 1 year. What goals would you need to hit to have the groundwork laid for your 5-year vision? Your first customer? Your first software coded? What do you need to learn? How much do you need to earn? And finally, repeat the process for 1 month. In the next 30 days, what actions do you need to take? What actions have to stop, like video gaming or eating highly refined sugar? How do you need to reorganize your day? What education and skills must you start honing to get you moving toward that 1-year vision? After laying out all 4 goals and visions, congratulations. You just accomplished what most people never do. You've created a decision-making framework for your life, a guiding light for all future actions. It will answer all your whats, namely, does this action get me closer to my 1-month goal? What must you do tomorrow, next week? What decisions oppose your 1-month goal and its future? From this point, everything you do should get you closer to the 1-month and the 1-year future, which brings you closer to the 5 and 10-year visions. For example, my 5-year vision, as I wrote 2 years ago, consisted of a beautiful timber cabin overlooking Sedona's Red Rocks. Today, as of early 2021, I own the land and I am in architecture phase. Within the 1-year vision, I'll be interviewing builders. The following year, construction. Altogether, the 1-5-10 Planacy helps me make decisions today that put me closer to the 5-year reality. The 1-5-10 Planacy is the decisional roadmap. But be warned, a 10-year vision without its monthly and yearly subsets is not a Planacy, but a fantasy. Back to that hot garage and my 10-year vision, as I wrote many decades ago. I wanted to wake up when I wanted to wake up. Lamborghinis, nice house, pool, no mortgage, no debt, and the ability to do meaningful work without worrying about money. Sound like a pipe dream? The plan was written 8 years before it happened, and that's the point. Mostly everything came true, while other things disappeared as I changed and no longer wanted them. Your 1-5-10 Planacy should be flexible and shifting. As the years pass, your goals will change. If you're doing life right, your goals will meander and morph as you progress, as you discover new things about yourself, and as you expand your awareness. Consider your 1-5-10 Planacy as a living document. Keep your visions updated and keep your 1-5-10 decision framework at the forefront of your life. Do that and I'll guarantee this: you won't recognize your life in 10 years, much less a year from now. Key concepts. The 1-5-10 Planacy envisions your optimum life in 10 years, reverse engineered in 5-year, 1-year, and 1-month increments. Your 1-5-10 Planacy is a living document and will change as you change. The 1-5-10 Planacy acts as a decision framework for your life. The offense-defense principle. Offense wins, defense preserves. The first time I ever profited $10,000 a month was paradigm shifting, but not shocking. Then $50,000 a month, then $100,000, then $200,000. When the acceleration happened, it became clear that my theories about wealth were true. Wealth accumulation was mostly about the quality of the numbers attached to your life. It is these numbers that determine if you ever have a chance to become part of the unscripted 1%. The offense-defense principle mandates that real financial freedom, not subject to devout frugality or minimalism, only happens with a potent offense. Offense is income or asset explosion. Instead of earning $50,000 a year, you start making $50,000 a month. This is how the wild future you envisioned in your 1-5-10 fantasy can happen. Unless you plan on becoming the next Brad Pitt or LeBron James, this only occurs in control of a business. Defense, on the other hand, is about expense reduction and buzz-killing frugality. Oddly, a defensive player somewhat perceives his role in the rat race and opts to live life in the cheap seats, limiting their cheese. Cheap unhealthy eating, cheap airline tickets on Southwest, cheap shoebox apartment, cheap vacations, if any, cheap this, cheap that. Then the game becomes about moral victories. If you can't do, eat, watch, travel, or buy what you want, do you really have freedom? Don't let the rat race's honeypot convince you that this is a winning strategy. It is a tool in the toolbox, but it won't build the house. A popular phrase in personal finance circle jerks is, quote, live within your means. True, with one nuance. Live within your means with the intent to expand your means. Two people earning $35,000 and $350,000 a year, respectively, can both be living within their means. Yet one lives extravagantly with champagne and caviar, while the other medicates their survival with bread and water. When Elon Musk boards his private jet, he's, quote, living within his means. Unfortunately, the offensive-defensive relationship is a one-way street. A porous fiscal defense can ravage a strong offense. Yet a strong offense can do little to temper a bad defense. Poor money management can't be medicated with more money. It's like throwing deck chairs off a sinking Titanic. Eventually, the boat sinks. This is why many lottery winners and athletes go broke just years after acquiring millions. A strong offense is suddenly shut out, combined with a reckless defense, and wham, bankruptcy follows. A potent offense can cover your ass, but as they say, when the tide retreats, you eventually see who's been swimming naked. Defense is squeezing nickels from dimes. And because our working life spans roughly a short 50 years, saving nickels doesn't work. Dollars are needed. That's earning a life-altering income or building a multi-million-dollar asset. Then, and only then, will defense take its sacred role. Wealth accumulation for unscripted purposes followed by wealth preservation. Yes, both are important. Offense wins the game in 10 years or less. Defense preserves it for the next 50. Key concepts. Financial freedom is won on offense, income asset, not defense, expense, debt reduction. Quote, live within your means, unquote, with the intent to expand your means. You can live a luxurious lifestyle and still live within your means. A poor defense can destroy a strong offense, as in the case of famous athletes, lottery winners, and celebrities who go bankrupt. The money system strategy. Don't use market investments for wealth, use them for income. When I was a child, my great-grandmother would give me a $5 bill every time I saw her. I would deposit those bills at the bank in a passbook savings account. In between deposits, I noticed the bank added more money to my account. This, quote, free money, unquote, that mysteriously appeared in my savings account was an interest payment. While it was only a few cents, which is a lot to a 10-year-old, it fired a few neurons. I then understood that old money gave birth to new money, and with no effort or work on my part other than waiting for next month. This childhood memory was a profound moment for me. It crystallized that I could receive a lifetime paycheck without working. As I got older and earned a bachelor's degree in finance, I soon learned that there was a big problem with this strategy. To earn a large regular paycheck, it required a ton of cash, like millions. And if I wanted a luxury lifestyle immune from economic recessions, more millions. A 4% yield on $10,000 is only $33 a month. That wouldn't pay my electric bill for 1 week. On the other hand, 4% on $10 million is a whopping $33,000 a month. That would pay for a lot, and with some left over. Looking back, my free money realization was my first encounter with investment income. Not the business of products or services, but the business of money, or a money system. A money system is an investment portfolio that pays you for renting or investing capital. In return for your rental, you get paid monthly interest, capital gains, profits, or dividends. And the payment is entirely passive, like my first, quote, free money experience. Such capital investments could be a bond, a dividend-paying company, a public partnership, an investment fund, or a real estate investment trust found in the world's various stock markets. Fast forward about 40 years. Every month for the last 15 years, my money system pays me a big paycheck, or what I call my paycheck pot. I purposely have this payment mailed to my home in the form of a paper check. Better, I will receive this paycheck for the rest of my life. They say that money won always feels better than money earned. I can attest to this truth. Except I've never won any money, but I feel the rush of free money every month when I get my money system paycheck. The payment varies monthly, but every year it adds up to a nice chunk of change, about the average salary for a C-suite executive at a mid-sized corporation. For example, a lot of my cash is invested in bonds, tax-free municipals, corporate emerging markets, and closed-end funds. Other investments earn dividend stocks like AbbVie, a healthcare company, and a nice allocation of real estate trusts. This capital allocation gives me diversification where my money isn't parked at one place and solely denominated in cash. For example, one of my favorite money system investments is Southern Company. This electric utility powers many Southern American states. I own thousands of shares. Its yield hovers around 5%, and as of this writing, the dividend is about $2.66 a share. The company hasn't cut its dividend in nearly 70 years. 70 years. 10,000 shares equals about $27,000 a year. Completely sit on your ass income. Yes, the free money fantasy my great-grandmother sparked with her $5 gifts has been my reality for years. Here's a chart showing the monthly returns for a money system at varying interest rates, and this is theoretically without touching the principal. $2.5 million. A 3% yield, $6,250 a month. A 4% yield, $8,333 a month. A 5% yield, $10,416 a month. 6%, $12,500 a month. A $5 million investment. At 3% yield, $12,500 a month. 4% yield, $16,666 a month. 5% yield, $20,833 a month. 6%, $25,000 a month. A $10 million investment. A 3% yield, $25,000 a month. A 4% yield, $33,333 a month. 5% yield, $41,666 a month. 6% yield, $50,000 a month. But wait, didn't I say stock market investments are part of the slow lane honeypot? And that compound interest, the concept behind the rat race's live poor, die rich model, is an inefficient wealth creator? Yes, but the difference is in its purpose and application. As scientists, we're not using the stock market for wealth creation. We're using it for income, liquidity, and inflation protection. We're not trying to turn $100 into $10 million over 40 years. We're trying to turn $10 million into a $30,000 paycheck every month. Specifically, don't use the capital markets to make you rich. Use it to keep you rich. My money system is only a small portion of my net worth. At any given time, I don't have more than 25% invested in the stock market. As this book asserts, the stock market is a risky place for your life savings. Should the markets crash, my life wouldn't change. I'm not dependent on Wall Street. Remember, we're scientists looking to serve the rat race, not be held hostage to it. The money system's purpose is to beat inflation, to keep money liquid, and to grab an income doing it. Escaping the rat race is a job for our business, not the stock market. Key concepts. Old money or savings gives birth to new money, often completely passive. A money system is the business of renting capital, a considerable cash sum invested in income-producing assets, dividends, bonds, real estate trusts that produce regular monthly or quarterly income. For compound interest to be effective, you need to start with a large sum. A boring 4% return on $5 million is more than $16,000 monthly without touching the principal. Your money system should only represent a small portion of your net worth. Your business is for creating wealth. The capital markets are for renting your wealth, which pays you passively. The escape number strategy. Turn freedom into a real number, not a 40-year pipe dream. $62,050. Excluding travel, clothes, and toys, that's the carrying cost for my liberated, unscripted lifestyle every year. If you think $62,000 isn't much, let me add some details. I live well and pay cash for everything. That means I have no debt, including every vehicle I own. I own property but carry no mortgages. My home has everything you can imagine, things like a pool, basketball court, sauna, 10-car garage, even an orchard. This number doesn't include a multi-million-dollar timber cabin under construction in Sedona. Although I have no biological children, I have 2 teens living in the house who eat as much as 2 gorillas. Despite the money pit I'm building in Sedona, I have more money between my businesses and investments than I know what to do with. Still, even without life's 3 biggest expenses, children, mortgage, debt, or rent, and auto financing, $62,000 is still a chunk of change. It represents pure, quote, existence expenses mandated by breathing. Things like real estate taxes, licenses, medical services, food, gas, utilities, and a litany of insurance and trust products, maintenance and repair services, and other miscellaneous life overhead. If you want to escape the rat race as a liberated unscriptee like myself, you're going to need a ton of money. In that case, you'll need at least $1.2 million, earning at least 5% yearly to pay for the annual overhead. You'll also need to come up with several $1,000,000 to buy the houses and cars on top of that. And you'll need a safety net. Add another few million there. I'm not saying all this to brag, but to shed light on what many refuse to accept. Freedom is not free, but damn expensive. Existence costs a ton of money, and if you desire a luxury lifestyle, cars, dream house, vacation place, etc., we're now in the mid-7 to 8-figure realm. As the popular meme posits, yes, the rent is too damn high. So how much money do you need to enjoy your optimum lifestyle as designed in your 1-5-10 Planacy? The answer is widely different for everyone. Countless entrepreneurs on my forum are not motivated by Mercedes-Benzes and mansions, but freedom. In truth, I think everyone is motivated by freedom. But for some, a Mercedes S-Class parked in the front of a 10,000 square foot house reflects that freedom. Either way, it doesn't matter. To make that freedom a reality, you need money, and lots of it. But how much exactly? Have you ever taken the time to figure it out? Now you can, and it's called your escape number. An escape number is the dominant goal that represents the amount of money you need to escape the rat race and the desired lifestyle specified in your 1-5-10 Planacy. Here is the equation. Escape number equals ATCA plus money system plus POM. The variables are as follow. The ATCA is the after-tax cost of the assets you specified at your 10-year vision. Money system. The money system is a lump sum investment which pays the yearly carrying costs of the assets plus the yearly lifestyle and existence expenses. POM. The POM, or peace of mind variable, is an arbitrary percentage of your money system which represents liquid surplus cash, providing you with insurance from lengthy economic recessions and/or stock market crashes. In Unscripted Book 1, I called this the, quote, fuck you pot, money you can use to pursue passion projects or hobbies. Here's how you solve for an escape equation. We'll assume someone who wants to enjoy a relative extravagant lifestyle. Step 1. Calculate the ATCA. Reviewing your 1-5-10 Planacy, calculate the after-tax cost of the assets you envisioned at your 10-year vision. To calculate the tax rate, divide the asset cost by the top tax rate in your country, subtracted by 1. So at 40%, you would divide by 0.6 or 60%. Example: nice house, $2.25 million. Vacation condo, $500,000. 4 cars, $250,000. Add up all those assets and you get the gross before tax, which is $3 million. When you calculate the net after tax, $3 million divided by 0.6, you get $5 million. Translation: to purchase $3 million in assets, you will need to earn $5 million before taxes. Step 2. Calculate the money system. Looking at your 10-year vision again, now calculate your yearly carrying costs for the assets described above by multiplying by 1.5%. This covers insurance, utilities, property taxes, and miscellaneous repairs. Next, add your carrying costs for your lifestyle and existence costs. These are costs like health insurance, food, clothing, and entertainment. If you plan to have children, add $15,000 to the carrying cost for each child. And finally, to calculate the after-tax carry cost, divide total costs by the respective tax rate on passive investments in your country, subtracted by 1. So at 40%, this again is division by 0.6 or 60%. Example: if our assets are $3 million, the asset carry cost is $45,000. 1.5% times $3 million. Health insurance, $10,000. Lifestyle entertainment, $10,000. Existence expenses, $10,000. 3 children, 3 times $15,000 or $45,000. Add up all those expenses and you get an annual carry cost of $120,000. Now we again divide by the tax rate, which we set at 40%, which would mean a division by 0.60. The gross carry cost before tax is $200,000. Translation: you need to earn $200,000 a year before taxes to support your 10-year lifestyle outlined in your 1-5-10 Planacy. Step 3. Calculate the lump sum money system that will fund the carrying costs of the assets and existence. Now it's time to calculate your money system with a paycheck pot, the sum needed to generate $200,000 in yearly investment income. This is accomplished by dividing the net carry cost, $200,000, by 0.05 or 5%, the expected yield on safe, non-volatile investments. Paycheck pot equals carry cost, $200,000, divided by expected yield, 5%, equals $4 million. Translation: you need $4 million earning 5% to generate $200,000 in yearly passive income. Step 4. Calculate your POM, or peace of mind. Finally, multiply your yearly carrying cost investment by your peace of mind percentage. Because liberated unscriptees are not dependent on investment returns, this metric is your insurance policy and your immunity from economic recessions. The smaller percentage you use, the more risk you undertake with stock market calamities and other uncontrollable market events. At least 50% is recommended. I use more than 200%. POM equals paycheck pot times 50% equals $2 million. Translation: $2 million represents your peace of mind cushion. Step 5. Calculate your escape number. The last step is to calculate your exact escape number by adding the net asset cost, ATCA, to your money system number plus the POM number. Escape number equals ATCA plus money system plus POM. ATCA, 5 million, money system, 4 million, POM, 2 million, equals an escape number of $11 million. So to escape the rat race and enjoy your dream vision in your 1-5-10 Planacy, you'll need to earn roughly $11 million before taxes. This assumes $4 million is invested in passive income instruments, and you own all your homes and cars without loans or mortgages. As you can see, freedom enjoyed luxuriously is damn expensive, especially if you want children. Review Appendix A just to see how expensive freedom costs, even if it involves frugality and living in a trailer park. Any other expectation will be a lit wick to disappointment. But don't get frustrated. This book will light the dots. All you need to do is connect them. Key concepts. Basic existence expenses are terribly expensive, even in a minimalistic living situation. Expect a life of unrestricted freedom and relative affluence to cost millions. Your escape number is the total amount of money you need to escape the rat race while enjoying the desired lifestyle specified in your 1-5-10 Planacy. The escape number is calculated on a before-tax basis by adding the after-tax cost of the assets specified at your 10-year vision, plus the investment sum to fund the carry cost for your dream lifestyle, plus additional funds for economic immunity.
Ignorance is blind. Monday, September 5th, 2016, 4:43 p.m. 71 days later. Thump. Sam dropped 4 books on the kitchen table. They all pretty much say the same thing, she reported to Jeff. He looked up from his cereal, still chewing his Raisin Bran. Apparently, the whole world thinks not drinking coffee is the key to getting rich, Sam said flatly. Jeff lifted an eyebrow. Sam started with the Starbucks trope. If we stop drinking coffee and save, Jeff held up his hand and interrupted. Stop, I don't need to hear the same bullshit. The old live like a monk for 40 years so I can retire rich as an old geezer. He paused, then continued. Am I right? Sam nodded, frowning. Determined to change their lives and finances, the Trotman family spent their Labor Day reading. They agreed. Their current trajectory was unacceptable. Identifying the status quo as the problem, Jeff and Sam became voracious readers. Sam focused on finance books. Jeff gravitated to books on career advancement. They had an audacious dream, and they wanted it done within the next 10 years. Great in theory, but it felt like they were searching for a leprechaun in Alaska. So they sought the advice of best-selling authors. Sam read and then skimmed 3 personal finance books. The first was from a tall, cheeky guy with pearly white teeth who made a fortune selling motivational seminars. Then another by a hedge fund billionaire. And then another from a nationally syndicated television personality with orange skin and an annoying voice. After reading the same stale argument over and over, she told Jeff the bad news. Living poor so we can die rich old seems to be the central theme of all of them. Jeff laughed. Yeah, and all of those authors aren't rich because they cheapskated and saved for 4 decades. What a bunch of fucking hypocrites, Jeff barked as Sam walked away with the books. Been there, done that. History repeats, and when it does, we won't be in its way. There has to be a better way. Something that doesn't involve risking our entire life savings in the stock market just so we can give it to a nursing home 40 years later. Maybe Forex trading. Or wait, Bitcoin. I've been hearing a lot about that lately. You're right, Sam sighed, dropping the books in the trash. I'm tired of the penny pinching, and I'm tired of killing myself at the hospital. She studied her husband. Maybe you can rob a bank. He bounced back. Or maybe you can work at a gentleman's club. She raised a curious brow and then said, Funny, notice how anything with gentleman in it is code for douchebag? Huh? Jeff asked, confused. A gentleman's club, she asked rhetorically. It's a place where disgusting men ogle women. And a gentleman's ranch is a piece of land where a bunch of dickless men hunt defenseless animals with high-powered rifles. She scoffed. How fair is that? If you want to show your brave masculinity, why the gun? Just go kill him with your bare hands. As far as I'm concerned, gentleman is code for a pussy who can't get no pussy. Jeff gaped at his wife, shocked, but not. Her tangent wasn't unusual, but he knew whenever she spoke vulgarities, she was passionate. Flatly, he said, Well, I guess that's a no on the strip club. He paused and then snickered. Which leaves me to rob a bank. Sam huffed. I'll head back to Amazon and search for a different answer. He nodded, then opened his laptop. I'll look into this Bitcoin thing. In the meantime, you should probably dig those books out of the trash. You could probably sell them on Craigslist or donate them. Sam feigned a smile, feeling no more confident than 10 minutes ago. Nearly a month would pass, but their financial ignorance would remain the same. Sam couldn't sell those finance books on Craigslist as there were no buyers, not even at $1 apiece. She guessed ubiquitous advice is, well, ubiquitously cheap. She ended up donating the books to Goodwill. It was now the first Saturday of October, and Sam was returning from a walk with Bella. "Oof, it's getting cold out," Sam reported as she rubbed her hands to warm up. She removed the leash, and the Labrador rushed Jeff at the kitchen table and sidled up to his leg. Bella begged on her haunches, expecting a post-walk cookie. Jeff glanced at her but did nothing. The begging continued until Sam intervened. "You're just gonna ignore her? She wants her treat." Jeff gestured to the pantry. "I'm busy." Sam glared at him. "Fine." After tossing Bella a treat, Sam loomed over her husband, her hands on her hips. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold. "You and Bella have the same personality. Stubborn, transparent, impulsive, easy to fluster." He looked up, unfazed. She continued. "What's got you pissy on the computer?" "About $5 million, Jeff reported, crossing his arms. He nodded at the whiteboard. "Our cute little plan we designed a few months ago. That's how much money we need to make that happen, and that's being conservative." Sam stood back. "Jesus, $5 million? Yeah," Jeff scoffed. "We're coming up about $4 million short, and that's assuming we work until we're 80 years old." He snuffed in disbelief. "I already feel 80. I imagine if I live that long, I'll feel ancient." He cornhole tossed a dish towel onto the chair and shook his head, grimacing. "Not sure how I can make any more money. My company isn't promoting anyone. Hell, they aren't even hiring, and my salary is more than I'd earn if I quit and started somewhere else." He looked up at his wife, fingering his temple. "Maybe I should go back to school and get my MBA. The senior VP in my division has one, and he makes almost $90K a year. With the year-end bonus, he probably makes more." Sam scoffed. "MBA? We're still paying our student loans and you want to take more? And waste 2 years studying for it? For what? 20,000 more than you're making now? No way." He paused, processing her passion. "You're right. We've already circled these wagons for 5 years." He thought about his dream workshop and pointed to the vision board. "So I'm still lost on how we're going to do that. At the rate we get paid, it won't happen in 30 years, much less 10. Sam sat down where they both sat in silence for several moments. The television murmured behind Maddie's closed bedroom door. Bella snored. A throaty muscle car growled as it drove by on the street below. Disgusted, Jeff said, "I just don't know our next step, and I feel—" His voice trailed off. Sam leaned toward him. "Helpless?" "Not really. Maybe. I can't explain it." He ran his hands through his hair, pondering the emotion. "I feel blind, even though I have eyes. I can hear the world, taste it, smell it, and there's this beautiful universe out there, but no matter how hard I look, it remains hollow and one-dimensional." He chewed his lip, giving the unremarkable wall a hard stare. She unenthusiastically offered, "I can take on a second job bartending. I already work nights, so it won't be too disruptive to my real job." Snapping out of his trance, Jeff blew a raspberry. "You can't be serious. Didn't we just end that insanity? You already work 4 10-hour shifts, and now you want to sling bottles at some dive bar on the other 3? Jeff huffed. "Heck, Maddie and I barely see you now. We're not doing that again." She curled a strand of hair behind her ear, her jaw clenching in frustration. "I just don't know what the answer is besides spending our every waking hour working for more money." She sighed as she felt her stomach roil. "Did you look into that Bitcoin thing?" Jeff gave her a disappointed nod. "It's way too complicated. I felt like I needed a computer degree to understand it." Sam commented, "I think I understand what you meant about being stuck in the darkness no matter how hard you look. It just doesn't seem fair." Jeff laughed. "Fair? The media is bought and controlled by either Wall Street, the politicians, or the mega corporations. You were expecting them to give you some golden truth into paradise?" Sam didn't answer. After a long silence, she jested, "Well, which will it be? Chase or Wells Fargo?" Jeff shot her a puzzled look. "The bank we're robbing." She stood up and faced their 10-year vision on the wall. "Because there's no way I'm giving up on this." She turned and peered at her husband. Jeff shrugged and then winked. "You tell me, Mrs. Cleaver."
The Profit Locus. Change your locus or stay blind. The first sports car I bought was a Corvette. After a few days of driving it, I started seeing Corvettes everywhere. Turns out the car wasn't as unique as I thought. Of course, more Corvettes weren't on the road. The only thing that changed was my perception, namely, awareness. My brain was no longer blinded to this visual stimulus. This is why the car you own seems more common than it actually is. Every day your brain is flooded with billions of bits of data. To survive the chaos, your mind has to ignore most of it. Put another way, you're blind to what hides in plain sight. This phenomenon, known as your reticular activating system, simply means that once you're made aware of X, your brain no longer filters for X, and X becomes highly visible. Think of it like a radio. While there are hundreds of frequencies, you only hear the one you're tuned to. In much the same way, the rat race has trained your brain to perceive the frequency it wants you to hear. Your brain is blinded to the solution it needs to hear, even though it is right in front of your face. In the Trotman's case, their brains are trained to see Toyotas and Hondas when they need to be looking for Corvettes. Each of us possesses a locus of money, and it presages how you attack money problems. When more income is needed, what is the plan? Better job? Better wage or salary? Your money locus is like your reticular activating system for wealth. If it is tuned only to see cars owned by the rat race, that's what it will see. Further, your money locus also gives you a default identity for operating within the rat race. This rat race identity gives you the golden ticket to escape or the golden handcuffs to remain. Namely, you can't go from a rat to a scientist until you hone the right locus, giving sight to where there was once blindness. Here are the three loci. The wage locus. Rat race identity, the worker. Rat race reality, the unskilled job hopper. Monetization, wages for unspecialized labor. With the wage locus, you identify as a worker in the rat race, an unskilled job hopper paid by the hour. If you earn $15 an hour and trade 10 hours of your life to your job, you get $150 in return. Money is always a function of time traded at a job, jobs which are often paid poorly. Retail clerks, delivery drivers, cashiers, construction laborers, and fast food cooks. All jobs where your boss views you as a disposable body, an easily replaceable cog in a system. And likewise, the employee returns the favor by viewing the job as equally as disposable. Jobs come and go based on who pays the most. With a wage locus, financial distress is attacked by looking for a new job with better wages. Carry a wage locus through life, and your likely rat race outcome will be poverty. The salary locus. Rat race identity, the professional. Rat race reality, the skilled salary optimizer. Monetization, salary for specialized skill. Rats with a salary locus identify as professionals. They link money to a profession, a skilled labor mindset, which no longer commands cash by the hour, but by the year. Money is framed as a function of the specialized skill and the salary commanded by the craft, specialized fields such as dentistry, engineering, pharmacology, or software development. Upward mobility is linked to specialized skills and the company that employs them. Folks with a salary locus often go to graduate school to seek expanded skills and/or credentials. With any skill that commands a salary locus tends to lock that person into a career for life. While some change careers midlife, few do. Unlike their unskilled job-hopping counterpart, a skilled salary optimizer seeks to maximize their pay by the year, not by the hour. Money problems are narrowly attacked by existing skills and experience, and hence, narrow solutions are found. Case in point, the Trotman family. The likely outcome for those carrying a salary locus is mediocrity. The profit locus. Rat race identity, the entrepreneur. Rat race reality, the value creator. Monetization, profit for net perceived value. View the world with a profit locus, and money won't be an esoteric concept linked to your time. It will be seen as a function of profit earned as an entrepreneur. While this might seem obvious, it isn't, because profit has become a politically incorrect piñata. So let's examine that word, profit. Profit is net perceived value, NPV, the margin between the value you create and the value you sell it for. If you invent a gadget that sells for $50, but it costs $20 to get it to market, your net perceived value or profit is $30. If you sold 500,000 of them over 10 years, your profit is $15 million. Sadly, profit, or NPV, is a double-edged sword. If you sell 10 gadgets in 10 years, you make $300 while losing valuable time. Net perceived value by way of net profit also represents enterprise value. If you sold 500,000 widgets, your company might be worth $3 million. If you do sell that many, $3 million becomes realized net perceived value or profit. With a profit locus, you identify within the system as an entrepreneur who creates value. Income is not linked to jobs or skills or your experience, but profit, which is a function of value delivered. Carry a lifetime profit locus, and wealth and freedom will be your prize. To identify your locus, ask yourself this. If you needed to earn an extra $25,000 by next year, how would you do it? Here are how the different loci react to this question. The wage locus. I need a better job that pays more. Anyone hiring? Can I get more hours at work? The salary locus. I need to go back to school and learn a new skill, one that pays a better salary. Time to call the headhunter. The profit locus. I need a better product that is more valuable to more people. Locus determines focus. It unblinds and gives sight to possible solutions. The Trotmans aren't struggling because they're lazy. They struggle because their loci is still owned by the rat race, and hence the Trotmans are stuck dithering as they discuss advanced degrees and second jobs. As the old saying goes, when you're the hammer, everything looks like a nail. Better jobs or better careers isn't the answer. Seek a better profit through a better product with better value. Key concepts. Awareness, or your reticular activating system, gives you sight to things that normally would remain hidden. Your locus of money is how you tackle money problems. A wage locus sees money as a function of unskilled labor earned by an hourly wage. A salary locus sees money as a function of specialized skills earned by yearly salary. A profit locus sees money as a function of profit from units of net perceived value and unlocks the door to a rat race escape. Your locus determines focus. The bad math principle. No leverage, no chance. Tell me what you do for work, and with near certainty, I'll predict if you ever escape the rat race. How? I simply look at the type of personal leverage you have, if any. The bad math principle reveals that every person stuck in the rat race is subject to unscalable and uncontrollable math, namely, no leverage. Truth is, every unscriptee who's successfully freed themselves did so through some type of mathematical leverage. And no, I'm not referring to business leverage such as investment margin or real estate loans. There are 3 rat race anchors that keep the bad math principle active in your life. Anchor 1. Income and wealth is correlated to time. Carry a wage or salary locus, and the rat race will convince you that the only way to make money is to trade your time for it, either by the hour or the year. When I had a job stocking shelves at Sears, I only made money if I clocked in. No work, no progress. My income was limited by the hours I traded and the hours available, both uncontrolled and unleveraged. Similarly, a respectable profession, say a manager, wouldn't be paid by the hour but by the year. Wealth creation is directly correlated to how much time you trade. If more money is needed, more time must be traded. Anchor 2. Time cannot be scaled. When you have a wage-paying job, your income is limited by the number of hours you work. Theoretically, the upper limit per day is 24, but realistically, it's about 8 to 12. Likewise, if you are paid by a yearly salary, the same constraint exists. The theoretical maximum number of years you can work is just 50 or 60. Realistically, it's about 40 years. 40 hours and or 40 years is what I call bad math. 40 hours a week at $20 an hour equals $800 a week. 40 years of work at $50,000 a year equals $2 million in lifetime earnings. Yet if time was scalable, 400 hours a week at $20 an hour is $8,000 a week. 400 years of work at $50,000 a year equals $20 million lifetime earnings. No matter how energetic you are, you can't work 400 hours a day or 400 years. Time cannot be scaled. Anchor 3. Rat race economics cannot be scaled. The rat racers' reaction to these punitive problems is to seek a higher wage or a bigger salary. In doing so, they will switch jobs, seek new careers, or even go back to college and blow a fortune on an advanced degree. Unfortunately, problem 3 stands in their way. Instead of being constrained by time, now the rat racer is constrained by rat race economics, namely excess supply, weak demand. When a gazillion people can do what you do, you have no leverage. You won't make $20 an hour one day as a short order cook, and next week you're paid $1,000 an hour because suddenly short order cooks are in high demand and short supply. If you earn a yearly salary, the same economics apply. If you make $60,000 this year as a transaction auditor for a drug company, you'll never make $600,000 next year because suddenly no one can do your job. Thousands of college graduates would be standing in line waiting to take your job. In both instances, you cannot control or scale dollars. You're hamstrung by uncontrollable, limited leverage. For example, let's simplify our financial journey and assume your escape number is $5 million. In this scenario, you can safely save your money under a mattress and there are no taxes or inflation. If it takes you 30 years to save $5 million, it will be just as valuable as it is today. Let's examine the math and see how poor leverage plays out in various careers and jobs. Now keep in mind, these figures are before any taxes and presumes a generous 10% savings rate. Architect. Average salary $87,130. Years to earn $5 million? 57 years. Years to save $5 million? 574 years. Auto mechanic. Average salary $46,760. Years to earn $5 million? 107 years. Years to save $5 million? 1,069 years. Carpenter. Average salary $54,200. Years to earn $5 million? 92 years. Years to save $5 million? 923 years. Chef or head cook. Average salary $58,740. Years to earn $5 million? 85 years. Years to save $5 million, 851 years. General internal medicine doctor. Average salary $211,000. Years to earn $5 million, 24 years. Years to save $5 million, 237 years. Dentist. $180,000 average salary. 28 years to earn $5 million. 278 years to save $5 million. Elementary school teacher. Average salary $65,300. Years to earn $5 million, 77 years. Years to save $5 million, 766 years. Retail salesperson. Average salary $31,200. Years to earn $5 million, 160 years. Years to save $5 million, 1,603 years. Commercial pilot, average salary $110,000. Years to earn $5 million, 45 years. Years to save $5 million, 451 years. Software developer, $109,000 average salary. Years to earn $5 million, 45 years. Years to save $5 million, 455 years. As you can see, if you make $31,200 a year as a retail salesperson, expect to trade 160 years of your life to gross $5 million. That's 41,666 8-hour shifts every single day. Add life overhead, taxes, inflation, basic necessities, and saving $5 million at a 10% savings rate, you'll need a cosmic 1,603 years. In other words, to amass a freedom-making fortune today, you'll need an early 5th century start, a time when Attila the Hun ruled. As you can see, walking the rat race with a wage locus is a death sentence. Unfortunately, the news isn't better with a salary locus. Suppose you have a respectable job as an architect. In that case, you'll need 574 years to save $5 million, assuming a generous 10% savings rate. Perhaps the experts who pushed this method of getting rich consulted the Old Testament first. Those biblical folks supposedly lived to 900 with an $87,000 salary. Your best case scenario is hardwired in the rat race system, and that scenario is mediocrity. Wage and salaried rats are stuck with what I call uncontrollable limited leverage, or ULL. And ULL means you'll never escape. Professional athletes and celebrities are one of the few professions that can disrupt ULL. When there's only one person on the planet with LeBron James skills and everyone wants him for basketball or endorsements, low supply, high demand, LeBron James is not subject to uncontrollable limited leverage. As such, he gets paid a leveraged amount. This is why most people desire fame, but don't know why. Fame equals leverage and favorable economics. Who doesn't want to make $5 million a movie, $500,000 a speech, or $50,000 a game? The human talent itself is the system of leverage, usually as an outlier skill like pitching a baseball over 100 miles an hour. When it comes to average Joes like us, we have no such option. I'll never sing, act, or play baseball. If you want any chance of a rat race escape, bad math or uncontrollable limited leverage cannot be part of your existence. The truth is, the bad math principle isn't taught at university. It would never be revealed in some, quote, stop drinking coffee bestseller. Most educational sources promote bad math strategies. Save $100 a month, invest for 40 years, hope for 8% returns, blah, blah, blah. Numbers like 100, 40, and 8% doesn't create wealth fast. It creates wealth old or never. Bad math handicaps wealth and becomes a bad offense. A motivational quip might inspire you for a day or two, but if your numbers aren't right, it doesn't matter. Motivation is ambiguous and fleeting. Mathematics is absolute and universal. As they say, running enthusiastically in the wrong direction is, well, the wrong direction. Key concepts. There are 3 anchors to bad math. 1, income is correlated to time. 2, time, hours, or years cannot be scaled. And 3, rat race economics, wages, salary, cannot be scaled. Even in respectable, good-paying professions, saving $5 million at a 10% savings rate would take centuries. Celebrities and athletes are not subject to ULL, or bad math. Financial gurus or universities do not teach uncontrollable limited leverage. The specialized unit strategy. Put leverage into your life. More money, less time. For most of my early 20s, I struggled with money, paying debts, and building wealth. While I had a profit locus, I wasn't offering perceived value. The fancy car didn't help either. But everything changed when I taught myself a specialized skill, web development, and then transformed it into a specialized unit. It was my first step at fielding a powerful, life-changing offense. How? Anytime you transform a specialized skill into a specialized unit, you weaken the rat race's anchors and its bad math. There are 2 types of specialized units. One weakens time's grip on your income, the other fires it. 1. The second order specialized unit. 2. The first order specialized unit. The second order specialized unit. After I taught myself a specialized skill, web design, I sought to sell that skill. I sold websites to clients who needed them. Through a second order specialized unit, I multiplied my return on time. Here's how. With a wage locus, I could take my specialized skill in web design and seek a part-time job designing websites. The outcome is $15 an hour. With a salary locus, I might seek a full-time position with benefits. The outcome is $42,000 a year, or about $22 an hour. An improvement over the wage locus, but costing much more time. However, if I charged an average of $2,500 per website and spent an average of 10 hours delivering it, I would 10x my return on time. I'd go from $22 an hour to $250 an hour. More money earned, less time spent to earn it. Despite this nice 10x pay bump, a second-order specialized unit is still subservient to time. If I can't find and sell clients who needed websites, I'd earn nothing. The second-order specialized unit is also limited by time since I can't code 24 hours a day, and many of those hours are needed for the sales process. Similarly, tools can also create second-order specialized units either through ownership or competence. Think sewing machines, welders, scissor lifts, or lawnmowers. An entrepreneur on my forum mows lawns for $150 a month. Seems cheap, huh? Maybe, but he's smart and he's done the numbers. With his crew, it takes him 15 minutes, 20 times a year, for $1,800 in revenue. Total time spent is just 5 hours to earn $1,800, or $360 an hour. He admitted that few people would hire his company if they worked out the numbers. $150 a month is reasonable. $360 an hour is not. That's the power of a specialized unit. A second-order specialized unit is a decent start to breaking rat race economics. The first-order specialized unit. A first-order specialized unit can be anything with the demand as long as this product or service can eventually survive disconnected from your time. Think software, franchises, physical products including food, games, information, books, clothing, gadgets, inventions, anything that exists separate from you, the entrepreneur. This book is a good example. If I carry a salary locus and my specialized skill is writing, I could seek a writing job and make $30,000 a year. Or with a profit locus and a second-order specialized unit, I could charge 100 clients $500 per project and earn $50,000 a year as a freelancer. Problem is, I can't work 50,000 hours or freelance 50,000 jobs. Time remains in control. Or I could make $500,000 a year selling my specialized skill 50,000 times packed as a first-order specialized unit, a book. Ultimately, the specialized unit is a three-pronged attack against the rat race anchors. Unlike time and rat race economics, specialized units possess scaling power. From foodstuffs to software subscriptions to grooming products, your creation must have the theoretical power to be sold in massive quantities, which transforms bad math into good math. The right first-order specialized unit can be replicated, used, consumed, or sold repeatedly. This fact puts rat race economics on notice. More dollars, less time. Key concepts. There are two types of specialized units which can help you 10x your return on time, first and second order. A second order specialized unit transforms your specialized skill into a finished product or service, like a website, copywriting service, or a freelance project. A second order specialized unit is usually subordinated by time. A first order specialized unit is a product or service severed from your time and can theoretically be sold in massive quantities and often repeatedly. The business system strategy. Fire time, make profit timeless and unending. My stepson is a great writer of fantasy, like Game of Thrones material. And as the owner of a publishing company, I'm dying to publish his work. The more he endures college, which he hates, the more he writes. He senses a job isn't in his future. Surely that has nothing to do with his stepdad. Anyway, by itself, a book is worthless. So is a video game, mobile application, a food product, or an invention. Ultimately, a specialized unit needs to get into the hands of buyers who need it. If a specialized unit weakens the rat race, the business system kills it. A business system is responsible for getting your specialized unit into the hands of the right audience. For my publishing company, the business system consists of my forum, my customer list, my e-commerce website, my social media accounts, and all the business channels that sell my books like Amazon, Ingram, and Baker & Taylor, including several dozen foreign publishers outside the USA. My stepson could write the best book ever written, but without a business system to sell it, it's untapped potential. If you owned a food product, Your business system would be your e-commerce website, your marketing initiatives, as well as the wholesale distributors and retail channels like Target, Kroger, or Safeway. Here are some examples of specialized units and their business systems. Specialized unit, a mobile application. Business system, the Apple Store, Google Play, your website, your mailing list. Specialized unit, a book. The business system, Amazon, Audible, Ingram, bookstores, your blog, your mailing list. Specialized unit, an invention. Business system, your website, retail stores, distributors, your mailing list. Specialized unit, a clothing line. Business system, your website, retail and wholesalers, your mailing list, and social media. Specialized unit, a movie. Business system, Netflix, YouTube, movie theaters, TV networks, and syndicators. Like your specialized unit, a business system is not constrained by time, namely, your time. It dissolves the rat race's first anchor. The systems used to sell this book exist in perpetuity, essentially becoming hundreds, perhaps thousands of full-time salespersons who never stop working, never go on break, and never need a vacation. My publishing company earned a tiny paycheck the moment you bought this book. Who knows what I was doing at that moment? Sleeping, writing, walking the dog? In effect, the business system puts you, quote, on the clock 24/7 for the rest of your life. The business system trades its time for money, replacing you as the method for trade. Whereas a specialized unit invalidates rat race economics, rendering the last two rat race anchors null and void, a business system gives you power over time. For example, I wrote the book The Millionaire Fastlane more than 10 years ago, and it still provides me with a six-figure annual income. The writing time I invested in this specialized unit occurred over a decade ago, but the business system is still working, giving me a positive net return on my time, not the standard negative 60%. Ultimately, I could sell millions of specialized units, but pushing those sales comes down to driving demand in the business system I employ. For example, there are millions of authors who have tried self-publishing, uploading one book into the Amazon ecosystem and waiting. They ultimately sell little to nothing. They have the specialized unit, the book they wrote, but they don't have the business system. Publish a book on Amazon and wait is not a business system. It's a lottery ticket. I spent years building my business system. From advertising mediums to retail channels to wholesale distributors to marketing strategy, the grind doesn't end at the specialized unit. It begins. A specialized unit without its business system is like yin without its yang. Key concepts. A business system is an all-encompassing system from sales channels to marketing initiatives and is responsible for getting your specialized unit into the hands of the right audience. A specialized unit combined with a business system gives you power over time and limited leverage. A specialized unit and a business system are both needed to break the three rat race anchors. The knowledge gap strategy. Mind the knowledge gap or fall behind. You didn't tell me exactly how you did it. Some years ago, a reader griped that my book failed to reveal the exact methods I used to grow my business. Clearly, the comment was from someone who had never run a business, much less worked in marketing or sales. The fact is, the business building strategies that I used years ago, even months ago, will no longer help me today. A sales-shattering tactic that worked in 2018 won't work in 2021. In short, yesterday's beneficial knowledge is today's worthless knowledge. Behind this truth is what's called a knowledge gap. The knowledge gap is the divide between what you need to know, but don't. This could range from a skill you lack, to a poorly executed marketing strategy, to a misinterpreted data point on a cultural trend. The knowledge gap carries a natural expansion bias and is correlated to change. Because technology, economics, societal norms, consumer tastes, and behavior are all dynamic, the knowledge gap is continuously expanding. Jeff looked into Bitcoin and relented that it was, quote, too complicated. In the future, this will be a big missed opportunity simply because he wasn't willing to close his knowledge gap. Just because something seems complicated doesn't mean you can't learn it. Learning anything new always seems complicated. For For example, every success I enjoy today was earned yesterday by minding the gap. I was in constant pursuit of knowledge. I learned how to code, learned new industries, learned marketing, learned how to adapt. In another example, the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic has blown a massive chasm in the world's collective knowledge gap. Ever hear the phrase, quote, the new normal? This adjunctly references the knowledge gap and its rapid expansion. So how do you shrink your knowledge gap? The first step is to acknowledge its ever-expanding existence. The second step is persistent learning. How many books have you read in the last month? If you think about it, anytime you read a book, you're getting a personal, one-on-one mentorship with the author. In other words, countless experts, billionaires, scientists, and other leaders are willing to mentor you and help you close your knowledge gap. New education, and therefore new opportunities, are always just a few Googled keystrokes away, a bus ride to the library, or just being a keen observer. Unfortunately, scripted rat racers don't mind the knowledge gaps, they mind the cultural ones. The latest celebrity news, royal weddings, and dumb football games that won't matter a week later. In fact, the larger your knowledge gap, the deeper the rut your life will suffer. The origin of a rut relies on the same knowledge that got you there in the first place. Mind the gap or get swallowed by it. An old education rarely fits a new opportunity. Key concepts. What works today doesn't work tomorrow. The knowledge gap is the ever-growing space between what you don't know and what you need to know, caused by shifts in tastes, technology, and human behavior. Only persistent learning can shrink a knowledge gap, preceded by acknowledging its existence. An old education rarely fits a new opportunity.
A New Hope. Saturday, November 12, 2016, 8:11 p.m. 43 days later. Sam sat down in the booth across from her husband. Her hair was wild as if she'd arrived by motorcycle, and her face was pale without its usual makeup. She tore off her jacket. Underneath, she wore one of her preachy vegan t-shirts which read, "Intelligence doesn't give you the right to murder. Do you want an advanced alien species eating your children?" Jeff glanced at the shirt and tried to remain expressionless, as his wife usually kept her militant shirts confined to the house. Between the shirt and her disheveled appearance, it looked like she was ready for household chores, not a night out. They were at their favorite restaurant, Pancho's Mexican Cantina. After Sam pressed for a date night, they met for dinner. Jeff arrived straight from the gym on Sam's urgency, his shirt stained with sweat, his hair messy. "You couldn't wait until I got home and changed?" He sized her up and didn't let her answer. "You look as bad as me." Sam gleamed, ignoring the dig. "Looks like you had a good workout." He had been on the treadmill when his wife beckoned to meet, and she'd insisted. No drive home to shower, no change of clothes, and no explanation for the urgency. "Yes," he said, dressing his lap with his napkin. Looking around, he said, "First time we've been here in years. We love this place. You know, before we became Mr. and Mrs. Scrooge, except without the fortune." Sam's eyes twinkled, detached from her husband's flippancy. When the waiter came by, she ordered a margarita, a deviation from her usual Cabernet. Jeff ordered his typical whiskey. After the waiter shuffled off, Jeff stared at her pointedly. "Okay, let's have it. What's up? Since we've sat down, you've had this shit-eating grin, and you didn't order a glass of wine, which is your chill-out drink. The margarita suggests a celebration." Sam veered in, her eyes sparkling. She whispered, as if discussing national security. "I found it." "Found what?" Jeff eyed her incredulously, his tone just as hushed. "You found the floor plans to the bank? You found your long-lost English royalty?" He chuckled. "No," she fell back into her booth. "I found the answer to our problem." "Our problem? Which one? Last I checked, we had a few hundred." "Escaping the rat race," she reported. Jeff motioned to their drinks, which had just arrived. After the waiter took their food order, Jeff continued. "Seeing we ordered $20 in drinks, I'm guessing it doesn't have to do with living like broke co-eds for the rest of our lives." "Right." She licked the salt on her margarita and sipped. "I found the answer in a couple of business books." "Business books? Like how to climb your way up the corporate ladder and get promoted to CEO? I don't..." Sam held up a hand, interrupting. "No, this is not about working in a business, but starting one." Jeff didn't flinch. "What books? Anyone I know?" "No, probably not." This first book was called The Millionaire Fastlane. The second was called Unscripted. Jeff eyed her suspiciously. She continued. At first I dismissed the author because of the cheesy title, but once I dug into his message, it really made sense. The writing is a bit juvenile for your taste, but the math made perfect sense. And the millionaire what? Jeff snapped. Please don't tell me this is one of those pyramid things. Everyone in our family hates your cousin because he's always peddling that skincare crap on anyone who breathes. Sam shook her head and then smiled. No, Jeff, Unscripted isn't a pyramid. More like we'll be building our own. According to the author, we need to start our own business, a particular type of business which can yield asymmetrical returns. Jeff curiously spiked his eyebrow. In a million years, he never expected his wife to utter the phrase asymmetrical returns, and it raised a red flag. Was she falling victim to a scam? She continued, her pace increasing. After a 20-minute overview followed by their dinner's arrival, she asserted, "Read the books and you'll see what I mean. We can do this in 10 years or less, and it won't involve the stock market or living like hippie cheapskates." She sipped her margarita and continued. "We've been approaching this rat race thing from the wrong angle, blindly following a bunch of strategies suggested by the scientists who control the lab rats. It's time to turn the tables and be the ones who make the rules, and the rules are all based on math." She held up her drink as if she was toasting. "And you're the math guy, not me." Unconvinced, Jeff's eyes narrowed as he bit into his quesadilla. His wife and math mixed like chores and a spoiled brat in the middle of video gaming. Sam said measuredly, "I'll give you the books when we get home so you can read for yourself." Jeff followed with a glare as if he was a child begrudgingly tasked with a week's worth of homework. Start a business? Rats and scientists in laboratories? He wiped his mouth with his napkin. Sounds ahem. He cleared his throat exaggeratedly. Interesting.
The asymmetric returns strategy. Construct a leveraged vehicle. 1 unit of effort, 5 units of pay. Whenever I drive to the post office, I pass a small fashion boutique in a strip mall. The street is lightly traveled and the parking lot is always empty. One day after breakfast at an adjacent cafe, the wife dragged me into the store. While inside, I managed to ask the owner, an older woman, if she sold online or had a website. She admitted she did not, and she flashed me a sideways grimace as if she expected me to sell her one. After leaving the store, I could deduce with certainty that this clothing store owner will never set herself free from the rat race. Why? She's stuck in an inefficient business system with bad math. Suppose the boutique averages 100 customers a week, which is a function of both foot and auto traffic near the store. Because this boutique doesn't sell on the internet, I can make a foolproof prediction. There's nothing the owner can do to scale those 100 customers into 1,000 or 10,000, not by next week, next month, or next year. The owner could be a genius marketer, and it still doesn't matter. There is zero probability that this business owner could earn $2 million next year, much less $500,000. This boutique owner has a silent partner, and it's bad personal leverage. While our boutique owner owns a business, she's failed to annul rat race economics. The fact is, most business owners are struggling like their wage and salaried counterparts. Having a profit locus isn't enough, especially if bad math governs your business model. Ultimately, you don't want to trade your time selling your skills, you want to invest your skills in a specialized unit and its business system. Instead of increasing the frequency, more hours, or skilled value, more salary, work to expand the reach, more people, and external value, more impact of your specialized unit. This transformation creates the potential for asymmetric returns, 1 unit of work, 5 units of pay. The rat race's primary ally, ULL, is replaced with CUL, or controllable, unlimited leverage. In a business system, our specialized unit could be sold repeatedly and infinitely through time. Create a specialized unit with $50 of net perceived value, and you'd earn $50,000 if you sold 2 or 3 of them per day. Sell 50 per day, and the number explodes to over $910,000, and only a short 66 months to earn $5 million. Here is a chart examining the years to earn $5 million with varying specialized units and their profit levels. Average profit per unit, $25. 50 units sold daily, 11 years to earn 5 million. 100 units sold daily, 5.5 years to earn 5 million. 200 units sold daily, 2.7 years to earn 5 million. Average unit profit, $50. 50 units sold daily, 5.5 years to earn 5 million. 100 units sold daily, 2.7 years to earn 5 million. 200 units sold daily, 1.4 years to earn 5 million. Average profit per unit, $100. 50 units sold daily, 2.7 years to earn 5 million. 100 units sold daily, 1.4 years to earn $5 million. 200 units sold daily, 8.5 months to earn 5 million. When I owned my internet company, 20,000 people would routinely visit my service daily, and each visitor was worth an average of $6. My conversion rate was about 4.5%. Reflective of the chart above, how fast do you think I built wealth and hit my escape number? Average profit per unit, $6. Average units sold daily, 900. Years to earn $5 million, 2.5 years. I had influence over the numbers implicit in my rat race escape. Time was not in control. I was. Math was not limited. It was unlimited. The same physics exists with my publishing company. First, quote, units sold is a variable that scales into the stratosphere. I can theoretically sell millions. I can't sell the hours or years in my life by millions, but I can sell my creative contribution. Second, I can increase unit profit on each book I print by price shopping, changing formats, or producing shorter books. For example, I recently switched book printers, which saved me about 60 cents per book. That might not seem like much, but if you're selling 200,000 units in 1 year, that's a whopping $120,000. All because I requested one quote from one different printer. 1 hour of work yielded a $120,000 return and created a leveraged earning event. And finally, I can expand my leverage by adding more authors and more books to my publishing company's library of offerings. The leverage is continually growing, evolving, and is always pliable to my effort, and it is chocked full of specialized units. Not bragging, just illustrating the power of controllable, unlimited leverage as it relates to scaling wealth. Sell 1 million of anything, and yes, you will earn millions. Impact millions, make millions. These 4 words are the simple secret. The more people you can affect, either in scale, width, or magnitude, depth, the more money you earn. Scale, or width, refers to the volume of sales you can potentially make. 10 million phone cases sold at $1 profit on each equals $10 million. Your market size and leverage potential is denominated by how many people want phone cases, not by margin. On the other hand, magnitude represents the gravity of the impact and is reflected in a much larger unit profit. 1,000 bronze sculptures sold at $10,000 profit on each is also $10 million. With magnitude, the potential leverage is both in the market size and the margin. Scale minimally impacts many, magnitude maximize impact on a few. Both lay the foundation for asymmetric returns. Here's another way of looking at it. Imagine our rat race as an actual marathon across a vast countryside covering thousands of miles. For your participation, the scripted gangsters promise you a wonderful retirement at the end of this journey, a retirement filled with wealth, freedom, and mobility. Put another way, the number of miles you need to travel is your escape number. Have a $3 million escape number? Great, your marathon is 3 million miles. As you can imagine, this long marathon could take decades. And progress is randomly dependent on weather and road conditions. Plotting a route will be the hardest thing you've ever done. Getting lost is easy, frustration even easier. Most die during the marathon, their soul crushed and their body broken. Others complete the marathon at the end of their life, arriving old and exhausted, their freedom confined to a nursing home. When we take to the marathon with a wage locus, we're walking with sandals. Our progress is unleveraged and symmetrical. 1 unit of effort, 1 unit of movement. Going faster or running is nearly impossible. If we go to college and earn a degree, we graduate with a salary locus and upgrade to a pair of nice sneakers. Now we can walk faster, or better, run. One time-based unit of effort is still rewarded 1 unit of movement, just a larger unit. In both cases, constant effort is required and based on time, quote, pounding the pavement. While running longer or faster for a higher wage or salary might be possible, the rat racer is still stuck doing labor. Take a day off and the movement stops. But more telling is this: neither method has the capacity for leveraged, asymmetrical movement. You can't run at 40 miles an hour or travel 500 miles in one day. 1 unit of time-based effort will always generate 1 unit of movement. Moreover, a foot marathon puts you at the mercy of uncontrollable environmental forces like rough roads, steep hills, and stormy weather. Unpredictable events like job losses, economic recessions, inflation, and now pandemics that cause worldwide shutdowns. A bad storm, a recession, could halt your trip, or a steep road, inflation, cost of living, etc., can drag movement to a crawl. Altogether, these travel methods lack the speed and control needed to get across the country, at least within 5 years. If you want a chance at freedom, you're going to need to ditch the conventional travel methods and upgrade to the faster, more efficient means of movement, a leveraged vehicle. Instead of wasting your time running the marathon, invest your time in a system that will leverage your effort and eventually run the marathon for you. When you invest your time in a specialized unit, the engine, and a business system, the vehicle, you're ditching the, quote, time for money orthodoxy. While your foot-based peers might get off to a fast start and seem further ahead on their marathon, eventually you'll overtake them. Soon, 1 unit of effort can translate into 10 units of movement. Output goes asymmetrical. Better, when you build a business system, you can assign an operator to drive it, or put it on autopilot. You can make progress on your journey while not at the helm. That's like having someone climb the Stairmaster for 2 hours while you enjoy the fitness benefits. The point of this marathon analogy is to demonstrate the losing gambits. People don't struggle because they're lazy. Working 5 days a week for 50 years is not easy. People ultimately struggle because they're stuck running the rat race on foot. Sandals and sneakers aren't solutions. The levered vehicle is. You can't move mountains with your bare hands when moving mountains needs a bulldozer. Key concepts. A business with bad math is also subject to rat race economics. Replace a time trade with a time investment in a specialized unit and its business system, and asymmetric returns becomes possible. 1 unit of work earns you 5 units of pay. Impact millions of lives and you will make millions. Asymmetric returns are possible when controllable unlimited leverage replaces uncontrollable limited leverage. Consider a rat race escape like a long-distance marathon across the countryside. With a wage locus, you walk the marathon in sandals. With a salary locus, you jog the journey in sneakers. And with a profit locus, you take the road in a leveraged vehicle. An operator can drive a leveraged vehicle, giving you another tool for freedom. The polymorphic pay principle. Invest in time. Stop trading it. Bill Gunton is the actor who played the corrupt warden in the famed classic The Shawshank Redemption, a movie I've seen at least 50 times. Recently, he disclosed to a journalist for the Wall Street Journal that he still earns nearly 6 figures a year for his supporting role. At the time of filming, his acting talent earned a leveraged amount because it was a second-order specialized unit. Still, the time he spent acting for the role was considered monomorphic pay, a direct trade of time for money. If he wanted to earn more money acting, he needed to invest more time into more movies. Time was still in control. The good news is the actor also contributed to a first-order specialized unit, the movie, which could be licensed over and over, the business system. The specialized unit and its ability for replication and repetition allowed the actor to enjoy a lifetime dividend in the form of royalties. In unscripted terms, the polymorphic pay principle is when a past time investment continues to yield future income, sometimes indefinitely. Trillions of dollars are spent every year in finance, from accounting to money-saving techniques to investment research and strategy. If you could turn a buck into a $1.20, a 20% return, year after year, you'd be considered an investment rock star. The world has no shortage of resources willing to educate you on how to invest your money. However, when it comes to investing your time, your most precious asset, there are no resources. Absolutely nothing. What few realize is that you can invest your time just like money. And the yield on a good time investment pays more time, namely free time. Money earned while not working is a payment of free time, and this phenomena only comes from business systems. If you make $1,000 overnight from a business system, your past time investment, that's $1,000 you don't have to earn in the future. If you value your free time at $50 an hour, you just earned 20 hours of free time. 20 hours times $50 is $1,000. Income earned while not working pays free time, the work time spared from your future. Likewise, money systems pay polymorphic pay, just not very well. If you bought one share in a dividend-paying company that pays $2 a year in dividends, a third-party business system, your past time investment pays you polymorphically for life. Monomorphic pay, on the other hand, is the rat race's default method of payment. Trade time, earn money. Culture has easily conditioned us to associate time as a monetary means of barter. Work is rationed by the hour or the year, linked to one sequence of cash. McDonald's is hiring at $15 per hour. Raytheon is hiring an engineer for $110,000 a year. Monomorphic pay is the only approved narrative for earning money inside the rat race. Hence, time as it is culturally sold is a conspirator against your dreams. To convert time into an ally, you need to invest in time, not trade it. Anytime you invest in a business system through a specialized unit, whether successful or not, you're an investor of time, seeking to get a yield of polymorphic pay, eventually. This multi-payment oddity exists in few professions, and those careers that do possess it rarely achieve it. An inventor can get paid license fees for past inventions. The specialized unit is the invention, and the channels that sell it are the business system. An actor can earn residuals on scenes acted long ago, as in widely syndicated television shows. An author can earn royalties from a book written years ago. My books have been translated in over 25 languages, and I get royalties on all of them. The book is the specialized unit, the foreign publishers are the business systems, all working around the globe for me 24/7. When someone buys my book in Thailand or Korea, I'm likely sleeping, but I'm earning polymorphic pay. 1, the small profit, and 2, the time I don't need to work for it in the future. If you can formulate a product that sells in stores nationwide, the same applies. You're earning polymorphic pay because that product can be sold all day, every day. In, quote, making money circles, this concept is often romanticized into passive income, but don't be fooled. Notwithstanding Warden Norton and his windfall, passive income is anything but passive. Passive income is often put forth by hucksters who sell 5-figure coaching programs to a growing tide of wannabe entrepreneurs, or what I call dreampreneurs. After dealing with thousands of entrepreneurs over the years, I've come to learn that passive income seekers are also ironically quite passive. When dreampreneurs discover that, quote, passive income can take years to foment, they usually quit, seeking easier pastures. All my business systems that enjoy polymorphic pay took several years to build, a period where the pay was poor and the work long. Passive income is for amateurs. Polymorphic pay is for the professionals. Key concepts. Monomorphic pay is income earned for a direct trade of time for money, either by the hour, by the year, or by the unit. Polymorphic pay is income earned from a past time investment. Like money, you can invest time. Anytime you invest in a specialized unit, whether successful or not, you're a time investor seeking polymorphic pay. Polymorphic pay is romanticized into its popular twin, passive income. Polymorphic pay isn't as easily obtained as its, quote, passive income hucksters would advertise. The consumer-producer principle. Math doesn't lie, and neither will your annual report. Math doesn't lie, but people do. This was proven during the 2008 housing crisis, when most foreclosures weren't from people on the fringes of poverty, but affluent and well-educated buyers, according to a study by the St. Louis Federal Reserve. The crisis was less about predatory lending and more about buyers overreaching for appreciation and affluence with, quote, liar loans. Without the numbers to verify the truth, the fiscal health of any buyer was relegated to their honesty, or I should say, dishonesty. When you want to investigate the health of a corporation or assess an investment, you look at its annual report, the math, cash flows, income statements, balance sheets, margins, profits, revenues, debts, rate of return, all data points which offer an unassailable look underneath the hood. By law, corporations need to report the truth, or it's fraud. The bigger question is, if you had to tell the truth about the numbers in your life, what would they say about the team you're playing for? The consumer producer principle states that your annual report reveals your role in the rat race. Rats play for team consumer. Scientists play for team producer. Whatever team you profess, your rat race role as it stands now has a definitive, foolproof lie detector test. It's called math, and math doesn't lie. Despite our corporate status as human chattel barcoded with a social security number, we simply don't examine the mathematics hitched to our life. But we should. If you had to organize a personal annual report exposing the numbers in your life, what would it look like? What would the numbers say concerning how you generate revenue, spend money, and invest in your future? If your personal financial situation, you, Inc., traded like a stock on the stock market, would an investor buy it? Hell, would you buy it? Or would you, Inc., have already filed bankruptcy and gone way of Blockbuster, Enron, or Lehman Brothers? The fact is, every human on the planet is backpacking an invisible annual report which bears our numbers. But unlike a corporate report with hundreds of numerical variables, there are only 5 you need to worry about, and they will reveal your role as either a rat on Team Consumer or a scientist in Team Producer. They are 1. Gross Annual Production, GAP. 2. Gross Annual Consumption, GAC. 3. Annual Net Existence, ANE. 4. Net Worth, NW. 5. Research and Development, R&D. Gross Annual Production, GAP. Your gross annual production, GAP, represents the total production value you and your assets generate in the year. This could be your job salary, investment returns, business profits and its corresponding valuation, a real estate holding, anything that has sellable value. Altogether, the gap represents your offense in the offensive-defensive pair. In the past, I've interchangeably referred to gross annual production as a wealth creation equation. For example, let's say you're a stonemason with a salary locus derived from a specialized skill. Last year you earned, net of taxes, $50,000, and your home appreciated $10,000. Your gap on that prior year's annual report would be after-tax salary, $50,000, plus net investment gains, $10,000, equals a gap of $60,000. Gross annual consumption. The second variable is your gross annual consumption, GAC, or total expenses, such as food, cars, housing, healthcare, and entertainment. This number also includes any liabilities incurred. Going back to your hypothetical job as a stonemason, if you spent $40,000 that year and financed $30,000 for a new truck, your gross annual consumption is $70,000. Living expenses, $40,000, plus new truck loan, $30,000, equals a gross annual consumption of $70,000. Annual net existence, A&E. The third variable is your annual net existence, A&E. This number reveals your net production or consumption for the year. A negative A&E means you consumed more than you produced in the year. A positive number means you have produced more than you consume. Here's the equation. A&E equals gross annual production, GAP, minus gross annual consumption, GAC. Here it is for our stonemason. Gross annual production, $60,000. Gross annual consumption, $70,000. Subtracted equals a negative $10,000 A&E. For that year as a stonemason, you were a net consumer or a shopping rat. Net worth, NW. Your net worth is the infallible lie detector test, the definitive truth serum for outing rats and scientists. Technically, your net worth is the cumulative sum of every A&E figure since you've been old enough to work. It is simply your assets minus liabilities. If your net worth is positive, congratulations, you're a producer. You're playing the game as a scientist. Negative? Sorry, that means you're a consumer and navigating the game as a rat. Net worth equals total assets minus total liabilities, or the sum of all your A&Es throughout your working years. Annual R&D, R&D. The final number is the annual sum of hours you spend developing yourself, namely the knowledge and skills for excelling in a scientist's world. Remember, culture automatically drafts you to play as a rat for team consumer. As a shopping rat, your cheese is the weekend. For the savings rat, an elderly retirement. In both cases, you're consuming either material goods or investment products. However, when you defect from team consumer to team producer, it's like learning a new language. Studying how scientists play the game will require a constant education in resources not easily found. Yes, they exist, but they must be doggedly sought. This means becoming a lifetime student of production, the language of scientists. For example, when you read an advertising message that persuades you to buy, examine it from the producer's perspective. What specific reason made you buy? A label? A price? Benefit? A good story? Why didn't you buy the competition's offer? How does this company make money? What psychological tactics are used in its marketing? What kind of operational processes are involved in offering this product or service? Is this company making a profit? What is the revenue model? Is this product manufactured overseas or locally? Once you take on a scientific role of production, suddenly you won't be buying products on Amazon, you're selling them. Instead of chasing the trend, you're serving the trend. Instead of taking a class, you're giving a class. Instead of investing in a hedge fund, you're the one managing it. Instead of consuming investment research, you're offering it. Additionally, R&D could be self-improvement, from learning how to write or speak better to learning code to getting yourself in tip-top shape. In the business world, companies who invest nothing in R&D die. Likewise, people who invest nothing in R&D die in the rat race. No corporation can survive without a purpose and ultimately a profit. Look at yourself in the same manner. Altogether, these 5 variables reveal your financial life. Moreover, they expose and then prove your current rat race status. Are you a rat or a scientist? And are you progressing or regressing? Like math, your net worth won't lie. Key concepts. Math doesn't lie, people do. Rats play for team consumer, scientists for team producer. Your annual report represents the numbers in your financial life and determines your chances of a rat race escape. The 5 key numbers in your annual report are gross annual production, GAP, gross annual consumption, GAC, annual net existence, A&E, net worth, NW, and annual research and development, R&D. The rat race automatically drafts you to be on team consumer. To succeed on team producer, focus on your R&D and aim to learn the language of the scientists, business, finance, marketing, management, etc. Your annual net existence determines if you are a net producer or a net consumer for the year. Your net worth, the sum of A&E, indicates your current role in the rat race. Positive equals scientist, negative equals rat.
The Money Chase. Wednesday, November 16th, 2016. 6:15 p.m. 4 days later. I'm boiling water for tea. You want some? Jeff sat quietly rubbing his chin while staring blankly at his notebook Nev. Today's Twilight Cross was unusual. Instead of retreating to the bedroom from the day's work, Jeff sat at the table and started doodling in his journal. Sam had seen the expression before, the last time he attempted his taxes. Hello? She walked to the table and pulled out a chair next to him. If this is about Thanksgiving, I said I'd take care of it. Cooking, cleaning, all of it. No, not about Thanksgiving. He shrugged. You said we should start a business, so I was just trying to figure out what we can start that'll make us some quick money. He opened Nev and pointed to a bulleted list. I've been reading up on hustles. Everyone on the internet talks about following your passion. So I'm thinking you could start a blog about organic gardening or vegan diets. Or maybe I can start a podcast about the Chicago Cubs. Or do YouTube videos on playing saxophone. He scratched his head. I just don't see how any of that's going to make us money, and enough that we can retire early and afford to send Maddie to DePaul. He closed his notebook. I mean, do I just throw some videos up on YouTube and they pay me? It's all pretty foreign to me. Sam chuckled. DePaul? You're already making college decisions for Maddie, and she's not even out of elementary school yet. I know, but with this business thing we're planning, I thought we'd axe one thing off the to-do list. He chuckled. You have a problem with our alma mater? They'd both attended and met at DePaul University in Chicago. Coming from the Idaho tundra, Sam wanted a city experience, complete with the cold. Jeff tried to avoid the cold and wanted to attend the University of Texas. When he was 17, he'd spent some time in Austin and loved it. Surely South Padre Island and the spring break that followed days later had nothing to do with his college preferences. His parents vehemently vetoed the choice, and DePaul was the compromise. Jeff didn't wait for her to answer about college and carried on. You love gardening, and the amount of food we get from a tiny patch of land is amazing. Between the tomatoes and the carrots, you've saved us a fortune. Your garden know-how certainly has to be worth something. Or maybe we start selling at the farmer's market. His wife swallowed hard. She strayed over to the window. Now gibbering at her back, Jeff added, Or wait a sec, how about we sell custom mirrors? Didn't you say your nurse friend worked for a manufacturer in LA? Mirrors can be pretty expensive. I'm sure there's got to be some good profit margin there. Sam gazed through the glass from their second-story window. It was already dark, and flurries had started to fall. The oak trees surrounding their neighborhood were already bare, their naked branches weaving up into the dark sky like tentacles. She could feel the cold night touching her through the window. She stood silent as her husband rambled on for another minute. Tuning his voice out into a muffled mess of nothingness, Sam's gut churned with anger. Her husband meant well, but he didn't take being told what to do. Clearly, he had no clue. Sam had given him the DeMarco books, literally dropped them in his lap as he lay in bed. But if the empty coffee mug that sat atop them for 4 days was any tell, she doubted he'd read them. She sighed and turned back to him, trying to hide her disappointment. Jeff, you're not going about this business thing the right way. He looked at her as if she'd just told him to jump into a lake in mid-January. What's the right way? We need to start a business and make money. You said it yourself. His eyes narrowed. My new boss has been a complete asshole. Ever since the last audit underperformed process review, he's been hell at work. Jeff crinkled up his napkin and threw it at his empty dinner plate. I can't take it anymore. It's not that simple. Sure it is. He leered at his wife, tone forceful. We find something and sell it. T-shirts, some trinkets from China, I don't give a shit. We can put it on eBay or something. You wouldn't believe some of the crap people buy nowadays. He paused and then cracked the evening's first smile. And then I can march into my boss's office and tell him to take his job and shove it. Weep! He motioned to the whistling kettle. Oh yeah, and I'll take some tea. She frowned at him. A dubious look painted her face. Get it yourself.
The Polarity Strategy. Ptolemy, famed 2nd century Greco-Roman astronomer, is best known for his Earth-centered geocentric cosmology. He postulated that Earth was not only stationary, but it was at the center of the universe. His model, however, wasn't entirely conjecture, as it contained numerous mathematical models to account for the erratic paths of the celestial bodies. In hindsight, it was a theory made of human hubris. Unfortunately, in today's entrepreneurial culture, that hubris remains. Countless aspiring entrepreneurs remain aspiring because of their own selfish preoccupations. They are operating as if they were the center of the universe. Whenever you enter a market selfishly, you risk becoming a Ptolemy money chaser. Many years ago, when I sat on the shoulder of the road contemplating suicide, I didn't know I was a Ptolemy money chaser. My reasons for starting a business were purely selfish. I want to be my own boss. I don't want to wear a suit and ride a train downtown. I'd like to help my mother retire early. Whatever motives you have for starting a business, I have sad news. No one gives a shit. Well, except maybe your mom or your wife. Ptolemy money chasing is a poison pen, and it is a business mindset guided by me-centered introspection instead of market-centered extrospection. This poison pen framed my early entrepreneurial days from, quote, following my passion to wanting to own a Lamborghini. Every business I failed was centered on my selfish desires and needs. I never paused and considered market needs because I was too busy considering my own. As an owner of a business forum with nearly 1 million posts, I read a lot from aspiring entrepreneurs. It only takes me a few words to know if they are Ptolemy money chasers. How? If their words reflect a positive charge toward money, then I'm betting they bust. Take, for example, the following statements. Typical money chasing. How can I make money starting a business? What hustle can I start with $500 and still make $5,000 a month? I have a friend who manufactures widgets. You think I can make money selling them? How can I make passive income? What's a good product to import so I can sell on Amazon? What's the best business to start on a shoestring? I knit a damn good sock. How can I sell them? All these questions reflect a positive charge toward money, Ptolemy money chasing, as if money were something to be captured like a lost dog or a feral cat. Unfortunately, money is also positively charged. And what happens if you take two magnets of the same charge? They repel. A rat race isn't a rat race without its cheese. When a scientist arrives at his laboratory on Monday morning and drops a rat into the maze for the day's study, he needs a way to motivate the rat, give it a reason to run, a reason to work. Instinctually, the rats are hungry for cheese. In the real world, this cheese is money. As humans, we have an instinctual positive charge toward money chasing, no different than that rat seeking cheese. And it doesn't matter who holds the cash, the broke college student or the billionaire philanthropist. Cash always carries a positive charge. If you want to attract money instead of repelling it, deploy the polarity strategy and reverse your polarity. Instead of accepting culture's positive charge and its failing instincts, become negatively charged. How? Drape yourself in value like you would a golden cloak. Value is negatively charged, giving its owner gravity. Think of it like a drug dealer without the illegality. While humans are positively charged to money, money is positively charged to value. So if your business offers perceived value, the money will pour into your life. Namely, what do you have that other people want? What solutions, conveniences, or hungers are you filling? How many lives have you impacted, even if minimally? Think of it this way. Attacking money with a positive charge is akin to chasing a finicky cat around the neighborhood who outwits you in every pursuit. Up the tree, behind the bushes, under the car. This is how most people attack the rat race, but it's the wrong way to win the chase. Instead, grab the cat's attention. Offer the feline something he wants. A can of tuna? Catnip? With a polarity reversal, suddenly the cat scampers right into your lap. Chase not required. Unfortunately, when you carry rat race loci into the game of entrepreneurship, you also bring with it its positive charge. Instead of being need-focused, solution-oriented, and value-driven, you're me-focused. Oh, it's always been my dream to own a sports bar, so I'm going to open one. Sorry, but no one gives a fuck. You're chasing cats. The harder you try to earn cash with me-centered fantasies, the more it will elude you. You can't win this game if you can't oust your selfishness. If you're too busy focusing on what you want, you'll never see what other people want. The marketplace is a hungry, self-centered brat, and one hungry brat doesn't need another brat to join him. He needs an adult to fill his needs. Be the adult. Feed the brats, and they'll stop crying while paying you for the privilege. The world simply demands its mediocre comfort. Provide it, and you will enjoy magnificent comfort. Key concepts. Nobody gives a shit. Ptolemy money chasing is a poison pen marked by selfish internal motives, not external market gaps. People are positively charged to seek money, like a rat would cheese. Money is also positively charged, and two positive charges repel, not attract. Value, which is negatively charged, reverses your polarity and attracts money. If you're too focused on what you want, you won't see what others want. The passion principle. Winning guarantees passion, but passion doesn't guarantee winning. I walked into the bank, my guitar case strapped to my back. The security guard eyed me suspiciously, and deservedly so. I walked up to the teller and handed her 3 coupons for my mortgage payment. "I'm behind on my mortgage, I need to catch up," I said. The teller nervously glanced at the guitar case on my back and then grabbed the voucher. She entered my account number into the computer and after a few clicks said, "With late fees and interest, you owe $5,253. How would you like to pay?" Without answering, I whipped around my guitar case and flipped its latches. The teller's eyes widened as she lurched back in her chair. The security guard jumped off his stool and darted toward me, expecting to see a rifle in the guitar case. The mortified teller threw her hands up, but instead of a gun, it held a banjo. I whipped it out and started strumming Dixie. The teller lowered her hands slowly and said, "What on earth are you doing?" I said, "You asked how I wanted to pay my mortgage. This is my answer. I'm paying with passion." Okay, this story's not true. I don't play the banjo, but worthy to note, beware of self-help nobodies preaching passion as something to be followed. The passion principle states that passion is a horrible business model. Please, for the love of God, stop following your passion, because more than likely that passion won't pay well, or it won't pay at all. Trust me, there's no passion when you can't pay the electric bill or hit the Olive Garden once a month. Worse, you can ruin your passion by lynching it to money, responsibility, and mortgages. When I was young, I loved driving as it represented freedom. As such, many of my early jobs were behind the wheel, from delivery driver to a limousine chauffeur. In a few short years, my love for driving turned into a hate. And decades later, it remains a hate. The first problem with passion is that the markets represented by passion are jammed packed. A glut of supply means 3 things, all seeding a bad opportunity. 1. Increased competition due to everyone chasing the same passion. 2. Depressed margins due to commoditization and limited differentiation opportunities. And 3. Diminished leverage and poor probabilities. First, the idea to get paid to do passionate things is juvenile and idealistic hooey. How many teenagers would love a fat paycheck for playing hoops, riding horses, or strumming guitar? Step in line behind the other gazillion. When there are thousands, perhaps millions, who are and want to be doing precisely what you do, you have no leverage, and rat race economics are in play. Remember, a crying infant doesn't need another whiny infant in his crib. He needs an adult. Second, commoditization risk. When value is ubiquitous and undifferentiated, the lowest price often wins. Think gas stations, air travel, t-shirts, data storage, even personal training. For a small business, the race to the bottom is a race to poverty. Third, whenever there is high competition, low margins, and commoditization, your probabilities for success plummet as well as leverage. Remember, your annual report and the math you put into it plays a huge role in your success. If there are 70 million other, quote, digital marketing companies you're bidding against, expect leverage to be thin and probabilities to be poor. Adults are value-focused, and they don't follow passion. They follow needs, wants, desires, and solutions with a production focus. They understand that passion doesn't come from doing, but from accomplishing. It comes from being better today than yesterday. It comes from self-development, overcoming fears, learning something new, and solving the world's problems one person at a time. Job Stevens followed his passion for 12 years, and now he works at Walmart as an assistant manager. You never heard of Job? Well, that's because he failed, and his passion couldn't pay the bills. His passion, abstract finger painting, then became a hate because he no longer did it from the depths of his soul, but from the urgency of his bills. Don't expect Job Stevens' failure to be featured on the front page of Yahoo Finance, where he shares his secrets to success, one being, quote, follow your passion. Don't let the publicized few, the survivors of the ill-famed survivor bias, convince you otherwise. But what about Steve Jobs, MJ? He said love what you do. Of course he did. But he was also a billionaire who created massive value worldwide. Would you be passionate if half the planet found value in your creative contribution? And what if in a parallel universe Steve Jobs is actually Job Stevens, someone who followed his passion but couldn't sell a damn thing and pay his bills? Is there passion for losing, for failing, for someone telling you that your product sucks? Think Steve Jobs would be on the stage at Stanford University inadvertently immortalizing the horrific business advice, quote, follow your passion? Conventional wisdom is wrong again, and like many things, has it backwards. Enduring determination doesn't come from passion, but from purpose. Your effort must induce passion. When you win or exceed your expectations, winning a game, acing a final exam, or completing a grueling exercise routine, the passion flows. Specifically, winning and self-growth generate passion. Losing and marinating in comfort does not. Stop following passion. Have passion follow your effort. Key concepts. Passion is a horrible business model. Passionate pursuits likely have increased competition due to surplus supply and depressed margins due to commoditization and limited differentiation, diminished leverage, and poorer probabilities. Lasting, enduring determination comes from purpose, not passion. There are no passionate losers who get the stage and the spotlight. Passion should follow your effort and its favorable results from self-improvement and character building. The value marriage strategy. Partner relative and perceived value to make money magnetic. Do you know who Wolfgang Druckenheimer is? You should. He cured cancer. His formula had the potential to save millions of lives, but it didn't. Why? Wolfgang failed at understanding the confusing world of value, and that failure prevented him from being the most revered person ever to live. Wolfgang and his cure died together. The fact is, you can wildly succeed at, quote, creating value, but fail at delivering it. I've read hundreds of business books over the years, including college textbooks required for 2 business degrees. In all of them, I've never read about perceived or relative value, and it's criminal. To succeed in any business, you must combine these 2 variants of value, or take your value to the grave. When I wrote my first book more than 10 years ago, the generic phrase, quote, creating value, was a novel concept. Fast forward, and today it is now regurgitated by every 20-year-old YouTube guru with an iPhone. Still, entrepreneurs repeatedly get creating value wrong. They think value is monolithic when in fact it's nebulously varied. How you deal with these variants will mark the difference between attracting money ethically, chasing or stealing it, or worse, suffering the same fate as Wolfgang. The 5 variants of value are true value, utility value, surplus value, relative value, perceived value. The first and simplest is true value. True value is the total value that your product delivers when used as intended. The true value of a cancer cure is just that. Cancer is eradicated. With software, it's when all the functionality is used as designed to effect a solution. If it's a bottle of water, it's thirst solved plus the bottle. With any book, it's every chapter and all its concepts in full comprehension and deployment. If someone quits reading after 10 chapters, true value, the book's solution, is never realized. In this case, true value degrades to utility value. Utility value is the customer experience after using your product. As such, it is the most uncertain variant and often subjective. If you used Wolfgang's cancer formula and were cured, the utility value is a clean bill of health. If you used this formula but didn't get cured because you failed to follow the precise instructions, utility value fails true value. In another example, when I owned my marketing company, some customers underutilized my software. Some didn't use certain features, others ignored customer leads. Utility value didn't measure up to true value. Suppose someone stops reading this book at page 50. Utility value didn't measure up to true value. In that case, utility value degrades from true value, a value gap caused by their skepticisms, biases, and expectations, not because I delivered a book with 300 blank pages. Conversely, for someone who fully comprehends this book and escapes the rat race, utility value equals true value. Next, relative value is the matriarch of the value variance. It is the true value of your product as compared to other products in the marketplace. Does your true value have relative worth when compared to what already exists? Or is it exactly the same, or worse? If Wolfgang's cancer cure was among 1 million others, relative value doesn't exist. Likewise, suppose you start a business selling t-shirts. In that case, you fail relative value because the world already has 4 million entrepreneurs offering the same thing. Does the world need another business selling t-shirts on Facebook? It doesn't. Instead, you create another value variant, surplus value, the dog in the value family. Surplus value is found in commoditized fields where typically the best price wins. Surplus value always struggles to find a bid because there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of alternatives. The final value class is perceived value, the patriarch. Perceived value is your product as advertised and viewed in the marketplace. Optimally is your best demonstration of true and relative value. This is your website, product labeling, marketing, advertising, and messaging. When a customer buys from your company, they always act from perceived value, hoping that what you advertise and boast is what you deliver. Perceived value is the only value variant that can polarize your charge from positive to negative. Yes, a profit locus with a specialized unit is a start, but the circuit only closes when relative and perceived value are partnered. This is where Wolfgang failed. His cancer cure, while truly valuable, failed at delivering perceived value. The truth is, no one believed his marketing campaigns. No one believed his message or his delivery. He couldn't secure a hearing with the Food and Drug Administration, much less get approval for the cure. True and relative value remained hidden in the marketplace. Perceived value is king. As such, it is often abused by shady marketers and wannabe entrepreneurs. When companies struggle with true and relative value, perceived value becomes their hustle. Overpromising and underdelivering, they often use deceptive marketing, questionable claims, and shady behavior. A perceived value scam always rings too good to be true. The 2017 Fire Festival is a great example of a perceived value scam that didn't deliver relative value or true value. Using a combination of influencer and social media marketing featuring beer, beaches, and bikinis, a bro marketer, BRO equals boiler room operation, a huckster who operates a perceived value scheme, successfully sold millions of dollars in tickets to a defunct festival on a tiny Bahamian island. When festival goers arrived, they were met with a barren wasteland with no stage, no beach, and no Instagram-worthy selfies. Instead, they got processed cheese sandwiches served in a FEMA crisis tent. Festival experience? Ha! More like a prison experience. Perceived value gets the fish to bite. It's negatively charged to money, and the scammers know it. Great marketing, garbage product. Still, perceived value can transform surplus value into relative value. If you're the best marketer in the fitness industry, putting a unique spin on a stale concept, suddenly your blog, which is surplus value, might be perceived differently, hence creating relative value. As entrepreneurs, our perfect scenario is the marriage of relative value, which is perfectly perceived, communicated, and then used. If the marketing is inadequate or the product is not used properly, utility value sinks below true and relative value. And then customers start asking for refunds or calling you a scammer. If this happens, it could signal issues in marketing, customer support, and/or onboarding. Likewise, if you offer incredible relative and true value but have no sales, you got a problem with marketing and messaging. The marketplace doesn't discern value. And finally, if you're rolling in cash but you have 200 employees dedicated to chargebacks, complaints, and lawsuits, you have serious issues, true value being one of them. Don't be a scammy bro marketing shyster. Provide relative and true value, and then communicate it effectively. You will make a killing. Better, you won't have to worry about the FBI knocking on your door. Key concepts. Value has 5 variants: true value, utility value, surplus value, relative value, and perceived value. Perceived value is the king variant as it exposes your relative value to the right audience. Marry relative and perceived value to become a money magnet. Perceived value that doesn't deliver relative or true value exposes operational deficiencies or is a scam. The greatest entrepreneurial tragedy is to create relative value, but fail at perceived value. The job proxy principle. Job proxies are a loaded gun. Kill or be killed. In 2018, Amazon stopped paying commissions on rogue authors, gaming the Kindle Unlimited program. Within a few days, entire author libraries were deleted along with their author accounts. Revenue streams to the tune of millions disappeared overnight. Not surprising, not just for the sketchy tactics, but because these money chasers chose to build a job proxy. The job proxy principle is when your company's entire revenue stream is sourced from one patriarchal company and subject to instant ruin. If you make thousands a month as a network marketer and your paycheck comes from one company, you have a job proxy. If Amazon represents 100% of your business revenue, you have a job proxy. If you have the number one ranking on Google for widgets and all your revenue comes from that favorable search result, you have a job proxy. If you're an inventor and Walmart is your only customer, again, you have a job proxy. Job proxies are no different than having a job. Instead of a human boss, you have a corporate boss. The boss determines everything: your rate of pay, the rules and regulations, and more importantly, your relationship. When the boss decides to change commissions, procedures, or terms, you're stuck with the outcome, usually with little to no recourse. Worse, they can fire you altogether. That's not why you wanted to own your own business, is it? Imagine the horror of growing a business and supporting a family built solely on the Amazon platform. Then one day the dreaded email arrives. Your Amazon account has been terminated. Within seconds, years of work is lost, and your income goes from hero to zero. To add insult to injury, your ability to reinstate your account and resurrect your business lies in the hands of some low-level employee in Mumbai. Search the internet for entrepreneurial horror stories and you'll find job proxies as a common cause. Google changed their algorithm and my search traffic dropped to zero. Facebook changed their rules on API calls. Our MLM founder was indicted for fraud. T-shirt Emporium terminated my account for supporting Alex Jones. My YouTube channel was canceled. As an unscripted entrepreneur, you should be innovating and creating value. Hitchhiking aboard another company that is actually doing the innovation and value adding is a risk. Turnkey opportunities are turnkey for a reason. You're either the product or you're the cog. Yep, more rat race illusions. When one person in one company can instantaneously kill your business with one decision, you're playing Russian roulette. Sure, job proxies can be lucrative. A big YouTube channel is a great asset, and it can thrive for years unblemished. Just be aware, you're dancing to the bank with a loaded gun. One day, it might kill you. Key concepts. A job proxy is a business that is subject to a patriarchal corporation that can essentially disrupt or end your business with one decision. Job proxies expose you to catastrophic risk, but can run profitably for years.
Wild Pitch. Tuesday, November 22nd, 2016, 12:19 p.m. 6 days later. Ka-ding-ding! Sam's phone chimed. Then again. Ka-ding-ding! She opened her eyes, and once she saw the early afternoon sun peeking through the blinds, her anger seethed. It was after another graveyard shift and another lousy sleep. She confronted the phone for the time. 1:49 p.m., 11 minutes before the alarm would strike. Her rage sharpened to a target when she unlocked the phone and saw the text message was from Chase Bank. She cursed. Damn bank robbed me of 11 minutes. After tossing the phone on the bed, not caring to read whatever the bank thought so urgent as to wake her, she closed her eyes and groaned heavily. The fatigue she'd felt 6 hours ago still nagged. Nightmares of Gertrude, her last patient, haunted her sleep. She'd walked into the emergency room with a migraine. 3 hours later, she was in the morgue. In between was an aneurysm, and Sam had witnessed it all. The aftermath was worse. When the family was told the news in the waiting room, anguished children and great-grandchildren cried inconsolably. Gertrude's husband of 47 years collapsed on the hospital floor. He was rushed into the ER, his fate unknown to Sam. She tried to quarantine the thoughts. Her mind quickly argued for 11 more minutes of sleep, but she disagreed. A short slumber wouldn't do her any good. She needed 11 hours. Then she snickered, remembering the struggle Jeff had once had with 11 minutes. She now knew what he was talking about. It was 8 years ago, but it felt like 20, and her life had been nothing but a suckfest for the whole time. Ka-ding-ding. Ugh. She slammed her hand on the bedsheet near her phone. Fucking leave me alone. She sat up and glanced at the phone, still taunting her. The text from Chase Bank read, "A $499 charge was just made on your Visa credit card from T-Shirt Emporium." Sam fumed. The bank didn't instigate the text. It was her husband, and he knew not to disturb her after a graveyard shift. Sam dropped back to the bed and dialed him. He should have been at the end of his lunch hour. "Hey," Jeff answered. "Why are you awake?" Sam huffed, unable to be tactful. "You don't know, asshole? Is this what you woke me up for? A $500 charge from some T-shirt place?" There was silence on the line as Jeff realized that his credit card purchase woke up his wife. "Yes," he tried to report excitedly, hoping to dispel her anger. He forgot that his wife wasn't to be disturbed in the afternoon after a night shift. He continued, "It's an internet company that prints and drop ships T-shirts. All we have to do is sell them. We'll make as much as $7 per T-shirt. If we can sell 1 million, that's $7 million. Sam jerked the phone away from her ear and tilted her head to the ceiling. The dizzying fan offered more intrigue than Jeff's venture. Phone back to her face, voice stern, she said, "Our business? I'm sorry, Jeff, did I miss something? When did we decide to sell T-shirts? Or did the other zillion T-shirt companies suddenly go out of business?" Jeff wasn't sure why Sam sounded upset. He thought she'd appreciate his initiative and even his use of math. His wife, never fond of math, had suddenly started talking about it. Gross annual production, wealth equations, probabilities, and other terms she usually wouldn't utter. "I signed up while at work. My asshole boss left early and I figured I'd work on our business." "Our business?" She let loose a disgusted sigh that could swell the seas. Jeff dared to say nothing. His wife urged, "Can you get a refund for the $500 lottery ticket you just bought? Because clearly you haven't read a damn thing I asked you to read." "Read?" Jeff asked quizzically. "Exactly. You don't even fucking remember." After a silence, Sam clarified. "Hello, the DeMarco books I asked you to read?" He offered several lame excuses, something about not being a bookworm, Donald Trump's surprise presidential victory, and even a lousy bean burrito. Sam challenged him on all of it, and they quarreled for what seemed like an eternity, but it wasn't. When Sam's alarm started to scream for her scheduled awakening, interrupting their argument, she knew exactly how long they'd argued. 11 minutes.
The Thirsty Rat Principle. You can lead a rat to water, but you can't make him drink. What was the last book you read, and when? You'd be amazed at what people ask when you drive a car that costs more than a house. It's as if an expensive car turns you into an instant life coach or career counselor. Whenever this happened to me, and often, I would gift the asker a book, my book. After a few years of this, I stopped, not because I was cheap or short on books, but because I realized it was a waste of paper. When I asked curious bystanders about the last book they read, most couldn't recall or admitted they didn't read. The fact is, if I had $1 for every time I heard, "Hey, I gave your book to my friend, but he didn't read it," I'd be a billionaire, not a multimillionaire. The Thirsty Rat Principle is, as it has been said, you can lead a rat to water, but you can't get him to drink. Your friend, colleague, family member just isn't thirsty enough. Of course, this has nothing to do with my book or any book for that matter. No amount of begging, cajoling, and bargaining can make someone read something they don't want to read, even if you have a solution to their problem. A book that challenges their identity, or worse, challenges their excuses, will not be read. In short, mediocre comfort and the promise of freedom half a century later has made them docile and compliant. The perfect rat. There's only 3 ways to get someone to read a book they haven't selected themselves: timing, curiosity, and bribery. The first is timing, namely after an FTE. When your friend loses his job because the government decided to close all, quote, non-essential businesses due to a pandemic, that's the best time to drop a book. Teachers appear when the time is right because the best time is a post-FTE. The second is to snare your target in a curiosity play. Unfortunately, you can't do this until you've succeeded in whatever you're peddling. "Damn, Greg, how could you afford this gorgeous estate? It's freaking awesome." "Yeah, I paid cash." "Oh my God, how? Is business that good?" "Yeah, you remember that book I recommended 4 years ago?" "Think your friend would read it now?" "Of course he would." "Damn, Greg, you look great." "Yeah, I lost 100 pounds." "Wow, I've been trying to lose weight for 20 years. Remember that book I recommended a few months ago?" And the final method that helps spur someone to read a book that they've been gifted? Bribery. Sex, food, money, whatever it takes. If your husband doesn't read a gifted book, keep your clothes on. Likewise, if the wife is giving you problems, stop massaging her toes or rubbing her back. Of course, I'm partly joking, which means I'm partly not. Stop giving books away to comfortable, satisfied people. Give them to uncomfortable, dissatisfied people who've endured the pain of an FTE. Key concepts. You can gift or recommend a book to a rat, but you can't make them read it. Timing, curiosity, and bribery are 3 ways to get someone to read a book they don't want to read. The process principle. Sweat the process and you'll win the stage. When Michael Phelps won his 23rd Olympic gold medal, the world record, he was celebrated on a winner's podium and then around the world on television, in magazines, and on websites. Millions in endorsement deals followed. Fame, fortune, respect, and more. The secret to Phelps' success and that of other high achievers is no secret. It hides in plain sight, and if you train your unscripted senses, you can always find it buried in a paragraph or in a footnote. The process principle denotes that every success story started with a big goal, followed by a disciplined process of many trials, repetitions, unseen failures, and adjustments. The disciplined grind is the ordinary drudgery that never makes headlines. In Phelps' story, we see the events, gold medals, fame, endorsements, but we aren't told the process, the hardship that created them. The daily training in place of sleep or video games, the post-swim ice baths, the regimented diet, the missed parties and social hours, the dolphin kicks in the pool with a 10-pound weight strapped to his chest. As I write, Michael Phelps' Wikipedia page is over 19,000 words, yet only 27 of them reveal the process details like the ice baths. 27 freaking words. That's 0.1% for the entire Phelps story. The lonely 27 words that made the other 18,973 words possible. In other words, his private story is not the public story being showcased. Like anything in life, there are no shortcuts to a masterpiece, especially when it comes to starting a business. If it takes you 5 minutes to start a business, you don't have a business. You have a commoditization grind, or worse, you're just a cog in someone else's business. Newsflash, here's another divergence between the 1% and the 99%. 1%ers are process-oriented, while 99%ers are event-driven. Namely, the 99% focus on the results, the desired goal, and the potential shortcuts for its achievement, while the 1% focuses on the process, the activities that derive the outcome. Everything significant starts insignificantly, with one solitary action, one small win, and one move forward. My forum started with just one user, one post, and in one thread. Now it has nearly 1 million messages. War and Peace by Tolstoy? A single word breathed life into a 587,000 plus word novel. No matter your goal, success is hundreds of good but small choices that compound into a big picture. The little things done daily, they cause the big things yearly. Many pixels create the photo finish. The same can be said about starting a business that grows into a strong offense, one anchored by a specialized unit with polymorphic components. If creating and then communicating net perceived value was just one event, just one choice, everyone would do it. This is why dropshipping, affiliate marketing, and, quote, click and you're in businesses are weak pursuits. Creating specialized units of relative value is a process that cannot be bought. Your effort will need to be consistently ordinary to produce something extraordinary. The event-process relationship is like the difference between a wedding and a marriage. The wedding is an evening, an exciting event. The marriage is lifelong, the compromising process. Events are like this supermodel who gets the spotlight in the headlines, while Miss Process is underneath the stage, grinding as a seamstress, a personal trainer, a dietitian, a publicist, and a makeup artist all rolled into one. The event shines on stage. The process sweats. For example, losing weight is simple. Eat right and exercise, and then make it a habit. Process equals disciplined persistence, which becomes a lifestyle. That's the ordinary process, straightforward and succinct. There are no shortcuts. The struggle is the struggle, but it works. It's shamefully comical. The secret to success is no secret, it just never finds a headline. Key concepts. The event is a short, visible, and celebratory accomplishment. The process is the enduring sweat and grind that made it happen. Culture is event-oriented, often derelict or neglecting process. The small things daily create the big things yearly. The secret to success is no secret, it just never finds a headline. The Problemology Principle. Problemology, the new career for the new 1%. After I sold my company for the second time, I reflected on the journey and concluded that I was no entrepreneur. I was a problemologist. From idea to launch, the entire process from management to growth was just one problem after another. How do I implement this feature? What are the best advertising mediums and the best converting message? Should I hire someone? And if so, how do I deal with the nightmarish human resource complexities, such as payroll, taxes, and employment law? How this? How that? The day the problems ended was the day I sold it. Well, maybe not. The tax bill was a fortune. Later, I started a publishing company and a business forum. And then the problems started again. The Problemology Principle asserts that the moment you decide to be an entrepreneur is the moment you decide to be a lifetime problem solver. A problemologist studies problems and learns how to solve them. Entrepreneurs solve big problems and offer their solutions for profit. In solving those problems, you'll encounter dozens, perhaps hundreds of smaller problems. Each micro problem solved brings you closer to solving the macro problem. The first moon landing is a classic example of micro-macro problem solving. The macro problem, quote, how do we land a dude on the moon, embodies hundreds of micro problems. From inadequate rocketry to freezing hydraulics to even the seemingly banal, like what if the moon dust is flammable? Thousands of tiny problems had to be fixed, so one big problem could be solved. Entrepreneurship is the same way. A business is dozens, perhaps hundreds of solved problems which aggregate into solving a larger problem. The problems can be both external, can someone manufacture this? To internal, how do I learn how to manufacture this? Altogether, the solution represents many things: your relative value, your specialized unit, and your medium for polymorphic pay. Unscripted entrepreneurs are problem solvers. It's another piece of the hidden process that is never advertised or mentioned in those guru seminars that sell for an arm and a leg. The choice is clear. You get a self-taught PhD in problem solving, or you update the resume and pray to the Wall Street gods. Key concepts. Entrepreneurs are problemologists. An entrepreneur solves one macro problem, their relative value, by solving dozens, perhaps hundreds of smaller micro problems. The shortcut principle. Stop working hard to find a shortcut and start working hard on the process. I graduated from college jobless. Despite having no job and no business, I went on a shopping spree, compliments of my Chase credit card. No, my shopping spree wasn't spent on beer, clothes, or stereo equipment. I blew it on shortcuts, get-rich-quick infomercials, seminars, and anything that promised an easy path to wealth. Waving a, quote, quick start video in my face was like offering an alcoholic an all-you-can-drink pass to a distillery. My lenders and the seminar hustlers got rich. I got poor. Take a guess at the biggest multi-trillion-dollar industry on the planet. Is it oil? Healthcare? Finance? Nope. The largest industry in the world is the business of shortcuts. From pharmaceutical companies who pill our ailments to banks who finance our saving impatience, to gurus who promise wealth without risk, to the diets that pledge results without sacrifice. You can eat all your favorites, to self-development books that tickle our fantasies. Trillions are spent yearly looking for a shortcut, a hack, or a super-duper secret that will shorten or eliminate the process. The shortcut principle reveals that anytime you search for a shortcut, you'll likely go on a detour and get unsatisfactory results. Shortcuts are events looking for the results of a process, and it's the easiest sell in the world. Wouldn't it be great if you could just pop a pill a day and get the body you want? What if you could just write a few plot lines and get a full-length novel? The fact is, we all want the same thing, we just don't want to endure the same processes to get there. Everyone wants to rock the six-pack abs, but few want to sweat the cardio. We want health, but we also want pizza for dinner and ice cream for dessert. We want a successful business, but we also want a comfortable weekly paycheck. It's a pickle that doesn't compute. Unfortunately, because society and its media accomplices are event-driven and process-blind, achievement and rewards get the spotlight, but not the processes that birth them. Remember, Michael Phelps's Wikipedia page only had 27 words dedicated to the process. As such, our minds become attracted to sexy events, often causing a misdirected focus on shortcuts or, quote, hacks that claim to soften or skip the process. As a result, we operate from an event modality, seeking quick fixes and solutions to things that have no quick fixes or solutions. Here are just a few examples of how an event modality tries to shortcut the process. Cheating on the exam is an event. Studying for it is the process. Planning a wedding is an event. Enduring a marriage is a process. Financing a car is an event. Saving for the car is the process. Swallowing a pill to lower your cholesterol is the event. Changing your diet to lower your cholesterol is the process. Posting your New Year's resolution on Instagram is an event. Posting your New Year's resolution results is the process. When we perpetually search for a shortcut that doesn't exist, we go on a detour. Real achievement and their processes are stymied. Expectations are not met, and frustrations boil. My infomercial spending spree funded my poison pen and put me on the road to suicide, delaying my personal growth. I was working hard to find a shortcut, but not working hard to build a process. Key concepts. The largest industry on the planet is the business of shortcuts. Anything that is marketed as an inversion to the process, for example, weight loss drugs. Seeking shortcuts or event-driven actions are detours, an ineffective event looking for the result of a process.
The Storm, Friday, December 2nd, 2016, 7:37 p.m., 12 days later. "We need to talk," Jeff said out of breath, rain dripping from his hat. Bella greeted him, tail wagging hard, but Jeff ignored her. He tossed his hat on the kitchen table and plunked into the chair, his wet jacket dripping on the floor. Sam sliced cucumbers at the cutting board in the kitchen. She had a few hours before her late shift and was already in her black scrubs. With Jeff's arrival from work, their twilight cross began. She tightened her grip on the knife and stared at her husband, eyes wide, worried and waiting. The last time Jeff said, "We need to talk," he'd confessed to getting laid off, a week after the fact. Sam felt a tear well in her eye and her gut wrench as if expecting the worst. For the last week, Jeff had returned home late from work, including today, and then he'd recently bought new underwear, not the ugly white ones, but the kind that should raise the suspicions of any sexless marriage. A rolling thunderclap boomed, and Jeff waited for it to finish. Stormy weather was forecasted, and their home on Ridgeway Court was in the path. In the bedroom, Madison started fluting a cheery melody. Perfect timing, as Jeff hoped it would ease the mood. Avoiding eye contact, Jeff let it rip. "I lost $1,400. Sam firmed up from her slouch, her eyes flaring. "What? How? Like, stolen? Where?" Jeff eyeballed the knife still locked in her hand, which was now trembling. "Oh, no," Jeff apologized sheepishly. "It wasn't stolen, but I feel like it was. I lost $1,400 advertising our t-shirts on Facebook." He quickly corrected. "My t-shirt business I signed up for. That's why I've been late all week. I've been running this side business after work. I thought I'd surprise you with some good news, but after $1,500 and 6,000 clicks, it was clear I made a big mistake." Sam's eyes flared and she slammed the knife on the counter. She threw her husband a disgusted glare as if he'd just picked his nose. No words were needed. Jeff continued groveling. "You know I'm a political junkie, so when I kept hearing authors say I should follow my passion, I was really stoked about selling t-shirts." He opened his satchel and held up an ugly chartreuse t-shirt with "Trump sucks" on it. "I thought I'd sell t-shirts with political memes, but as soon as people started commenting on how stupid and unfunny my designs were, I got scared." He paused then, carefully selecting his words, knowing his wife liked President Trump as much as a teenager loved a zit on prom night. "You know, a lot more people like Trump than we thought." Sam tilted her head. "You think? Only 66 million people voted for him." Neither Sam nor Jeff voted for Trump, but neither voted for the criminal cartel known as the Clintons. Between Bill's friendly travels to Epstein Island and Hillary's penchant for destroying innocent iPhones, used solely for discussing the day's yoga plans, they both passed on the election circus. Anyhow, Jeff maintained, the ad money just started to disappear. They asked what my budget was and I didn't know, so I just typed $100. Within minutes, it was mostly gone, so I tried again. Next time, $200. Same thing. Nothing but hate mail, no sales. It was miserable. I kept staying late after work trying to dig myself out of it. Different designs, different ad targeting options, nothing worked. So you didn't sell anything? Actually, I sold 2 t-shirts. He laughed satirically. But thanks to my expensive finance degree, the one I'm still paying for, I figured out that spending $1,400 to make $9 isn't a path to success. And then I knew I had to break the bad news to you. Lightning flashed outside, and silence consumed the townhouse. Seconds later, the thunder boomed. The storm was here, and Sam spoke not another word.
The value SKU strategy. Outperform the competition. One improvement makes a business, several make an empire. The other day I bought a bag of tortilla chips. I know, not interesting. But what is interesting is why I bought them. Whenever you have a buying decision, your mind undergoes a value competition to determine where the better value lies. The value threshold, the point at which you pick one product over another, is determined by one attribute or many. Sometimes that attribute is the best price or the best ingredient, but most consumers judge based on many factors, both primary and secondary. Whatever weighs strongly within your value hierarchy wins the race. That bag of tortilla chips? Here's a list of attributes that filled my decision process. One bag of chips was 89 cents cheaper. Primary attribute. One used biodegradable packing, the other did not. Secondary attribute. One used canola oil, the other avocado. Primary attribute. One used corn as their main ingredient, the other cassava. Primary attribute. One had a funny story on their packaging. Secondary attribute. One had a more visually appealing package design. Secondary attribute. One had a non-GMO label on their package. The other did not. Primary attribute. The bag I chose was more expensive and didn't have the best packaging, but I bought it because it specified non-GMO ingredients. Specifically, one attribute took me from shopper to buyer. Add another item to the "I wish I knew this when I was 20" list. To succeed in entrepreneurship, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to launch the next Facebook, invent the electric car, or find the cure for cancer. The secret is simple. Relative true value is engineered through a value SKU. A value SKU is any attribute in your specialized unit perceived better than the competition. More positively skewed attributes, the more runners in the race who can cross the finish line first, equals more sales. Each of the attributes listed above, including every ingredient, is a potential value attribute. Because health is strongly held in my value hierarchy, I buy the chips boasting the non-GMO label. On the other hand, environmentally conscious people might pick the chips with the social mission and biodegradable packaging. The point is, this variable value competition is highly subjective and different for everyone. You never know what attributes are running the race and which ones will cross the finish line. Your goal is to have as many runners in the race as possible. Yes, you can't be everything to everyone, but you have to be something for someone. To add runners, SKU value, and win sales, identify all the potential value attributes for your offer and industry, no matter how insignificant. Start with the primary attributes, your product deconstructed down to its core components. Is there any component or ingredient that you can improve vis-a-vis competitors? Better features, better user interface, better price, better color options, better craftsmanship, better raw materials. Every component is a skewing opportunity. Next, attack secondary attributes, which consist of the product's marketing and delivery to the customer. Marketing is the most important secondary attribute because it is the tiebreaker between identical or similar value SKUs. He who wins eyeballs wins sales. Other secondary attributes include your website's order process, photos, shipping and return policy, your company's story, customer service, sales copy, Yelp reviews, and social media posts. Anything comparable to the competition that isn't a primary attribute is secondary. Where can you be better in the eyes of the consumer? Remember, every customer has a different value hierarchy, so it's best to brainstorm them all. While having the, quote, best price is a powerful runner in the race for sales, it isn't as preferential as you think. Best price is an analytical metric, whereas most decisions are based on emotional appeals. A strongly skewed emotional attribute can justify significant price premiums. Think Apple, Nordstrom, Audi, Ferrari, or Louis Vuitton. In a commoditized industry, value skew is the only way to differentiate and create relative value. For example, the low-market beer industry is commoditized. It's fascinating to watch these mega beer manufacturers attempt to create skew. Coors has a specialized can with a mountain that turns blue when the beer is sufficiently cooled. During the 2019 Super Bowl, Budweiser advertised its beer free of corn syrup in an attempt to create skew. Bottom line, skew 2 or 3 value attributes favorably, and you have a business that will win a few races. Skew 4 or 5 value attributes, and you might head to the Olympics with an empire. Even better, value skew isn't taught in business school. Advantage, you. Key concepts. To win sales, you must take your customers over a value threshold. Many value attributes are evaluated in a consumer's buying decision, all weighted differently. Primary value attributes relate to the product itself. Secondary attributes relate to its presentation, distribution, and delivery. When you, quote, skew a value attribute, you do something better than your competitor, which is discernible and sometimes obvious to your potential client. You never know what skewed attribute will draw your customer over the value threshold. The more attributes you skew, the more runners you have in the race for sales across the value threshold. Chapter footnote. In my first book, The Millionaire Fastlane, I mentioned you should ignore the competition. While this is true in some respect, it isn't when it comes to architecting value skew. The commodity principle. Compete for profit, not poverty. In the late 2000s, I had a forum friend who sold rubberized cell phone cases. While he made a decent profit in the first few months of operation, he was early to the market, he eventually quit selling them. I asked what happened. He reported that within a year, his margins got squeezed so tight by competitors, many from China and Indonesia, that suddenly he would have been better off working at Taco Bell. For him, the only value skew he had was price. Cheaper, 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 out of business. The commodity principle affirms that if you sell a commoditized product, you ultimately won't compete for profit, but for poverty. A commoditized product or service appears homogeneous among providers. Think data storage, a ream of paper, insurance, taxi service, gas. Value skew is thin, and as such, the only skew is the price. To win sales, I have to be the cheapest. I recently switched insurance because my provider raised my rates for no reason. I left a 6-year relationship for a new company with the same benefits for a mere $500. Air travel is another example. Most people aren't loyal to any airline, they're loyal to the best price. An economy fare on Southwest Airlines and United Airlines both gets you to Chicago in identical discomfort, so lowest price wins. Loyalty is easily bribed for a few bucks. Hitching your wagon to a commoditized product is a race to poverty because the price is the only value skew. This one-dimensional attack puts entrepreneurs into recursive bidding wars, marginalizing their offers with one goal in mind: to be the cheapest. Competing in a commoditized climate is a race to the bottom, as margins deteriorate with each player deciding, how small of a profit am I willing to accept to survive? If I had to guess, half the crap on Alibaba and then sold on Amazon is commodified goods, patiently waiting for another wannabe entrepreneur to join the flooded ranks of commodity pushers, hoping to win the, quote, cheapest price of the day award. Winners win poverty with ever-weakening margins and an eventual self-extinguishing profit. Worse, when a commodity pusher finally decides to exit the market, rationalizing, enough is enough, they are quickly replaced by another entrepreneur yet to discover the same insanity. As Peter Drucker said, in a commodity market, you can only be as good as your dumbest competitor. As an entrepreneur, ask yourself, Why do you exist in the marketplace? What value are you skewing? And who will yearn for your company should you close up shop? Or would your sudden market absence be met with eerie silence? When dreampreneurs ask dumb questions like, what's a good product to sell on Amazon? They're begging to become commodity pushers. Think you'll be the only one selling it? Nope, you'll be one amongst a mob. Leave the circular firing squad to the unfortunate folks who are not reading this book. Key concepts. A product that has limited SKU potential is ripe to be commoditized to the best price. Selling a commoditized product is a race to determine who is willing to accept the least amount of profit, or worse, losses. The easy goes hard principle. Accept easy now, suffer hard later, while hoping for luck along the way. When I was going through my failing years, I spent some time at flea markets. Chicago had several import wholesalers. During the week, I'd visit them and buy an assortment of random items. Random items equals junk. Then I'd try to sell those goods at the weekend swap meet. Few people stopped at my booth. Fewer bought. The return on my time was less than minimum wage. However, an older merchant several booths away from me was killing it. His booth was always crowded. Moreover, I saw cold hard cash being exchanged often. Back then, a $100 bill was quite a lot. The difference between myself and this other entrepreneur? I was chasing money. The goods I was selling were a commodity, cheap framed art, knickknacks, stuff easily found elsewhere. Worse, other merchants at the market were selling the same commoditized junk. That other guy who was making money hand over fist at his booth, he was offering relative value. Specifically, he was selling handcrafted furniture and other wood-carved statues. What he sold was unique and couldn't be bought on the cheap at some warehouse in Chicago. Looking back, I wish I had known the easy goes hard principle. The easier it is to start your venture, the harder it will be to succeed at it. First, if anyone can compete with your company because they invested a few hours or a few dollars, like visiting a Chicago wholesaler, then you're not starting a business. Any Joe Blow could have done what I was doing. I was joining a crowd filled with positively charged rat racers. If there is no difficulty in starting your business, you probably aren't solving any problems or skewing value. And if you aren't doing either, the market won't perceive relative value. You're just another fish in the barrel hoping to get lucky. As problemologists, our problem-solving careers as entrepreneurs should be a process. A business that provides genuine relative value can take weeks, months, or years to build, not hours. Quote, sign-in drive opportunities are cattle calls, often selling commoditized surplus value. And surplus value is bought on the bid, not the ask. If half the ladies on your block are selling the same essential oils, you've put yourself in a saturated position with zero skew. Sales is like a single number bet at the roulette wheel. Second, the easier it is now to enter a business, the harder it will be later to make money. An easy startup process has a high price. More competition, depressed margins, saturated marketing noise, and elevated advertising costs. More stress and less pay. For example, I started my business forum over 10 years ago. It was easy to start. Pay for the software and hosting, and voila, it's up and running. Yet, getting it off the ground, growing it, and keeping it active was, and still is, extremely difficult. Like blogs, most forums are graveyards. Worse, my competition is Facebook groups, which are even easier to start. One of the toughest things I've ever done was start a forum. I talked to myself for months. Anytime a process is potentially, quote, easy or, quote, fun, including the syrupy platitudes like follow your passion and do what you love, expect to be exceptional if you want to free yourself from it. Not the top half, not the 10%, not the top 5%. We're talking about the top 1% or exceptionalism. Why? Once again, it comes down to math, namely probability. Go onto YouTube and look for piano players. You'll find hundreds of highly skilled pianists, but only a few of them will hit the big time and get to play to a sold-out theater. Think about it from the viewpoint of a professional athlete. All sports are offshoots of the, quote, do what you love and follow your passion platitudes. Anyone, rich or poor, could shoot a basketball. The field for that profession is flooded worldwide, perhaps hundreds of millions. Anyone who plays the game would love to make millions playing professionally. I know I would. Yet you know how many basketball players are in the NBA, the pinnacle of the profession? A trifling 494. If 1% of the world loves hooping, a conservative estimate, that means only 0.0007% of the world gets to play on the big stage. The entirety of the world's exceptional basketball players on any given day could fit into a small hotel ballroom. To succeed in a crowded market like basketball, you need to be exceptional. Exceptionalism is being the best at what you do among millions. And it's the only way to shine in a crowded market with zero entry barriers. To wit, be so good they can't ignore you. My flea market neighbor did great work and couldn't be ignored. My cheap imported picture frames? I was ignored. Easy is hard because easy is crowded and likely a job proxy. Easy might be easy to enter, but exceptionalism is a probability nightmare. Anyone can sell drop-shipped t-shirts. Anyone with 10 grand can start trading foreign currencies. Anyone with an internet connection can install WordPress or toss some gadget on Amazon. Simple, easy, with zero entry barriers like picking up a basketball. Yet thousands of entrepreneurs make less than minimum wage doing it. Only a few make the fortunes. Why? Exceptionalism is the process. Claiming your new CEO title with a fresh WordPress install is the event. Carry the right expectations. Starting a business, solving problems, improving products, and skewing value is like losing 30 pounds. Think weeks or months, not hours or days. Key concepts. The easier it is to start your business, the more likely it is that it doesn't solve problems or skew value, and the harder it will be to profit. Turnkey or sign and drive businesses are likely commoditization grinds offering surplus value. Exceptionalism is being great at what you do in a crowded market, which improves probability. Starting your business should be a process that takes weeks or months, not minutes or hours. The moat strategy. Create with difficulty, replicate with ease. A friend of mine owns Hemingway Accoutrements and Barbary Coast Shave Company, which sells proprietary shave creams and colognes. I'm an avid user, not because he's my friend, but because he's created, pardon the barstool expression, panty-dropping scents and aromas. His formulas are difficult to reproduce and took him months of experimentation. Still, if demand warrants 1 million orders, he could make it happen. His specialized unit is hard to copy competitively, easy to replicate internally. Tell me how easy and how many times you can replicate your specialized unit or how many people can use it, and I'll tell you how rich and free you'll become. I can print this book 1 million times without much effort. My forum, the same thing. It can handle an exponential increase in eyeballs before bandwidth and resources become an issue. Likewise, my business service enjoyed the same structure. More users equaled more money. The mathematics are unlimitedly scalable while zero leverage and zero probability are eliminated. Optimally, your specialized unit should be hard to create, but easy to replicate or use. This is also a function of problemology and the inverse correlation between startup ease and execution difficulty. After enduring your creative build process, its replication, or use, should possess nearly unlimited mathematics within the scope of your niche. If you're targeting guitarists, every guitarist might find value in your offer. That's millions. Please note, ease of replication is not about scaling customers or sales, which is always difficult, but about scaling potential demand. This simple relationship ensures not only leverage, but protected leverage. You want your product or service hard to copy competitively, but easy to replicate internally. New competitors must endure a process, not an event. Key concepts. Your specialized unit should be hard to create and get to market, but easy to replicate. Hard to build, easy to replicate, offers protected leverage. The negative skew strategy. Minimize negative skew to maximize buying probabilities. Imagine being single and dating a successful, tall, dark, and handsome man. After a date or two, you think you're in love, but by the third date, you notice a pattern. He's rude and belittling to anyone he doesn't know. Waitstaff, doorman, valet parkers, even the grocery cashier. For you, this negative attribute is an immediate deal breaker. All the positive features, hotness, richness, style, are invalidated. One negative value attribute can destroy 10 positive ones. While positive attributes frame the house, negative attributes are the lit match that burns it down. The same cognitive gymnastics happen with buying decisions. When a customer uncovers negative attributes associated with your company, positive skew is weakened and sales are lost. Instead of entering runners in the sales race, they join the opposing team. Yes, you send sales to your competition. Worst, most negative attributes are asymmetrically forceful, creating, quote, deal breakers, and immediately giving victory to your opponent. Just like our hot guy who is rude, one negative attribute can kill dozens of positive ones. Like positive skew, you never know which negative skew will trigger your potential customer and send their money elsewhere. In business, some examples of negative skew could be inadequate product labeling, a questionable ingredient, lackluster customer service, a polarizing political position, such as endorsing or condemning the right to own guns, or even a spelling error on a website. All are negative attributes that endanger the positive ones, giving a client more reason to say, I'll pass. For instance, let's say Bill recommends my first book, The Millionaire Fastlane, to his co-workers, Sandy and Tyler. Tyler nods and said he'll check it out, but in his mind, he's already dismissed it. For Tyler, the title, The Millionaire Fastlane, sounds cheesy and like a get-rich-quick scam. He ignores Bill's recommendation based on his judgment of the title, which, whether I like it or not, is a negative value attribute to Tyler. On the other hand, Sandy finds the title intriguing. She investigates and finds the book's website and reads it over. In her reading, she spots 2 spelling errors. For Sandy, this oversight is a monster negative attribute, and she weighs it heavily, opting not to buy. Despite Bill's recommendation, I lose Sandy and Tyler as new customers due to negative skew. The politicalization of your company is also a dangerous form of skew. In 2017, Nike hired Colin Kaepernick to endorse a new line. The hiring created immediate skew, both positive and negative. For Nike's disapproving market, it created immediate negative value skew, causing many to burn their Nike gear. Some said they'd never shop Nike again. Conversely, many customers rallied to Nike's defense and loved the decision, hopefully compelling more sales. Either the marketing execs at Nike are forecasting this action as a net positive, or they're derelict in their knowledge of skew. Either way, politicalization is a dangerous skew unless your company is politically based, or if you're hoping the politicization could generate billions in publicity. Here are some deal-breaking negative skews that sent my money to competitors. The product had an undesirable ingredient like Red 40, aspartame, maltodextrin, GMO corn, milk powder, or animal products. The product was packaged in thick jailhouse plastic. The company was actively engaged in political activism against my beliefs. The product had too many negative reviews. Again, all skew, both positive and negative, is subjective and unique to each customer. Every attribute skewed positively while eliminating the negative ones improves your unseen probability for crossing customers over the value threshold while expanding your total buying audience. And boom, the advantage goes to you. Key concepts. A negative attribute is something about your product or offer that strikes someone unfavorably. One negative attribute can invalidate dozens of positive ones. Eliminating negative attributes can help you get more customers over the value threshold, leading to more sales. The imperfection principle. Imperfection is the seed of skew and a new business. There's a huge shortage of t-shirts in the world, said no one ever. And if no one said it, that means starting a t-shirt business is a money-chasing grind reflective of a positive charge. Every day, I see opportunities worthy of a money-making fortune simply because I know opportunities are a function of imperfection. And imperfection is ubiquitous, from the shitty health insurance you begrudgingly bought, to the bland Mexican food you ate at lunch, to the lack of reliable babysitters. Imperfection is perfectly pervasive. If you defected from team consumer to team producer, this truth isn't upsetting, but insanely exciting. The imperfection principle asserts that anything that can be improved is a business opportunity. If you visit my forum, you'll notice a shared struggle amongst aspiring entrepreneurs, namely, finding business ideas. What business should I pursue? I don't know where to start. Everything is already being done. Such statements reflect entrepreneurial ignorance. Entrepreneurship isn't about inventing the light bulb or engineering the next iPhone. Anywhere imperfection lives, relative value opportunities await. That's complaints, inconvenience, problems, wishes, hates. All of it is relative value's language of opportunity. Learn this language and suddenly opportunities are everywhere. Even similar products that solve identical problems with comparable prices can be skewed through their secondary attribute pool. Offer a better website, a better story, a better label design, a better user interface, a better customer experience, a better return policy, a better this, a better that, and you'll win sales. Again, you never know what value skew will compel your potential customer to buy. The more positive skew you create, the better your probabilities become. Key concepts. Imperfection is the scent of a skewing opportunity. Identical products can be skewed by way of their secondary attribute pool. Things like better design, UI, story, return policy, customer service, or an owner who isn't a billionaire tyrant. The stakeholder principle. Adulterous corporations have unhappy customers wanting divorce. Many years ago, I was a customer for a mid-size hosting firm that managed my web presence. Their prices were reasonable, their customer service exemplary. Foremost, a human answered calls to their support line. Second, technical issues were solved fast. I felt this company was a trusted partner. And then one day, something seemingly innocuous happened. I received an email from this company headlined something to the likes of, "Exciting news!" Inside wasn't exciting news, but bad news. A larger corporation had acquired them. Indeed, the bonanza was exciting for the corporate owners, but not for their customers. Within months, everything changed. Inbound calls suddenly were met with a voicemail or long wait times. Support requests went from answered in minutes to hours to days. My inbox blew up with, quote, upgrade opportunities, and every support call seemed like a sales pitch. The relationship ended when my website went down for more than 2 days while, quote, we're working on it, was the de facto response. Clearly, I was no longer important. I'm betting you have a similar story because this scenario is common. The stakeholder principle is when a business abandons its customer as a top priority in the stakeholder chain. Practically every company traded on the stock exchange is an adulterous corporation. Adulterous corporations are one of many market imperfections, ripe for opportunity as they cheat their customers in favor of other mistresses, shareholders, employees, C-suite executives, investors, and Wall Street analysts. For privately held companies, priority stakeholders could be partners, VC investors, private equity firms, banks, or even spouses. If your favorite company goes public, be warned, expect higher prices and lower value. New external stakeholders must be appeased. As soon as a corporation looks to allay anyone other than the customer, they become adulterous. This is the exact moment when that platitudinal mission statement on the CEO's wall goes from stretched truth to absolute bullshit. The value-driven, customer-centric policies that precipitated exponential growth is suddenly abandoned after the banker's claws bite into management. Ever do business with a private company and after they go public or attract millions in investment, suddenly everything changes for the worse? Sonos, the wireless stereo company, is one such example. After they went public, they quickly abandoned their customer-centered philosophy. In an email, they informed customers that their old Sonos equipment would soon need to be upgraded or suffer the consequences. Bluntly speaking, if you spent $6,000 as I did a few years ago, you're fucked, and you'll need to spend thousands all over again. Planned obsolescence. Worse, when they informed their customers of this snake oil scam, they insulted them with a cute email that was received as well as a sledgehammer to the ankles. Good thing Kathy Bates lives in Los Angeles. This phenomena is called the squeeze. The customer is squeezed off the value throne, replaced by everyone else who demands a return on their investment, namely Wall Street. From there, you can expect a systematic extraction of money through increased prices and fees, cost-cutting, reduced product quality or quantity, the old cereal trick, same price, smaller box, and diminished relative value. This is what happened with Sonos and my web hosting company. Customer service went to hell, cost cutting, and the sales prodding, we need more sales, jetted to the sky. Of course, not everyone will agree. Some, quote, thought leaders say that employees should be top stakeholder. Ridiculous. What happens when you have 100 happy employees and 0 satisfied customers? The happy employees become unhappy because they'll soon be out of a job. If a business was an organism, your customers are its heart and your employees the brain. An organism can survive brain dead, but can't without a heart. The billion-dollar natural food business is a direct consequence of such squeezes. Fed up with processed laboratory food, consumers now consider natural sources or local artisans. The industry is rife with small companies disrupting the space because big agriculture is too busy zombifying ingredients while appeasing shareholders. Of course, stakeholder demotions aren't just found in food and agriculture, they are anywhere entrenched corporations have lost sight of their purpose. Rejoice. If your competition has lost its allegiance to the customer, its stakeholder demotion, and an instant value skew for you. You cannot serve two masters at once. Key concepts. When a business abandons its customer as a top priority in favor of investors or shareholders, it is stakeholder demotion. Stakeholder demotion is likely with most public companies and is a skew opportunity. Quote, the squeeze is when a corporation tries to squeeze its customers for more profit through increased prices, reduced services and value, and other measures designed to appease higher stakeholders. The sucks to bucks strategy. Transform sucks, S-U-C-K-S, to sucks, S-U-C-S, for bucks. Thank you for calling Evil Banking Corporation. Your call is important to us, so much so that we outsourced your call to a minimum wage employee halfway around the world. Press 1 to speak to a guy who hates his job. Press 2 to speak to a person who can barely speak English. Or press 3 to speak to a rep who will read you a scripted corporate policy. No matter what you press, your current wait time is 42 minutes. Sound familiar? It should. When a major corporation disowns you as their primary stakeholder, sucks is the result. So when I called Chase Bank recently, something happened that shocked me silly. On the first ring, my call was promptly answered by a cogent human being. It left me speechless. Such an event is what I call sucks, S-U-C-S, or sudden unexpected customer service. When your company provides sucks, you'll turn sucks into bucks. As you know, customer service in the modern world is frustratingly terrible. But don't fret. This repeating world history is your advantage because you're in the know. Crappy customer service is a huge skewing opportunity. In fact, I'd argue that customer service is the most critical skew in the secondary attribute pool. No one wants to be treated as an ambiguous number on a computer screen, and yet this is normal for most corporations. When two identical products face off, the company that provides better customer service will win. Excellent customer service is a value skew and makes relative value more likely. Moreover, it entitles you to higher prices. Exceptional customer service is one of the skews that helps me in business. My first company was known in my industry for super fast customer service. Phones answered and emails addressed within minutes. Some customers called us just to test our speed. Even today, I use this technique. My forum stays active because I'm there every single day, contributing and interacting with my readers. The formula for transforming sucks into sucks, S-U-C-S, is simple. Number 1, identify your client's customer service expectation profile, and then 2, violate it. First, your customer service expectation profile is simply the industry standard for service. My Chase Bank interaction was such a breath of fresh air, it violated my expectations. Before I dialed the bank, I immediately identified expectations for the call. Here was my expectation profile. I expected to hear a recorded message or an automated attendant. I expected to press a never-ending menu of buttons. Press 1 for this, press 2 for that, press 3 for something else. I expected to be shuttled from one person to the next. I expected to speak with someone in broken English. These are my low expectations. Corporate monoliths get away with crappy service because it is the expectation profile. But when Chase violated that profile, including a resolution within minutes, the end result was wow-worthy. I entered the call with pure dread and left with sheer satisfaction. It needs to be said, beware of syrupy mission statements. They mean nothing. The loaded weapon for customer service is your employees. Great customer service only happens on the front lines with first and final contact with the customer. A great example of this is the West Coast hamburger chain In-N-Out Burger. Every employee greets you cheerfully and asks you how you're doing. Food is delivered with a smile and you're left with, "Have a great day." The mission statement on the wall is executed downstream to the front line. Violate customer expectations and you'll amass repeat loyal buyers and ultimately disciples for your business. That's like getting free advertising. Morph sucks, S-U-C-K-S, into sucks, S-U-C-S, and you'll get bucks. One SKU, but one step closer to grabbing the sale. Key concepts. Sudden unexpected customer service, or sucks, is when your customer provides service that exceeds industry expectations. Sucks is a value SKU. To execute sucks, identify your customer's expectation profile as evaluated by industry standards and then violate it. Sucks must be more than a mission statement on the wall. It must be executed downstream by employees.
The Red Pill. Thursday, December 15th, 2016, 6:03 p.m. 13 days later. Madison lay on the floor with Bella near the Christmas tree, the Labrador staring at her human sister as she nibbled on a tortilla chip. Jeff smiled, thankful for the appearance of normalcy. But his wife was a different story. More like a story of Queen Circe, or maybe Marie Antoinette. After Jeff lost $1,400 on a failed t-shirt venture, his wife personally took an icy turn. Conversations were curt, eye contact was cutting, and doors slammed harder. If given a chance, he wasn't sure his wife wouldn't throw him off a building or bend him over a guillotine. Jeff found the motivation to read between his wife's recent transformation and the visa bill yet to arrive. He treated the books his wife suggested like a make-or-break final exam before graduation. At this point, he didn't expect the DeMarco books to help other than removing the curse that besieged his wife. With the fire at his ass, he only needed a few days to complete the books. Left behind was a confusing tapestry of feelings that didn't blend. It was anger with hope, regret with relief, fear with excitement, sureness with unpredictability. While he didn't have a word to express the emotion, he knew it was a net positive. He felt lighter, and the thought of Circe Antoinette no longer tortured him. That night on their twilight cross, Jeff pulled out a chair with his dinner and positioned it next to his wife. As usual, the chair screeched as it dragged the linoleum floor. Sam jumped, startled from her Instagram feed. She glared at him expectantly. Below her furrowed brow, upshifted pupils were black holes, her lips tight. "Shame," echoed in Jeff's mind. He tapped her on the knee and smiled. "I finished the books you wanted me to read." Sam's expression didn't flinch. "The books you recommended?" Jeff clarified. He stirred his soup, still steaming hot. She nodded dismissively, but said nothing. Before her hair could turn into live serpents, he conceded. "I'm an idiot. Had I read this stuff weeks ago when you asked, you wouldn't be eyeballing daggers at me." She returned her gaze back to her phone, swiping away. After several photos of scenic gardens rolled by, she deadpanned. "Is that so?" She continued swiping, her focus on the phone too intense for Jeff's comfort. After the Royal Botanic Garden flew by, she finally looked at Jeff, head cocked. Not expecting much, she asked, "And what have you concluded?" Unsure if it was a trick question, Jeff exhaled deeply. He muttered, "I think if I had read them when you asked, it would have saved us $1,400. He took a guarded slurp of his soup and waited until Samantha's face surrendered its hardness. When she curled her lip in a near smile, he continued, "Everything makes sense, including why you yelled at me for the t-shirt thing." "Would have saved you," Sam corrected, now with a smile, placing her phone on the table. "I'm not paying that off. Your visa, your mistake." She turned her body in the chair and faced him with a self-satisfied grin. Jeff nodded, relieved at her demeanor shift. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Now he knew what Dorothy felt like standing over a freshly melted puddle. she remarked. "I didn't yell at you to steal your enthusiasm. I had to slow you down and redirect it." She laughed, then pinched his thigh with her fingers. After Jeff yelled a juicy ouch, she winked, leaving the table to fetch her toast. While Sam chewed into her evening breakfast, Jeff slurped at his dinner. He wanted to talk about the DeMarco books, but his wife's soup had a hypnotizing effect. Asian tofu udon. Might sound nasty, but it was one of Jeff's favorites. Tofu? Leeks? Udon? The idea that he could like something as much as sirloin or pizza seemed ridiculous. But here he was, buried in his bowl as if he were a starved prisoner. Despite his wife's hectic schedule, Sam always found time to cook the most delicious meals. Jeff felt fortunate for his Epicurean luck, considering Sam refused to cook anything that had animal products in it. His delight with Sam's vegan lifestyle was on par with his pleasure for pulling weeds or unclogging a toilet. He loved meat as much as any red-blooded American with a poor lipid panel. The thing is, his wife's meals might have been dairy and meat-free, but they never lacked for flavor. He wasn't sure how she transformed kale, quinoa, and tofu into something he'd gulp down with glee. He drank his last drop and clanked the spoon in the bowl, pushing it away. Reclining back in his chair, he rubbed his chin with an unsettling grimace. Sam glanced at the empty bowl and then at him, one eyebrow spiked. Didn't like the soup? He shook his head as if to awake from a trance. "Oh, no," he snuffed. "It was delicious as ever." Wrestling with his thoughts, he piano-pecked his fingers on the table. Still eyeballing his finger dance, he said, "I was just thinking how sad it is that we don't question everything, how we just assume the system has our best interests." His restless fingers continued. "From news and Netflix to education and sports." He shook his head in disgust. "I mean, seriously, why the fuck do I care about the Chicago Cubs?" He finally looked up at his wife. "Samantha, I've spent months, probably years of my life caring about something that means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things." He straightened up. "I mean, seriously, what do I get when the Cubs win? Money? Vacation? A free month of Hulu? Nope. I get nothing but a dopamine high that helps me numb the miserable life I've accepted." He tapped the spoon against the bowl. "I would have sent Maddie to DePaul no matter the cost." Madison glanced up from her art project inquisitively. Jeff glanced at her fondly and continued. "Didn't even think about it, just accepted it blindly." He loosened his tie and pulled it half off. "And marijuana, don't you love how they vilified that shit for years? I've always dismissed your cousin and thought she was just a pothead, but she always said weed cured her depression." He paused. "She was serious?" Sam looked at him pointedly and spoke sing-songy. "You mean my cousin Jamie, who everyone hates and sells that skincare crap?" "Yes, she was serious." Jeff cracked his neck, deaf to the comment. He gazed down at his hands on the table, his fingers fiddling again. He carried on, pace faster and louder. "And the thing about Saturday and Sunday being the paycheck from Monday through Friday, I never thought about time that way, how we spend our days. If I lost half my money in an investment every week, I'd say, fuck no. And yet, here we are pissing our time away and not thinking twice about it. And for what? Some stock market bullshit that pays off at the end of our life?" He flicked the spoon in his bowl, giving it another clink. Sam watched him intently, but she let him continue his monologue. "Misery is the business model of the human race, and we live it like marionettes on puppet strings. They got us enslaved or addicted to something. Fast food, TV, video games, social media. And just like good little rats, we go along with it, medicating our misery with whatever salvation they produce. And if we get fat or depressed, medicating our emptiness?" He laughed. "Well, the drug companies have a product to sell you too." He shook his head in disbelief and carried on. "But what really pisses me off is that the escape to this insanity boils down to math." He turned to his wife. "Freaking math! I'm a finance guy and I didn't even bother to analyze the mathematics of life, of existence. It's a literal equation, like a formula for cracking the code to wealth, and time is nowhere in it." He turned and grabbed his wife's wrist, a little firmer than she'd like. He yammered on, bug-eyed. "It's like we're dropped into this world and told that we're free, but we aren't free and it's just a lie." His caramel eyes swelled wider. "Because the world itself is just a brilliant scheme to keep you working, spending, and saving. And when you're smart enough to figure that out, the scam advertises a way to escape. But it doesn't help you escape. It keeps you in it, grows tighter the harder you try." He leaned in closer to Sam, wild-eyed. "Like one of those Chinese finger traps." Sam coiled back in her chair as Jeff bellowed on. He went on for another minute and finally concluded with a snicker. "Thank you for coming to my TED Talk." Sam blew out a roomful of air as if emerging from a pool and then snickered. Jeff, are you high? No, he asserted. But the whole fucking system is so clever, so deviously orchestrated, so meticulously devised that it had to be invented by someone who was. He flopped his head back, now facing the ceiling, mouth open. Exasperation rushed out. We've been living our entire lives based on a script. Sam laughed, now confirming her suspicions. He was pontificating over the DeMarco books. Well, you called it. You're an idiot. I told you to read the books, but you thought selling Trump Sucks t-shirts on Facebook was a better business. She shook her head, still chuckling, and covered his fiddling fingers with her palm. He glanced down at his wife's smothering hand and back at her. Great to have you on the team, Jeff. Now let's talk business. Something that makes sense. Jeff corrected. You mean sense?
The Force doesn't awaken principle. Talent and skill is earned, not born or awakened. I'm not good at writing. I once mentored a young man who said this, to which I replied, of course you aren't good at writing, you never studied it, and you never tried it, and you never practiced it. Did you expect to be good at something without ever trying? My reply was not about exposing laziness, it was about exposing his external locus of control. He expected talent to be genetic. I told him to expect talent to be earned. In psychology, the locus of control is the degree to which you think you can influence life's outcomes and circumstances. It also dictates your view on skills and talent. With an internal locus, you control the pen writing your story. New skills, talents, and successes are possible in the right system, combined with hard work and good decision-making. Moreover, health, happiness, and hope are also associated with an internal locus. Conversely, if you have an external locus, you see life's situations as static. Decision-making has little effect. You're merely a victim of the system. The pen writing your story is ordained from luck, fate, genetics, or environmental changes. Caught drunk driving? If you blame your arrest on the police, or your dad who bought you the car, you have an external locus. Or maybe the blame rests on that hot guy who bought you 5 Cosmos at the club. The Force doesn't awaken principle mandates that talent and skill doesn't emerge or awaken. It is earned. The birth of Wolfgang Mozart did not include a piano. Tom Brady did not pop out a mom with a football. Jerry Seinfeld didn't say hello to the world with a joke. In all cases of future excellence, it was earned in the past through a disciplined process in pursuit of exceptionalism. Unfortunately, most people believe talent is genetic or born. They wait for talent to strike them like lightning. Ever hear someone say, well, that's not my thing? Of course it's not your thing. You gave up after 2 tries. If you falsely believe talent is coded into your DNA and you're waiting for its emergence, you'll wait forever. Worse, you'll never work hard to get talented. Likewise, if the competition was born with talent, but you weren't, why bother? The only uneven playing field exists in your head. Hollywood promotes this pervasive myth, and it's a Trojan horse that kills dreams. For example, in Star Wars The Force Awakens, within hours, Rey wields a lightsaber as if she trained for years. But she didn't. She grabbed the weapon and wham, instant skill. If only life was so forgivingly accurate. People go through life with this expectation. They hope some mysterious talent, quote, awakens within them so they can skirt the disciplined process. Thanks, Hollywood. With this hereditary view of talent, you are likely to live your life talentless. Why? Because you aren't interested in earning talent, you're interested in discovering it. The fact is, you can succeed and learn how to build a specialized unit as much as you can learn how to play piano, knit blankets, or plant flowers. Unlike hitting a baseball or singing to a sold-out crowd at Madison Square Garden, there are no physical limitations. You don't need the right voice, the right height, the right strength, or the right genetics. None of it matters. Simply put, nothing is stopping you from learning the skills you need to become a talented entrepreneur. Nothing. I wasn't born an entrepreneur or a writer. Likewise, doctors, lawyers, athletes, engineers, teachers, cooks, dishwashers. No one is born anything. While you might have a physical attribute better suited to a particular profession, we're all born in complete ignorance. Even the infant who giftedly grows up to be 7 feet tall still has to learn how to put the ball in the hoop. Fact. entrepreneurship is entirely learnable, as are the skills within its practice. In fact, every skill and talent which helped me unscript and become financially free, I learned after college graduation. My education didn't end at graduation, it started. My true skill building and learning began when I leaped into the world of entrepreneurship. While most of my early business ventures failed, my skills and knowledge accumulated. Programming, Excel, Photoshop, wordsmithing. Regardless of your business venture or its industry, there are 2 core skills you need to target. 1. Decision-making and problem-solving. The willingness to become a scientist, the ability to analyze data and situations and set a course of action. 2. Communication. The ability to sell, from customers to investors to employees to partners. The selling never ends. Once again, the secret to success is there is no secret, no shortcut. No unique DNA or special genetic code will get you what you want. You might not have been born the sharpest pencil in the box, but you're surrounded by pencil sharpeners. The world is already yours, but only if you seize it. Accept what is and just do the damned work. Pursue talent and skill as if your life depended on it, because it does. Key concepts. Individuals with an external locus believe life's circumstances cannot be influenced, that circumstances arise from luck, fate, genes, or environmental randomness. Individuals with an internal locus believe life's circumstances can be influenced through good choices and hard work in an efficient system. Talent is earned, not birthed. No one is born with any particular expertise. You can learn entrepreneurship. Education doesn't end at graduation, it starts. You will probably need to learn new skills to escape the rat race. The hot stove principle. The Big Ed swindle. Handle college like you would a hot stove. Here's some food for thought. The most lavishly expensive real estate on the planet all enjoy massive profits, but only one of them is treated like a business. I'll let you guess which one that is. They are 1. Government buildings. 2. University campuses. 3. Churches of all religions. 4. Casinos. When you walk into a casino, you know there's a target on your back. They're designed to extract every dollar out of your wallet. There are no clocks on the wall, sandalwood-scented air is pumped into the gambling hall, and the floor is laid out like a maze. Heck, some still offer free drinks. The point is, you know you've walked into the belly of the beast, and the odds of you leaving with more than you came are unlikely. Unfortunately, the same can be said about, quote, Big Ed, or formal university education. Like casinos, they too want your money, and they want you to spend it just as frivolously and void of critical thought, just as if you were rolling the halls of the MGM Grand. If the rat race was a prison, and in many ways it is, Big Ed would be the bus that got you there. Worse, your parents are the one who perp walked you to the bus stop. Big Ed is the educational industrial complex that has essentially become an indoctrination camp. This human assembly line is charged with the mass manufacturing of obedient rats. Rats who are educated just enough to earn their cheese in the 5-for-2 slave system, but not educated enough to question it. The sad reality is there's only one degree that might be worth the high cost of college, and that's a degree in relative value. Everything else is worthless and merely a debt scheme that irreversibly commits you to the rat race superstructure, no better than a big bet at one of those casinos. Never heard of a relative value degree? Don't worry, every university offers them. The problem is most universities are diabolically pushing their alternatives, lottery and greater fool degrees. More on that later. A relative value degree is any degree that is based on a skill or expertise that has marketplace demand. Relative value in business and relative value in job hunts are no different. Your education must give you the skills that are relatively valuable in the marketplace. Otherwise, your degree is worthless. Think science, technology, engineering, medicine, robotics, AI, or anything that requires specialized knowledge for practice and has a vibrant job market. Obviously, if you want to be a great medical researcher or a civil engineer, you're going to need college. Unfortunately, the Big Ed racket has marginalized relative value degrees to favor lottery degrees, which feature more leisurely and passionate pursuits. A lottery degree entails a specialized skill in a narrow field with an existential job market, and the completion for such jobs is likened to winning a lottery. Degrees in oceanography, anthropology, archaeology, astronomy, and fashion design might sound like passionate pursuits. Still, just like all followed passions, you're joining a stampede trying to thread a needle. Sure, your sports management degree might help you manage a professional baseball team, but how many baseball teams are hiring? In short, you're rolling the dice and betting that you can be, quote, the chosen one. If there are 2 million psychology graduates, but only 100 jobs nationally, you're rolling dice with a 5-figure price tag. Utility value exists. Relative value does not. Lottery degrees are low-probability career bets with high probabilities for debt and underemployment, bartending, cashier, or other low-skilled jobs. While relative value degrees are the good and the lottery degrees are the bad, greater fool degrees are the ugly. The greater fool degree is any study, usually liberal arts, that denies both economic reality and relative value. Not only is the degree lacking useful value, but some would argue that the field has no job market at all. Philosophy, art history, gender studies, critical theory on 19th century feminism, Renaissance poetry, all topics that might win you a debate in a sociological discussion over a beer, but they won't win you a thriving career. Students pursuing greater fool degrees deny the reality outside of the cloistered bubble of academia. In contrast, their university denies them the truth while taking their money with a smile and a promise worthy of Wonderland. Worse than a lottery degree, the only market for greater fool degrees is in fact the greater fool market, teaching the field to other greater fool degree seekers. Graduates exit college debt-ridden and jobless, looking for a job that simply does not exist. As an employer, I don't care about degrees. I care about the value your skills can offer my company. Show me a great web application you coded and boom, you're hired. I don't care if you skipped college. Likewise, Elon Musk said in a 2014 interview, there's no need to have a college degree at all. Tech giant Google has even started to shift away from the ideology of college degrees. When they analyzed job performance, they found no relationship between GPA or college affiliation within the first years on the job. In fact, Google's senior vice president echoed a similar sentiment, saying, GPAs are worthless as a criteria for hiring, and test scores are worthless. Sadly, we're indebting an entire generation of kids with college degrees they can't use for jobs they can't get. Meanwhile, student loan debt tops $1 trillion, and thousands of well-educated youngsters are lined up at the job fair competing for jobs they could have snagged out of high school. A college degree doesn't produce jobs out of thin air. It entitles you to nothing, nada. If you're going to college, don't roll dice and don't deny reality of the hot stove principle. Handle college as if it were a hot stove. It can cook you something good, but it can also burn you. Don't get burned. Get educated on something that makes you relatively valuable. Key concepts. Casinos and universities enjoy massive profits and own the most expensive real estate on the planet. The only degree worth pursuing is a degree in relative value, skills that have a strong demand in the marketplace, usually STEM-related. A lottery degree is a skill or profession that has excess supply with little to no demand, which makes a job in the field like a casino bet. A greater fool degree is a skill or profession that has little market value other than teaching it to others, creating a greater fool market. Approach university like a hot stove, or worse, a walk into the casino. The dual change strategy. Embrace the two sides of change and put luck in your life. I once had the misfortune of tripping over someone's opinion. I didn't seek it. I was tagged on social media. Somebody opined that my success was entirely attributed to luck. Namely, MJ was lucky to be there when the internet was just starting to get popular. There, meaning I was alive during the late 90s. As if I was the only person alive in the late 90s and not one of 6 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, these idiots vote. and they breed more idiots who vote. Anyhow, the real luck in my story and its continued evolution has nothing to do with luck. It has to do with how I interact with the thing that causes luck: change. Notice anything in common with the following statements? Sarah got lucky when the internet was just starting to get popular. Joe got lucky when blogging was just starting to get popular. Craig got lucky when self-publishing was just starting to get popular. Lucy got lucky when Amazon was just starting to get popular. Harry got lucky when vlogging on YouTube was just starting to get popular. Michelle got lucky when Bitcoin was just starting to get popular. The common theme in all these appearances of luck is the entrepreneur took advantage of an emerging change in the environment. They weren't the late adopters in the business cycle, they were the innovators and early adopters. Moreover, change and the luck that comes from it is constant. If you can ride the change, you can also get lucky. Think of it like a coin flip. If a coin rests tails up on the table, there's 100% certainty it will remain tails. Only change, picking up the coin and flipping it, can change the probability and the potential outcome. If you have the wherewithal to recognize when and where the coins are flipping, you give yourself a chance to call the outcome correctly and get lucky. That said, taking advantage of change is a complementary system, like yin and yang. Both are needed to conjure luck. The first is yin, or extrinsic changes in the environment, such as shifts in tastes, culture, and technology, all of which cause the knowledge gap's natural expansion. All of these statements above sprung from extrinsic changes where emerging sweet spots turned into fortunes. And yes, such changes existed in the 90s, as they did in the zeros, the 10s, and now the 20s. Behind every millionaire and billionaire, you'll find one constant. They built a business system that took advantage of an extrinsic change, or they were the catalyst behind the change. And because change is constant, guess what? So is opportunity. Unfortunately, as humans, we're wired to prioritize comfort and efficiency. This cognitive shortcut makes us naturally averse to extrinsic changes, keeping us pliant to convention. When our favorite website is changed and redesigned, we feel anxiety, even if it's beneficial. Are you sending Instagram hate mail because they changed their newsfeed? Are you hoping that Fortran jobs will suddenly make a remarkable corporate comeback? If so, you're covering your eyes and not seeing the coins flip around you. Change adversity is why we take the same route to work, drink the same coffee, read the same genre of books, and watch the same television shows. To take advantage of change and its ever-growing knowledge gap, the best tool I've found is a PESTLE analysis. PESTLE is a textbook strategic model that can help you identify changes, opportunities, or threats to any business. P, political. What political dynamics are likely to affect the business? E, economic. What supply and demand considerations will likely affect the business? Sociological. What cultural shifts and/or tastes are likely to affect the business? Technological. What technological changes or disruptions might affect the business? Legal. What current or future legislation might affect the business? E, environmental. Will environmental shifts or trends affect the business? Answer these questions and external changes won't be a threat, they will be an opportunity. The yang of the dyad is intrinsic change. How much have you changed lately? When you perceive extrinsic changes, how does your mind react? Do you notice the difference and adapt, resist, analyze it? Or are you closing the knowledge gap as change modulates around you? Here's a question that needs answering. How different are you today than 5 years ago? Your answer exposes the truth with how reactant or non-reactant you are to change. For instance, today me is different from old me of 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and so forth. When I reread my first book, written in 2009, I felt like I didn't write it. While I stand behind every concept, I didn't like my voice. What changed? Not the book, but myself. Ignore changes yin and yang, and I guarantee you will be the same person year after year. As such, I can predict that your life, including your financial situation, will also stay the same. Master martial artist Bruce Lee once said, "Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless like water. If you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle." If change isn't changing you every couple years, you stand to star in a stale television rerun, repeating the same job, with the same salary, the same skills, and the same routine, all with the same 2-week vacation. Unfucking watchable. If you need an easy reminder, remember change equals cha-ching. There's always some, quote, hot cultural shift that can make you a fortune. From plastics, to fax machines, to cell phones, to blockchain, to Amazon, to cannabis, to whatever else soon arrives and is labeled the next new thing so-and-so got lucky with. When I saw the culture coins flipping, I learned new skills, spotted imperfection, skewed value, and offered relative value. I took a stake in the outcomes. You should too. Key concepts. Change is a dual system and the impetus for conjuring luck. Extrinsic changes are environmental and/or cultural shifts, the force behind the knowledge gap. A pestle analysis can help you identify extrinsic changes. Intrinsic change is your annual report's R&D number, self-development, new skills, knowledge, and perspectives. Change and adaptation to it is what creates millionaires and billionaires. Business. The core message in my books isn't about starting an internet business. The internet is a business channel, and a necessary one. It is a medium that fixes bad math. In other words, leverage. Unfortunately, as the internet has grown, so have the money chasers, and now I see better business opportunities in hardlines, physical products that might sit on a store shelf. Hardlines also include local brick-and-mortar businesses where scale would require multiple locations, franchising, or chaining. Yes, hardlines pose more scaling challenges than their internet counterparts, but the competition is less intense. While everyone is chasing after the low-hanging fruit found on the internet, better opportunities exist higher up the tree. Stop ignoring the real world over the digital world. If you profit $10 million from a physical product over a digital product, the money spends exactly the same. Key concepts. Don't ignore physical products or businesses that sell from a storefront simply because they aren't digitally delivered. The fast lane strategy. Make it sense, and your business will make sense. One of the greatest challenges I had as a young entrepreneur was not knowing which ideas to pursue. Would my idea be worth the effort, especially if you have to work 7 days a week to get it off the ground? I'm guessing your objective for starting a business isn't just to pay bills. It is to set yourself free. Regrettably, most businesses are no better than a rat race job. In fact, they could be worse if the owner remains lynched to time while having no leverage. This is why I created the Fast Lane Strategy, a business framework designed to change your life and set yourself free. Powering the Fast Lane Strategy is the Sense Framework, a set of 5 commandments that evaluates business ideas and their veracity for unscripted outcomes. Each commandment represents several strategies and principles. If your business idea meets all 5 commandments, congratulations. Your idea packs potential for a 1% outcome. The commandment definitions and their constituents are as follows. C. The commandment of control. No one should rule over your business. If one decision from one person or company can instantaneously destroy your business, you're violating the commandment of control. Optimally, you want your entire operation insulated or diversified from disruption. From product development to marketing to distribution, no third party should be able to incite a catastrophic incident. If Amazon cancels your account and you lose 99% of your revenue, you're violating control. This commandment is about risk mitigation, effectively giving you black swan insurance. The commandment of control lets you sleep well as a scientist. The following strategies frame the commandment of control. The scientist strategy, the specialized unit strategy, the job proxy principle, the shortcut principle, the commodity principle, the easy goes hard principle, the moat strategy. E, the commandment of entry. The entry commandment provides insight into where real opportunities hide. As the entry barriers to any business weaken, so does the opportunity. Simply put, the easier the opportunity appears, the worse the opportunity is. Conversely, as difficulty increases, so does the opportunity. The following strategies frame the commandment of entry: the specialized unit strategy, the process principle, the problemology principle, the shortcut principle, the commodity principle, the easy goes hard principle, the moat strategy. N, the commandment of need. The commandment of need states that if you provide relative value through a specialized unit satisfying needs or wants, money magnetizes towards you. Growth, profits, and an explosive offense are likely to follow. The following strategies frame the commandment of need: the profit locus strategy, the specialized unit strategy, the consumer producer principle, the polarity principle, the passion principle, the value marriage strategy, the problemology principle, the value skew strategy, the negative skew strategy, the imperfection principle, the stakeholder principle, the sucks the bucks strategy, the dual change strategy, the hardline strategy. T, the commandment of time. With the commandment of time, you commit to a mid to long-term vision of having your income and wealth detached from time. This is done through physicality. Your specialized unit sells on its own through a business system, eventually detached from your labor. The following strategies frame the commandment of time: the lost principle, the specialized unit strategy, the business system strategy, the discounted time principle, the bad math principle, the polymorphic pay principle. S, the commandment of scale. The scale commandment holds that your specialized unit must be replicated in a significant quantity and profitably. The following strategies frame the commandment of scale: the offense-defense principle, the bad math principle, the specialized unit strategy, the business system strategy, the consumer-producer principle, the asymmetric returns strategy, the moat strategy. The fewer commandments you meet, the worse the idea, and hence the worse your business potential. While a senseless business might pay bills or provide some great experience, it becomes probability challenged. Meet more commandments and chances improve, either for that business or the one that follows. That said, you can violate one or several commandments with the goal of eventually solving them. For example, a restaurant could meet 4 commandments, CENT, but lack S, scale. As such, your vision should be many restaurants, accomplished either through franchising, chaining, or duplication. When you combine sense with your 1-5-10 planacy, something remarkable happens. You install a dual decision framework. The 1-5-10 planacy guides your life. Sense guides your business. So if it makes sense, it makes sense. Key concepts. Sense is a business framework that can help you improve your probability for building a business that creates massive wealth with unscripted outcomes. Sense is a blend of 20-plus strategies and principles. The commandment of control says that no entity should hold a patriarchal position in your business with the power to shut it down. The commandment of entry says that your business should be a process to start, which offers a moat or barriers to new competition. The commandment of need says that you need to skew value, solve problems, and fill needs. The commandment of time says that eventually your business needs to operate disparate from you and your time. The commandment of scale says that your core offer should be hard to create, but easy to replicate among millions, if not thousands. Opportunities improve as the commandments are met. Footnote: to evaluate any idea you have, visit grademybusinessidea.com for a full sense business analysis. And yes, it is free. No email address required.
From fantasy to planacy. Thursday, December 15th, 2016, 9:13 p.m. 3 hours later. Jeff didn't move from his seat at the kitchen table. For the next 30 minutes, his mouth did all the moving. Even when Sam retreated into Madison's bedroom to kiss her goodnight, Jeff simply raised his voice and carried on. He recited all flavors of the red pill, from the hot stove of college to the role of mathematics to the futility of time. When Sam returned to the kitchen, she finally interrupted. "Sounds like you're 100% sold." He wistfully looked at her as if she just offered him an hour-long massage. "Yes," he said. He then gestured to the vision board on the wall and continued. "We need to fix that mess." She nodded. Well, it was a nice start. Jeff stood from his chair and walked to the vision board, pulling it down. He laid it on the kitchen table. "We need to nail this down to next year, then 5. Otherwise, it's just wishful thinking." "Agreed," Sam said, sitting next to him, a black marker between her fingers. When they originally mapped out their 10-year dream, they'd failed to dissect the plan into its 5 and 1-year milestones. Now they were no longer focused on some nebulous future decades away, but next year. Jeff spied his wife dressed in her mint green hospital scrubs. "How long until you leave for work?" She glanced at her watch. "Little over an hour." Jeff nodded. "Well, I'll start by saying by this time next year, we should have a business that meets or will meet all of the sense commandments." Sam furrowed her brow. "All of them? I can see that at maybe 3 or 5 years, but just getting started? It might be hard to pull off, especially since we've never done this, and we don't have a lot of money." Jeff thought about it. "You're probably right. But our product has to be good. It has to be scalable in the millions, and we have to own it. I don't want our business copied in a few days by some punk living in his mom's basement." Sam chuckled because he'd just described sense. She intervened. "So how do we know we've met this milestone? A product or a prototype? A finished website? Our first inquiry?" She paused. "We should be specific, something that demonstrates legitimate progress. Owning a business that loses money is not progress. For example, your t-shirt business." Jeff pointed at her. "There you go. In a year from now, we will own a business that enjoys a profit." "How much profit? Thousands? Millions? A few bucks, it doesn't matter. Let's just build a foundation, a springboard, so to speak." Sam rubbed her forehead. "Okay, so in 1 year we will own a business, and that business will have at least one sale which delivered a profit, right?" Jeff nodded. "Yes, we can worry about the millions after the hundreds. Once our business generates a profitable sale, we can go from there." He commandeered Sam's marker and started scribbling on the whiteboard, drawing various arrows, symbols, and numbers. His voice buzzed with enthusiasm as he spoke, lending him an unusual cadence as if he were already free of the rat race. His wife gazed at him, impressed by his newly found initiative. "Wow, where's this confidence coming from?" she asked. He smiled and revealed that he'd consumed hours of information at several entrepreneur forums. Between Facebook groups, the Fastlane forum, and Hacker News, he suddenly felt dangerously competent. As he continued drawing on the whiteboard, the thick black markers squeaked. Its odor wafted through the room and reminded Sam of college when she'd met Jeff in a communications class. Stuck in a group project, Sam had been instantly impressed by Jeff's leadership, outspokenness, and confidence. He'd volunteered to lead the group, kept them focused, and acted like he knew the outcome would be an A. And when a group member slacked, Jeff called him on it. The slacker fell in line, and ultimately, they did get that A. Jeff finished writing on the board and stood back to review his handiwork. He barked, "We nail it, and then we scale it." The whiteboard now clarified near-term goals. In the next year, they weren't looking to become millionaires with $1 million business. They wanted to create and control a great product that could be sold at a decent profit. Jeff was still studying the whiteboard with a wry smile, rocking back and forth on his heels as if besieged by a nervous frenzy. He glanced at his wife, who seemed to be drinking him in. Her wide-set eyes sparkled as she gleamed at her husband as if in a trance. Jeff felt like a child the day before Christmas, and it made him realize that his spirit had been dead for the last 10 years. This wasn't like the misplaced optimism for their first plan. This was a real plan, a plan they could direct and control. The road was visibly difficult, but visible nonetheless. Instead of relying on time, jobs, and stock market returns for their dream life, they now would depend on themselves. He and his wife would become entrepreneurs. As a kid, Jeff had concrete dreams that seemed doable. He'd pictured himself in a jazz band, blowing away at the saxophone. He saw himself fabricating impressive pieces of furniture in a huge woodworking shop. Now he dreamed of something esoteric: freedom and the liberty to make those concrete dreams possible without the crucible of money. He took the marker back to the whiteboard and loudly proclaimed each monosyllabic word while underlining it. Nail it, and then scale it. Sam gazed at her husband, biting her lip fondly. It intensified the memory back to the classroom when Jeff was a force of nature. The resoluteness, the unshaken fervor, the vigor. The smell of marker waxed as it squeaked on the whiteboard, the memory growing more vivid. Jeff's face glowed with passion. He suddenly looked thinner, his long flowing locks of hair messy but still dapper in a cover model way, complemented by a dark evening shadow. He grinned at her with reverence, a look she hated to admit she hadn't seen since their wedding vows. It reminded Sam of when life had hope and promise, a time when the rat race hadn't chewed them up and spit them out. Fearlessness oozed from her husband, and it melted something in her. Sam had a mask, just like culture and all its facades, just as all humans do. Cognizant of her shift in less than 1 hour, she glanced at her watch and then flashed Jeff a cocked eyebrow. The thought ran free in her brain like a fenced puppy who finally saw the open gate. She let it fly. So, Rai, is there anything else you want to nail?
The rules and risks strategy. Break rules to break through the noise. Yikes, did MJ just mean what I think he meant? I did. I know you're not reading this book to hear about a married couple's flirtatious foreplay, but it segues perfectly into the next strategy. Rules are meant to be broken. They're part of the script, and that exists to keep you contained in the rat race. Of course, this isn't about breaking laws. It's not against the law to encourage your kid to be a plumber. It's not against the law to drive your Lamborghini to Costco. It's not against the law to go to an empty movie theater on a Monday morning. I'm talking about the rules of culture and business that define the script's prevailing wisdom and keeps you obediently confined in a bubble. Are the rules you're following based on cultural inertia and tradition, or are they evidence-based? The interesting thing about bubbles is this. They have shape and appear structured, but they're easy to break out of, from diet bubbles to political bubbles to religious bubbles. Few bubbles are self-developing but self-hindering. I believe the world would be a much better place if people knew the theology they followed and why they followed it. Know why most people follow a particular religion? Is it because they studied the world's religions in an exhaustive search for truth? Or is it just because they happen to be born in a particular region on a particular planetary landmass? In America, Christian. In Utah, Mormon. Latin America, Catholic. The Middle East, Muslim. East Asia, Taoism or Buddhist. Particularly, Mom and Dad say X, so X it is. There's no search for truth, just blind faith and a random chance that God puts you on the planet exactly where the absolute truth equals your spiritual truth. No, I'm not an atheist, nor do I have a religious axe to grind, but I've had my share of ignorant evangelists who don't know a damn thing about the religion they endorse, except what's preached from the pulpit. The point is, I've broken countless rules in this book. The last paragraph on religion was one. Putting a fictional story in this book is another. Not to mention an outspoken vegan who asks her husband about getting, quote, nailed. Equating humans to rats in a maze? Yes, risky. Using a new distribution and production methodology to bring this book to market? Another risk. Yes, I'm doing that. The cover, as always, anything I touch, cover-wise, is risky. The lengthy subtitle, yes, risky. I'm willing to break the rules because I know rule breaking has a better chance of breaking out. A great example of this is in my industry, the book trade. I recently strolled into the bookstore, one of the few remaining in my area, and couldn't help but notice the self-help section. Books titled with curse words littered the shelves. How to unfuck your life. The subtle art of fucking your spouse. The fucking book on kick-ass book titles. Fuck this, fuck that. I found it funny and a bit ironic. You see, someone discovered that using, quote, fuck in the book title broke the rules and killed it doing so. Now that rule has been broken, it becomes part of the script. A convention, a path already traveled. Simply put, rule breaking slowly degraded into rule following. Sorry, but I believe the use of swear words in book titles is a coin that has flipped and landed. Do that and you're not being novel or edgy, you're being seduced by a new set of rules. Rules are for rats. Change is for scientists. Key concepts. Rules are like flimsy bubbles. Know why you follow certain rules. Tradition, culture, or evidence-based. Rule breaking gives you a better chance at standing out from the crowd. The small wins strategy. Aim for minor improvement. The little things cause the big things. Over the years, I've read thousands of messages from aspiring entrepreneurs. A common thread I read follows the following format. I have 3 ideas, X, Y, and Z. None of them meet the sense commandments. X is missing entry, Y is missing scale, and Z is missing a mix of both. I don't know what to do. The end result is the person does nothing. The problem with this mentality is that it causes you not to engage the market. And market engagement is what causes you to grow, gain skills, and uncover better opportunities. Opportunities that abide by the sense framework. Just because an opportunity isn't sense initially doesn't mean you should ignore it. Sense can come into play after years of engagement, not in your first week. If you're new to entrepreneurship, much less working at a job, set your expectations for small wins. A small win is any entrepreneurial endeavor that yields you a profit. Buy something old at the thrift store, clean and polish it up, and sell it for a $50 profit. Small win. Paint a picture and sell it on Etsy for $30. Small win. Ring a doorbell and offer to clean your neighbor's garbage bins for $15. Small win. Don't complicate this. Sense is a guiding framework for entrepreneurs who are looking to do things bigger and better than they've ever done. But if you had never done before, don't set yourself up for failure. Attempting to start the next billion-dollar social media company simply because it complies with sense is a zero probability endeavor. Do something, anything, small wins, small profits. Take swings at the plate. Learn how to make contact. Once you're ready to go into the deep end of the water, let sense be your insurance policy so that your effort pays life-changing wealth versus bill-paying profits. Key concepts. Market engagement is what causes you to grow, gain skills, and uncover opportunities. If you're new to business, it might be best to target small wins before a full-fledged sense opportunity.
From 0 to 1. Saturday, December 24th, 2016, 9:11 a.m. 9 days later. It was Saturday morning, the day before Christmas. Melted snow flurries speckled the windows. A white Christmas it would not be. Loud hissing from an air compressor echoed throughout the townhouse. Family photos rattled on the walls. In her off-day pajamas, Sam lay on the family room floor with Madison under the Christmas tree. Nuzzled next to them was Bella, trembling and ears spiked like antennas. The noise from the garage had her unnerved. Unlike years past, the Christmas tree was not real and didn't tower to the ceiling with lavish decorations. 2 strands of white string lights and a fraying gold garland garnished its plastic branches. Some years ago, Sam had sold her collection of handcrafted ornaments, some of them heirloom memorials of past holidays with friends. At the time, she believed that every surplus dollar in her life should be saved and then invested. She took that advice to the extreme, going as far as selling things that no family should sell. Now the tree stood nakedly. Adding to the tree's bareness was a lack of gifts under the tree for Maddie. When Sam was a child, Christmas was a day for chores. Her memories consisted of scrubbing floors and pitchforking chilled hay while her father stood sentry. And it wasn't like her parents didn't celebrate Christmas. No, they were devout parishioners to a small Pentecostal church where everyone was into everyone's business. Still, Sam couldn't ever recall seeing a Bible in the house. It's almost as if they used their church attendance to justify their awful parenting and sinful life. On the other hand, Jeff reported much happier holidays. He wasn't spoiled by any measure, but it was a holiday where his parents let him know that he was heard. The things that sparked his interest throughout the year would mysteriously show up underneath the tree. When Jeff marveled about a new woodworking tool, it had a way of showing up at Christmas. Like Jeff's parents, Sam wanted to encourage Madison's interest, but she couldn't. First, they were broke. Second, the last several years had been ruled by spendthrift insanity. They didn't manage money, money managed them. She grimaced at the memory as it deadened her heart with regret. Madison deserved more. "You can't fix it?" Madison whimpered, examining her dollhouse. Sam jerked out of her memory, studying Maddie and her concern. I'm sorry, maybe Daddy can fix it. She knew they couldn't afford a new dollhouse. Sam picked up the structure to examine it. She muttered under her breath as she saw the tiny sticker under the floor. Made in China. The loud banging and hissing from the garage continued, adding torment to her Christmas anxieties. She stood up and marched downstairs to the garage door. With a nail gun in his hand, Jeff was stapling carpet onto a sheet of plywood. Hiss, bang, hiss, bang. Sam stared for a few moments and then interrupted. What the hell are you doing? You're gonna wake up the neighbors. After blasting several more nails into the wood, he paused, still facing his project. I'm making one of those cat condos, he said flatly. He pulled the trigger again. Hiss, bang, hiss, bang, hiss, bang. Sensing the death stare from his wife, he slammed the gun down and threw her a menacing look. It's 9 a.m. The neighbors should be awake. He turned back to the carpeted wood and jacked another nail into the shag. Hiss, bang. After 2 more nails, he straightened up and examined his workmanship. Sam jumped at the silence and snarked, are we adding a kitty to the family for Christmas? I hope not, because we can't afford it, and Bella won't like it. Nope, not adding a cat. Jeff stared matter-of-factly, his eyes locked on the feline fortress. Without looking at his wife, he added, I'm trying to add some money to the family, so we can afford stuff. I can sell this on Craigslist and make some quick bucks. Remembering Jeff's last unilateral business venture involving t-shirts, Sam blasted him with a salty look. Not again, she thought. But before she could go vocal, Jeff held up his hand as if to signal a stop. He clarified, I know what you're thinking, so sit tight. We need all the money we can get if we're going to start a business. Starting a business is risky and expensive. So I thought I'd run a little experiment to see if we could create something of value and sell it. He fawned over his creation. This didn't cost me anything to build but a few hours, so we have nothing to lose. Sam nodded, but the silence lingered as Jeff waited for her to respond. It took Sam a minute to process the situation. Her husband was taking the initiative. He was being proactive and thinking long game for the family. And here she stood subjecting him to a bitchy interrogation. She'd let the broken dollhouse, the pawned heirlooms, and the gift deficit sour her mood and her interaction with Jeff. Her husband wasn't a dolt. He had creativity with periodic streaks of analytical brilliance. She wasn't giving him the benefit of the doubt. Sam moved closer and smirked, reverentially holding up her hand for a high five. Glad to see you want this badly. He sized her up, his face chiseled with seriousness, her arm still hanging. Jeff eyed her palm and finally slapped it, but kept his grip in her hand, pulling her closer. His face was serious. Yeah, I want it bad, he said firmly. Unsure if this was a continuation of their reinvigorated sex life, Sam playfully grabbed his shirt and asked quizzically, Oh, how bad? Jeff snickered, shaking his head. His wife was either hot or cold, and she could change temperatures like a faucet. He had a project to finish, and he had to turn down the heat. He answered, So bad I'd crawl through a Shawshank shitpipe for it. Sam's face lurched back, disgusted. Gross, she said as she turned on her heel. But I'm glad to hear you're all in. 2 days later, after Christmas, they were back at the kitchen table, ready to resume their strategy for escaping the rat race. It was their first board meeting, a weekly conference to discuss progress and their objectives for next week. To keep each other accountable, they'd agreed to meet every Saturday, alone. While Maddie wasn't a child who needed constant supervision, they knew their best thinking would be done in a controlled environment. They'd also decided that their weekly board meeting could occur at a restaurant, if not their home. Sam suggested it, but Jeff guessed she was scheming for more visits to Kabuki, her favorite Japanese restaurant with an extensive vegan menu. In truth, they both knew it without saying. It gave them an excuse to spend time with each other. Since Madison's birth more than 7 years ago, date night had gone from a monthly event to a yearly one. They hoped their weekly meeting would not only launch a business, it would relaunch their marriage. Sparks had already fired. Luckily for them, the day after Christmas is the best day to get an 8-year-old girl to disappear into her bedroom for hours. A new tablet preloaded with musical apps did the trick. Up until this point, there wasn't a lot of action, but a lot of thinking. Back on the wall was their newly modified 1-5-10 Planacy. Each was armed with a pencil, and Jeff had Nev open to a blank page. Time to brainstorm. Their goal was to find an idea that had skewing opportunities, an idea that could be transferred into relative value and sold at scale. It seemed awfully simple. I can't believe it sold that quick, and at full price, Jeff reported, smiling as if he'd just stolen a cookie out of the jar. Sam's lips pursed in satisfaction. Well, you didn't build a cat condo, you built a towering palace fit for the Lion King. Did you make sure the person who bought it had at least 12-foot ceilings? Yes, I made it clear about the size, weight, the whole thing. They pick it up tomorrow afternoon. So you don't have the $300 yet? No. He started to unwrap a protein bar. They'll pay me tomorrow after they load it. Well, let's not celebrate too soon. Wait until you get the money. Jeff took a small bite of his protein bar. He was used to his delinquent brother shrugging off his accomplishments, but his wife? He finished chewing and swallowed. Everyone loved it and said it was the coolest cat tree they'd ever seen. After reading about values skew, I just didn't want to build a boring old cat tree. I wanted something unique that could command a bigger price. Another fast bite and a swallow. I had 7 inquiries on it, and it was during a holiday. If the guy doesn't show up tomorrow, I got 6 people waiting in the wings. After a brief silence, he suddenly jabbed the half-eaten protein bar in the air as if it were a magic wand and said, "It feels great to be appreciated, to have your work praised and demanded." He chomped another forceful bite and leered at his wife. Before she could diffuse his verbal affront, he continued, "The Cat Mahal took me only 4 hours. That's $75 an hour." Sensing he was throwing her another pitch she could hit and not miss, she remarked, "You should be proud of yourself. You've always been good with your hands." She raised her eyebrows. $75 an hour is more than we both make at our jobs. She snickered. "It's too bad we can't crank out thousands of them. We'd hit our goal pretty quickly." He raised his forehead. "Yeah, you know I love woodworking, but if I had to build those day in and day out, I'd hate woodworking in a few weeks. I'll build a few more as a side hustle, but that's all it'll be. You know, a nice way to grab a few bucks." He crinkled up the protein bar wrapper and put it in his pocket. "And if I might say, it feels great to kill your own meal." He lobbed his wife a mischievous wink. Sam shook her head and flung him a poo-poo look. She let the poorly placed vegan joke wash through her. "Okay, so no cat condo business. How about a book sampling service?" Sam asked. Jeff said nothing but lowered his gaze. She continued, "I'm so sick of buying books that I never finish. It would be nice to read more than a few chapters before buying." Jeff said, "Don't all the big online retailers already let you do that? I know I always read the sample before I buy." "I was thinking more than just a few chapters, like half the book. If the book is bad, why not just return it?" She fiddled with a pencil, thinking. Then, "I guess you're right. Amazon can set their preview settings at whatever they want, and just like that, our SKU would be gone. And it never occurred to me that I could just return a bad book." She slowly tucked a blonde lock of hair behind her ear and then scratched her forehead. "Bad idea. Never mind." "Not at all. There are no bad ideas when brainstorming." Jeff wrote the idea on his notepad, then turned to her, tapping his pencil. He paused in thought and then said hesitantly, "The other day, I found myself cursing while cutting through a piece of salami, and then—" Sam interrupted. "Because you knew I'd hate you for eating it?" He scoffed at his vegan wife. "Sorry, no. You have your diet, I have mine." "Damn it, Jeff. For the 10th time, it's not a diet." She playfully jammed her heel on his foot under the table. "Ow!" he yelped. He grabbed the wrapper out of his pocket and threw it at his wife. She swerved and the wrapper landed on the floor. Bella raised her head from her slumber but wasn't pressed to get up. After composing himself, Jeff spoke measuredly. "Anyway, Samantha, as I was saying, the other day, well, I was cutting a huge block of meat. The knife sucked ass. Dull as a doorknob, like a damn butter knife. And then I thought, God, I hate sharpening knives. The noise, the little metal shavings that always get under my skin, it's a royal pain in the ass." He paused for effect. "But in that moment, I wished there would be a service that would come to our house and sharpen our knives." Sam nodded her head, perhaps too exaggeratedly. "That's actually not a bad idea. We might be able to work with that." Pencil back in hand, Jeff wrote the idea down in Nev and said, "Oh, my dear Samantha, what little faith ye have in me. Don't get your hopes up. I'm sure there's a business like that, we just don't know about it. Marketing is askew. If we don't know about it or have never heard of it, then there's an opportunity." "True. Or we can spin it entirely. Maybe a mail order service. Send the knives away dull and get them back sharp. Or how about a subscription service of some type? Those are really popular nowadays." They talked for another 10 minutes about dull knives. By the end of the hour, they had 11 more business ideas brainstormed, 13 total. By next week's kitchen table conference, they hoped to have it narrowed down to 1. They weren't getting any younger, and it was time to jump into the deep end of the pool.
The feedback loop strategy. Connect your feedback loop to spark passion. The first time I had to speak to a large audience was the scariest thing I ever faced. As an introvert, public speaking ranks up there with a colonoscopy minus sedation. I spent hours preparing and practiced in an empty room. I stumbled on words, crisscrossed ideas, and quickly lost my train of thought. But I worked through it, and when it came time to speak, I did just fine. But what happened afterward was interesting. As I left the podium amongst applause, I was intoxicated with a high that I imagine rivaled heroin, power, relief, and then jubilation. Altogether, this particular, quote, high is called transformative passion, and it fuels the unscripted process. Think of the last time you accomplished something, the last time you conquered a fear or exceeded your expectations. After it was over, remember how you felt? I'm betting you felt incredible, like jumping up and down incredible. That's transformative passion. Cognitively, it's fired from a positive feedback loop when your effort is connected with a positive result. Here's another example that might be familiar. Jill worked her butt off for 4 weeks eating right and exercising. While she lost 8 pounds, she could barely see it in the mirror. Jill was ready to quit until she met Rose, a friend who hasn't seen her in months. When Rose regarded Jill, she beamed, "Oh my God, Jill, you look great. How much weight have you lost?" Instantly, Jill felt inspired, passionate, and motivated. So she continued working out. A few weeks later, Jill fit into a pair of jeans she last wore years ago. Again, she grinned, her heart warmed, and the passion flowed. Compliments of a rewarding feedback loop, first from Rose externally and later from herself internally, Jill continued to exercise and eat right. Weeks later, the action turned into a habit. Months later, it became a lifestyle. Altogether, transformative passion pushed Jill from action to habit to lifestyle. The reality of personal transformation lies within a connected or disconnected feedback loop. When you fail to lose weight, gain a sale, win a game, your feedback loop is severed. Passion does not fire. And the only way to connect your feedback loop circles back to that ugly word we all hate, process. Process holds that anything worthwhile comes attached to habitual action, and that process will test your mettle. After you've conquered a challenge, becoming someone new and improved, the transformative passion arrives. Ironically, passion is process's event. That's solving a problem that took you weeks to solve. That's getting your first sale, your book changed my life review, or your first million saved. That zinger you feel zipping up your spine is freaking passion. Congrats, you did it. The other type of transformative passion is winning. Whether it's a scholarship, a sporting competition, or an Academy Award, winning inspires passion. There are no miserable winners. Losing does not. Ever see an athlete grimace in misery after winning a championship? There are no miserable winners. And yet the process for winning is anything but passionate. In the case of professional athletes, that's hours of endless training, early mornings, restrictive diets, injuries and rehab, and of course, losing games. Their passion doesn't come from the art, it comes from the art's event, improvement, draining buckets, hitting home runs, winning, and being better than the competition. But once again, culture has it backwards. Passion doesn't lead your effort, it follows it. If you insist on, quote, following your passion or, quote, doing what you love, you will avoid the transformative pain that forces growth. Yes, the key to success isn't doing what you love, but doing what's uncomfortable, and yes, sometimes hated. For instance, I'm a mechanical idiot. From changing a filter to a faucet, I'm about as skilled with household chores as Queen Elizabeth is at walking amongst the plebes at Wembley during a football match. Recently, I made a daring purchase. I bought 4 bidets for my 4 bathrooms. The purchase itself wasn't gutsy. It was that I aimed to install them myself. As a practitioner of my own advice, I recognized an opportunity to grow and spark a positive feedback loop. The first install took me nearly an hour. The second, 30 minutes. By the time I completed the 4th, it was just minutes. After finishing, I won more than a clean butt. I won increased confidence, personal growth, and identity recalibration. Maybe I'm not so mechanically challenged, huh? Like my loathed public speaking gig, I transformed hate, plumbing, into passion. The truth is, the more you're willing to suffer, willing to endure, persevere, and challenge yourself, the more you will succeed. I can, quote, do what I love for the next 50 years and not worry about money confirming that love. How? I was willing to do what I hated. Transformative passion is like nitrous oxide in a sports car or rocket boosters. And in cases where motivation starts to wane, it is the jumpstart to a dying battery. Don't mistake this for intrinsic motivation, which must come internally from a purpose. For example, Jill's intrinsic motivation for losing weight might not be vanity, but about health, a wish to grow old and have grandkids. Once you understand the cognitive mechanics behind superficial passion, I want to race cars, and transformative passion, I'm going to fight until I get one small victory connecting my feedback loop, you'll win more battles. Achievement and self-development sparks passion. Wallowing within comfort and agent of mediocrity does not. Master your mind, and the right passion will serve you for life. Key concepts. Transformative passion fuels the unscripted process. Transformative passion fires from a connected feedback loop when your effort yields a good outcome. A severed feedback loop blocks transformative passion and stunts motivation. The more you're willing to endure and challenge yourself, the more you will succeed. If you're willing to, quote, do what you hate, you'll be able to do what you love without a fiscal or cultural confirmation. Superficial passion is about activities that bring you joy, like playing the violin or skiing. The MacGyverism strategy. Combine low value to create high value. One of my favorite shows from the 1980s was MacGyver. MacGyver was an American television drama featuring a scientist who had a knack for assembling common household items to get an uncommon result. Lock MacGyver in a cluttered basement, and within hours he'll build you a rocket to the moon. MacGyverism is the key to innovation and creating value where there is seemingly none. In many ways, entrepreneurship is the same. It's scientific and all about discovery. You have to look at ordinary things so you can, quote, MacGyver them and make extraordinary solutions. Consider this an experiment in value and sales. Before you dive into entrepreneurship intending to compete with Uber, try MacGyverism. Innovatively combine low-value items to create high value. For instance, remnant carpet and scrap wood could become a cat condo. Old tree stumps could be fashioned into furniture or coffee table legs. Old wooden skids, the raw materials for a decorative accent wall. Old denim, insulation. Old tires, landscape mulch. Old CD covers, killer wallpaper for a teen or an old guy like me looking to stay young. Heck, some dude in Oregon is selling tumbleweeds. Because my home is in the Arizona desert, I just saw $200 roll by. The purpose of this exercise is simple. Impact one stranger's life and you will impact your own. Further, you can't impact millions of lives until you learn how to impact one. Remember, small wins creates big wins. If you can create value, something self-made, self-procured, or self-engineered, and sell it just once to someone, congratulations. You will fire transformative passion. Ultimately, MacGyverism usually involves products that don't scale easily. Assembling a cat condo in your garage is time-intensive. Scaling is one major problem to solve. But if not, it's a great side hustle and an exercise in becoming value-focused. Many years ago, I learned how to code HTML, CSS, SQL, and a little bit of JavaScript. Those individual skills, quote, MacGyvered into a specialized skill that I could sell at a healthy hourly rate. While MacGyverism might not put you into a bungalow on the beach, it might reorient your compass that way. You can earn hustle cash and score some small wins, and more importantly, fire transformative passion. Key concepts. Before you can impact millions, you have to learn how to impact one. MacGyverism is the transformation of low-value items into something higher value. MacGyverism can help you spark transformative passion with some small wins. The marketing tiebreaker principle. Treat marketing like a mega SKU. Congratulations, you've just invented an awesome gadget that will make you millions, perhaps billions. Unfortunately, 3 other people also invented the same exact gadget, and at the exact same time. And get this, you all had the same amount of money to spend on your invention. If there could be only one winner in this competition, what would determine the victor? Since our 4 inventors have created an identical gadget and had the same amount of money, the winner can be determined with one variable: marketing. In other words, the best marketer wins. It is the tiebreaker. The marketing tiebreaker principle asserts that marketing represents a basket of value skewing opportunities. Furthermore, marketing creates perceived value, the value variant responsible for magnetizing money. Marketing by itself is a value skew, perhaps the biggest one in the attribute pool. In my first book, The Millionaire Fastlane, I equated business success to the game of chess. Marketing is the queen. If you're playing without your queen, winning is difficult. Why? Because marketing itself encompasses many variables for value skew. Attractive product labels, persuasive copy, an emotional story tied to your company's mission, attention-grabbing headlines, solid testimonials. Each of these variables can be skewed positively. Your product could have a more attractive label or packaging. It could be sold with better ad copy, better headlines, and so forth. Marketing is just one word, but it represents dozens, perhaps hundreds, of potential skews. If there is one discipline to master, it is marketing. If you can't, hire someone who has. Marketing can turn surplus value into relative value. Put a spin on something old and commoditized, and it suddenly could be perceived differently. Marketing can make your one blog amongst 4 million others stand out. Ultimately, you can have the best product in the world, but if you can't sell it, you will have problems. Remember, Wolfgang Druckenheimer hypothetically cured cancer but couldn't sell the cure. Initial momentum needs sales. Buyers need convincing. All things held equal, the best marketer will win. And not just sales. Customers always need to be sold, but so do secondary stakeholders. Potential investors, potential employees, potential suppliers, potential acquirers, potential lenders, potential contractors. At the end of the day, your career as an entrepreneur also needs to be a career in marketing. Focus on the marketing discipline, and you expose yourself to multiple SKU opportunities, even in crowded fields. Key concepts. All things held equal, the best marketer wins. Marketing generates perceived value, and perceived value is what magnetizes money. Marketing consists